Am I the asshole for not letting my husband use airline credit for a coworker? My husband and I got married 2 years ago during the middle of COVID lockdown. We were to go to France and Germany for our honeymoon. We saved for the tickets, and to be honest, I paid for most of them. This is both a second marriage, both 43, and our finances have stayed separate for the most part due to my insistence. We've tried to go 3 times to our honeymoon, and lockdowns or illnesses have left us stateside. My husband is very well traveled, and I haven't been to many places. I've tried to talk to him about using the credit to go somewhere in the States, but he insists that we wait. He is stingy on money, and I have paid the majority of every travel that we've done, which is mostly with my children. He has made me feel really bad about wanting to change the plans because he says it's giving up on our honeymoon. I haven't been anywhere, and even going to a coast would be amazing. Today, when I got home from work, he said he had a coworker, 25, who is stuck in Florida on vacation due to a flood that happened there recently. He says her car was totaled and has no way to get back to work her job. He offered to fly her back with our credit. I was dumbfounded. I asked if we will be paid back, and he shrugged and said that he doesn't feel like she needs to because she's going to RN school. I'm an RN, and I work hard for every dime I make working in the ICU. He didn't ask me to use the credit. He assumed I would be fine with it. It only came up in a conversation about how crazy his day was. Am I the asshole for saying no to use the credit on a coworker? Am I the asshole for feeling like he cared more for this woman than me? No, and I agree with you. I feel like he definitely cared more about the woman than you. Am I the asshole for not letting my husband use airline credit for a coworker? Okay, update 1, more than 2.5 years later. Oh, that's crazy. I just logged into an old computer and found this account that I no longer use. I had completely forgotten about it and honestly have only a vague recollection of posting it due to circumstances I'll get into. The marriage ended right after this. It looks like this is almost 3 years old, and I've been away from this man as of 3 years in July 2025. This was one of the last arguments we had. He told me I was very uncaring about the stranger in Florida, and if I was a nice person, money would be no object to get her. He then strangled me to the ground and I passed out. What? By this point in the marriage, I handed him my phone when I got back from work, and he would give it to me when I left for work. I tried to leave several times each time I came back. When I wrote this post, I was downloading the audiobook, quote, "Why Does He Do That?" by Bancroft, and then deleting it each evening before I handed my phone to him. This book saved my life. It gave me the courage to try to get away and understand that he wasn't going to change. He had choked me several times, and he was physically abusive by this point in our marriage. I had glass in my foot and had half my hearing from a busted eardrum in my right ear. So about a week after this post, I went to get the mail, something I was not allowed to do, but something told me that I needed to. In the mailbox was a $35,000 check from my inheritance of my aunt. I stuffed it in my panties, and it stayed there until the next day when I could leave with my purse and my dog. I called my daughter, and she came to pick me up. I didn't even have shoes on. That was July 1st, 2022. I'll save you all the work it took to get to where I am today, but I will say that my life is good. My life is joyous. My life is safe and peaceful. I'm officially divorced, and it took 2 years of him kicking and screaming to do that. He's yet to pay me a dime for the house that I bought, and I don't expect to see it, as he is in contempt. Thank you so much for the advice that you gave me that day. I'm not sure if he was having an affair with that woman or not. Most likely, he was getting to the point where he was. All the evidence points to that. I don't care, though. I was so far gone that I don't even remember the post. It was like complaining about the smell of smoke when your whole house is on fire. Thank you again for being so gentle with me. To the woman who told me to use the credit and go to the coast a year ago, I did. I took one of my daughters and we went to Oregon and Washington. We hiked, we sunbathed on the beach, we rock hounded, we did all the things. I don't have any ambition to go to Paris or Germany. It was never my dream. Again, thank you so much for all of the support that you guys gave me 3 years ago. Holy actual shit. Holy cannolis. Am I the asshole for not letting my husband use airline credit for a coworker? Okay, there's a small update here, and it's nearly 2 months later from the previous update. Darren, my ex, found this post and posted. By the way, I didn't leave on your birthday. I left 2 days before. You then waited 2 days to post on your social media and said that I left on your birthday. I wish I could have waited 2 more days, but I think I would have been dead if I did. Huh? Wait, I really want to see the post that he posted. Okay, this person said, I suggest you to talk to a lawyer and see if you can sue him for the house and force a sale with you getting the money and or garnish his income or size his car to pay you back for it. A lawyer that will take a % of what you receive, no cash up front to you. Work only through a lawyer so he never knows where you live. OP said, I have been doing this. The wheels of justice are slow. The amount has been awarded to me, and now he's in contempt. Also, when I went to get my things awarded to me, he met me and 5 others to help me move and stay safe. He tried to lock me in the storage unit when he got mad. That was a year ago. Since then, I don't deal with him at all, but have my lawyer deal with it. Commenter 2 said, he tried to lock you in a storage unit in front of 5 witnesses you brought. The man is unhinged. I'm so proud of you for getting out. And then OP said, my friends, 2 of them were his friends too and are no longer, jumped on him to stop him from locking the door with me in it. He then got in his truck and sped off, swerving to try to hit me. Since he did this in front of people, he was charged with attempted assault and battery with a vehicle. He has abused 3 women in his life. He was 46 when it finally caught up with him. See, this is what I mean. Like, someone like this should not be able to roam the streets free.
What would you do if you found out that your boyfriend of 4 years was actually your son? Because this happened to me, and when I tell you, I have no words. So I ended up getting pregnant when I was super young. I was about 15 years old. Obviously, for our personal situation, it would have made a single ounce of sense to keep this baby. So we decided to up for adoption because we didn't quite believe in the other option. So it took me quite a long time to kind of come around to this and accept it, and even to like date again. I didn't date until I was 25. I just really wanted to like get my life back together. Anyway, once I did start dating again, I did end up finding this really good guy. We got on super well. We ended up getting married. Still wasn't quite ready to have kids again, and spoiler alert, I never have been. Things ended up not working out with me and this guy. I ended up getting a divorce. Once again, took me a little while to get used to dating again. As much as I love me an older man, I decided to start going on dates with a few younger men just because this older man traumatized me so much. After kissing a few frogs, I ended up finding what I thought was my prince. Me and this guy, let's just call him Mark, was getting on so incredibly well. We ended up dating. We got into about the 2.5 year mark. Things were getting super serious. We decided to start looking and buying a house together. We bought the house, moved in. And obviously when you move in together, I wanted to organize things. I wanted everything to have a place, me and him, personal documents together. And through this process, I ended up obviously finding and wanting to organise where my boyfriend's birth certificate was. So FYI, I have met his parents. He has met my parents. We've gone on like family holidays together. Like I've been fully integrated into the family. I'm organising Mark's passport and his birth certificate. I have a look at his birth certificate. Tell me why I'm on it. Tell me why I am still on this man's birth certificate. He has 4 people listed on there. He has his birth parents and his adoptive parent. I didn't know this was a thing. I thought once you gave a child up for adoption, there was no link to you in a way. Obviously, I didn't recognise this man. He has a completely different name. I never even gave him a name. And he looks nothing like my boyfriend who I had him with. I feel ill. Okay. And I thought my only option at this point was to ghost him. I haven't spoken to him. I haven't told him what's happened because I feel sick. Like I have dating my son. Am I okay?
Am I in the wrong for refusing to share my food with my girlfriend? The Lord of the Rings is doing a theatrical rerun in my city, so me, 27 male, and my girlfriend, 27 female, decided to go watch The Two Towers, extended edition last night. We do not currently live together. There's a bar that I really love right next to the theater. I asked if we could go to this restaurant after the movie because I really want to get this specific dish. It's lattice-style fries that are fried in beef tallow, covered with green onions, bacon, house seasoning, and comes with the best hollandaise sauce I've ever tasted in my life. You can get fries for 1 smaller portion or fries for 2 much larger portion for a couple extra dollars. She didn't realize that the movie was nearly 4 hours long, and it ended around 10 p.m. By this time, she said she was tired and didn't want to go to the restaurant anymore. I said that's okay and asked if I could order my fries to go. She said that's fine. I asked her if she wanted any and she said no, so I ordered the fries for 1. I checked with her again before I ordered and she said that she 100% didn't want any. We went to pick up the fries. She caught a whiff of it and asked if she could have a few. No problem. They're very delicious and I let her have some. She then asked if we could sit outside the restaurant and eat the whole thing together. I said no. I asked you if you wanted some and you said no. And if you wanted to eat some, you should have told me. So I could have gotten the fries for 2 and I don't want to share the fries for 1 as it's a smaller portion. She got really upset and said I'm being selfish and refusing to share my fries. I said that yes, I am being selfish, but in this case, I really wanted the fries and just being honest, but I don't want to share in this instance. She since cooled down, but this morning we had a call and she said that next time I should just share it with her. And I said I'm happy to share any time, but not in cases like this, and she should be more careful about saying what she wants. Now she's upset with me again. So, am I in the wrong?
I, 27 female, accidentally had my baby in my friend's 31 female car. Now her husband and she don't want to speak to me. How do I fix this? I'm very aware that this sounds ridiculous, but I'm so tired of worrying about this. I need some outside perspective. This all happened almost 2 weeks ago now. I was almost 38 weeks pregnant by then. My partner left for an afternoon to help out her brother, which we were both fine with. She was only an hour and a half drive away, and neither of us saw this coming. My friend Alice offered to come spend the day with me so that I wasn't alone. Honestly, it was really nice to have her there. We just watched some movies and hung out, and even though I was so uncomfortable throughout the day, I didn't consider that I might actually be going into labor. I had been feeling discomfort for ages. At some point, we did realize that this was the real deal, and I called my wife. We considered waiting until she got back, but things started to get real very fast, and I asked Alice to drive me to the hospital. She was fine with this, I think. We didn't fully make it to the hospital, and I ended up having my daughter in her husband's car. We're both fine, luckily. I had a few complications, which are now okay again. Our baby is beyond perfect, and though my wife is having a hard time with having missed her birth, we have a wonderful tiny human to focus on. Things have been really messed up with Alice and her husband, though, and I don't know how to solve it. 2 days after all of that happened, I sent her a message thanking her again for everything she had done and told her, lighthearted but sincere, to please send me a bill for having the car cleaned. She didn't reply for a while, and in the end, she just liked the message. I've messaged her a few times since, and she hasn't replied, and her husband sent me a message saying not to message her, and congrats on the baby, but thanks for effing up his car. I feel so lost, and please don't get me wrong, of course my priority is my little family right now, but this does keep crossing my mind. This is so unlike her. Her husband and I never were the closest. I don't love how he speaks to her sometimes, but still, we're friendly. I don't know how to solve this. Did I just traumatize her so much and need to leave her alone? Do I keep trying? I'm so grateful for all that she's done that day. Wait, okay. Call me crazy, and I am kind of, and this is going so far, but it feels like, I don't know, is the husband abusive?
Am I in the wrong for telling a woman that she can't wear a traditional Arab/North African dress to my wedding? My husband is European and I'm Moroccan. We will get married in a month and we decided to have a small Western wedding. I love my culture, but Moroccan weddings stress me out. Anyway, the dress code is casual because it's a small thing and the decoration is very cottagecore, if that makes sense. We're also having a henna party for me so we can have a small Moroccan celebration. But I only invited my side of the family, friends, and my husband's immediate family and close friends. So from his side, the mother and grandmothers are coming and the wives and girlfriend of his 3 closest friends. In this henna party, there is no dress code. My Moroccan friends will wear traditional dresses, but for my European guests, they'll dress however they want to. Anyway, there's this cousin from my husband's side who has converted to Islam, which, good for her, I guess. She isn't invited to the henna party because she doesn't enter the category of close friends or family. She's invited to the wedding, and she insists on wearing a takchida. They are a very specific type of Moroccan dress that's very over the top. You can look them up. They are in no way casual. You can't make it casual. I kindly asked her to just wear a Western dress, or any dress that's not so over the top. She, as a Muslim woman, believes that I'm not respecting her religion. But, and that's my opinion, religion is not the same as culture. That would be like me converting to Buddhism and showing up to places dressed in a kimono in situations that are not appropriate. And I know Japan has no official religion, and therefore you can't connect Japanese culture to any religion. But the same can be said about these Moroccan dresses. They're not religious, they're cultural. Anyway, my justification for finally telling her that she can't show up dressed like this is because I feel like it's too over the top, won't fit in, and she basically will stand out too much. Once again, look them up. These dresses are really extra. In Moroccan weddings, it makes sense because everyone wears the best outfits, but not in a Western wedding. She said that if she can't express herself freely, she isn't coming, and I told her that she's free not to come. And once again, she's not Moroccan. If an elder lady from Morocco or any other country wanted to show up with their culture attire, I wouldn't say anything, but she's a young European woman, so I don't think I'm being disrespectful to anyone's culture. So, am I in the wrong?
My little brother confessed to me last night. I, 17 female, was sitting in bed, and at 12 a.m., my little brother, 11, texted me saying that he had something to tell me. I give him the go-ahead, and he says, quote, I like you. And I replied, I love you too, buddy. And he said, no, I like you. And I immediately was like, what? Because that was so weird. He goes on to tell me it's in a boyfriend and girlfriend way. I told him that that's not a brother and sister thing, and that it's super inappropriate. Then I told him that he's probably just confused, as we're really close due to dysfunctional parents. Right after that, my anxiety was going crazy, and I sent screenshots right to my mom. Processing this has me going crazy. It's like I triggered something in me. My anxiety has been absolutely insane. I've been having almost constant panic attacks, with a constant tightness in my stomach, as well as shaking, cold sweats, tightness in my chest. I have diagnosed anxiety and depression. I'm on my period, and this is genuinely a mental nightmare. I have a maternal-like bond with my brother because I've been parentified. We have went through extremely traumatizing things together. This is awful. I don't know, because I've never dealt with anything like that. I personally look at it and I'm like, ooh, I feel the same way as her. Like, I feel also very weird, and I don't know how I would get past that.
husband cheated on me, so I slept with his sister. I'm very partial to swinging both ways, always have been, always will be. Me and my husband, let's just call him Mark, had a little bit of an open relationship, not in terms of dating other people, but together we would maybe swing either way together. Basically, we were just quite adventurous. I think that's the best way to put it. But obviously with this, because we were married, came very strict rules. No engagements happen without the other one knowing, okay? It is a very neutral thing. So when I found out that my husband, Mark, had been sleeping with girls without me there, that was not okay. As I said, I've been known to swing both ways. And me and Mark actually met through his sister. Me and her went to school together and I was in her friendship group. His sister is gay and really isn't Mark's biggest fan. She's actually warned me multiple times about him before he cheated. She just said like, oh, I would not let this man have an open relationship because he will take it one step too far. And I didn't listen to her, and I should have. No, it was her brother who did cheat on me. I did consult in her. She was a really good support system for me. I was just venting to her. I was just like, look, I really want to get back at this man. Like, that upset and hurt anymore. I'm just angry and I want him to be pissed off. This woman looks me dead in the eyes and is like, sleep with me then, he'll hate it. I thought, well, good idea. One, I have not been with a woman for so long and God knows I needed it. But two, I knew this would just annoy him so much because obviously he liked when we did girl on girl stuff. However, he specifically told me that obviously his sister was off bounds. I know that sounds really obvious, but when you're doing girl on girl, it's just a bit different. I knew this would really wind him up, basically. I brought his sister back home to the house I pay for because this man doesn't have a job. And I sleep with her. I make sure it's a time where he's going to be coming home. He is, and he would walk in on it and got my revenge. I don't really know what the future holds for me and Mark, to be honest with you. And obviously I'm still such good friends with his sister, but play with the fire and you get burned.
Am I overreacting? I'm pregnant and feel abandoned by my husband. Am I overreacting? I'm 35 weeks pregnant and my son, 21 months, and I caught a stomach virus this week, throwing up and diarrhea. I'm fatigued from not being able to eat. I'm anemic and I'm extremely exhausted from pregnancy. And I've been taking care of my son while my husband works from home. My husband sleeps in 2 different bedrooms. He snores and I'm a light sleeper. I also co-sleep with my son since lifting him in and out of the crib all night is too difficult with my belly. He's never slept through the night and I have some placenta complications, so I'm not able or supposed to be lifting him. My husband said that he would start taking my son at night so that my son can become more comfortable with the crib, so that we can start preparing for when the new baby arrives, which I will 100% be on my own for the night feedings since I'm breastfeeding. However, he always has an excuse on why he can't take him at night. He's too tired. He got bad sleep last night. He doesn't want to get sick, and I'm already sick, etc. I'm to the point of my pregnancy where it is very difficult to get comfortable at night. Really bad heartburn, round ligament pain, hip pain, back pain, but I'm still expected to do it. Last night, I had to get up 3 times to change my toddler's diarrhea diaper, and 4 times to give him Pedialyte. Between that, I couldn't sleep due to my own discomforts of pregnancy. My neck is now extremely stiff from the rough night, so I sent him this text, and this was his response. Okay, his response. She said, I need a nap so bad, but baby won't let me. Is there any opportunity that it can nap, please? I need to nap so bad. I can't keep my eyes open. She sent that out at 2 p.m. He never responded. And then she sent another text the next morning at 8 a.m. The second you wake up, can you please come massage my back for a few minutes? I had the roughest night of my life and I'm in such crippling pain. Please, I really need a partner right now. He texts back, dude, I'm not doing good. I had a super rough night and I have shit from work. So no. No, you're not overreacting. It's crazy to me that partners act like this. It is crazy. It's like so, first of all, so contradicting. Because what do you mean you got a bad night of sleep?
My mum and mother-in-law are getting married, so I'm currently getting ready for because I'm giving my mum away. So please don't ask me if this is legal or anything like that. I don't know. Yes, it cringes me out as much as you. Me and my husband have been married for 15 years now. I'm gonna bore you, but we're very happy. It's so funny because both of us come from such broken families. You can probably tell. This situation isn't too weird to us. My parents have always been divorced. My husband's parent actually only got divorced about 8 years ago, so they were still married when we got married. But they were like toxic, okay? Yeah, I didn't know my mum swung both ways, and I also didn't know my husband's mum swung that way. I'm not gonna lie, they're actually both a little bit controversial when it comes to those sort of opinions, so it really did shock me. I found them both together in mine and my husband's bedroom, and I feel like that's a story in itself. But technically they're both single, they can do whatever they want. Weird choice of person to do it with, but not my life. Thing led to another, and they're now getting married. Family obviously just doesn't support this at all, because why would they? I am the only child my mum and dad had, so I agreed to walk with my mum down the aisle because I don't make this even weirder. As I said, I don't know if this is legal. I've not done any of the documentation. I know they can't have kids or anything, so I don't know. I don't know if it's legal or not. It's definitely weird. Don't think I'd recommend it.
Am I in the wrong for explaining the consequences of his actions to my son? My family lives in Canada. This is important. My kid was being bullied at school. He's a big kid, and I've always told him to resolve his problems with words. I've told him to report bullying to teachers, and if they don't listen, to tell the principal. Also to tell me and his mom so that we can follow up. My son's after-school program is a Taekwondo class. Also important. He's been in Taekwondo since he was in kindergarten. He also plays hockey. There are a group of kids at his school that have been assholes to my kid and his friends. My kid did the right thing and told the teacher monitoring recess. She told him that the kids were new to Canada and they didn't know how to fit in yet. He went to the principal and got told pretty much the same thing. So he told his mom. She wanted to go confront the parents, and she likely would have ended up in custody. She's Irish. Like real Irish from Ireland, not Marky Mark Irish. I told her that I would take care of it. I made an appointment to go talk to the principal and teacher along with my son. I went into the meeting with a simple goal, to stop the bullying. The principal and teacher both tried the same excuse on me, that these kids were newcomers and they weren't fully aware of how Canada was different from their home country and what they saw on American TV. I asked what was being done to stop it. They said they had talked to the boys. I asked if the parents had been brought in and talked to. He said no. Okay, so I turned to my kid and I explained that in Canada, kids under 12 years old cannot be charged with a crime. In fact, they can't even be arrested. Worst case scenario, if anything happened, he might have to do some community service. The principal and teacher went crazy telling me that I can't tell him that. I asked them if I was lying. They both shut up. I pointed to them and told my kid to remember that they didn't say I was wrong. I told him to tell me in 1 week if he was still being bullied. My understanding is that all the bullies' parents were called in and told to control their children. The bullies were also given library detention instead of recess for a month. I'm satisfied with the result, but the teacher and principal seemed upset. My wife thinks that I should have given them the information privately. So, was I in the wrong?
My boyfriend cheated on me with my own sister, and now he's threatening to do anything to get me. About 2 years ago, I met my boyfriend, Antoine, who's 27. I'm 24, and we met when I was working at a movie theater as the guy who runs the concession stand. I remember the first time he came in with his friends. 3 of them grabbed all the candy and left him paying for everything. Right away, after 3 visits, it was obvious I was interested. Before anyone asks, I'm a man and I'm gay. To make a long story short, we had limited contact for over 2 years, which gradually evolved until I decided to make the first move. Something changed when he started coming around during my breaks to chat. Eventually, I told him that I liked him, and he just laughed and took my hand. We agreed to start a relationship that became serious. Everyone in my family knew that I was eventually going to bring a guy into the family because the signs were probably obvious. Okay. Everything was fine when I introduced them to my parents, my older brother, and my younger sister. The story is about my younger sister, Clarissa. She's 21 now, and I thought that we had a great relationship because we had so much in common. She was basically my idol. When I was little, when I'd get home from school, I'd yell, "Where's the baby of the house?" and she would run and hug me. It hurts so much to know that she was the one who broke me in so many ways. The way I found out the cruel truth was when I suspected Antoine, and I caught them red-handed at one of our usual hangouts. I saw them, Clarissa with him, Antoine shirtless, kissing. I cried, and I'm not going to say it was a dramatic soap opera scene. I walked up to them, already crying, and punched Antoine in the face. He dropped the typical cheater line, "It's not what it looks like. It was a mistake." I pushed him away and just turned my back on them. I ran straight to my uncle's house because seeing them under the same roof made me sick. I'm still writing this. Dad came over once and I explained everything. He left saying that he'd see what he could do. My older brother said Clarissa is still upset about the situation, and for once, I couldn't care less. My boyfriend cheated on me with my own sister, and now he's threatening to do anything to get me. Antoine has been sending messages, possibly from his friends' phone numbers. The last one was a threat to hurt himself. I think I made it clear that if I don't care about Clarissa, I care about him even less. It hurts and it burns because they were both so important to me. And now I've lost both of them. And for what? I need to clarify a few things about the situation. First, I've blocked both of them, including their friends' numbers. I know Antoine is speaking out of desperation, but I don't know if he's capable of such stupidity. One comment that surprised me was the one about whether Clarissa was tricked by Antoine into this situation. I would absolutely consider it. The day I found them, her hand was possessively resting on the back of his neck. That's what made me think that. Being an adult, she knows what she did, and that's why I don't feel the need to think of her as a victim of anything. Sorry for not responding to the comments. Honestly, I have absolutely no strength. I haven't had breakfast. I haven't even showered. My head hurts from crying so much. And I haven't been able to sleep well either. I know that eventually I'll have to get up and say that life goes on, but the truth is that it's still painful to go out and think that Antoine is out there hiding and wants to appear before me. His desperation reached the point of using his mother's cell phone, which I've also already blocked, to give me a string of apologies that I don't want to hear. My parents arrived this morning, but they left when I told my uncle I didn't want to see anyone. It hurts like hell, but I never thought that this would happen to me. I naively thought it only happened in soap operas or to other people. I never thought that it would happen to me. Anyway, thank you, and hugs to everyone for the kind comments, especially because your words have made me feel wonderful, even though they're from people I don't know, but who are better than anyone in my circle. Okay, my cat is literally kicking the microphone stand right now, so sorry if you hear that. She's literally sleeping upside down on my lap right now, and I can't believe you guys can't see her. Okay. She also edited and said, I followed someone's advice in the comments. I took screenshots of Antoine's message where he threatened his life to her mother and blocked her again. I'm still feeling a bit down, but I got up and ate today. I haven't spoken to anyone in my family yet, and I don't know when that will be possible.
My partner kept secret how much money she has in savings and let me pay for most things. I'm male 30, she's female 28. We've been dating for nearly 5 years, and in that time, I've always had a full-time job earning average money, and she has been studying with part-time jobs earning far less. I had almost no savings, and we never really gave details about how much we had in savings until maybe a year or so ago. Over this period, she has always said that she couldn't afford things, and I've paid a larger portion of rent, probably 70%, since we moved out together 3 years ago. I've never wanted to let money get in the way of living / our lives and could probably do a bit better job of saving. And I was always happy to pay more until she had started working full-time and we would start splitting things evenly. My dad passed away unexpectedly and he left me $500,000, which is obviously life-changing. I've probably never had more than $10,000 in my savings. We've started the process of buying a house, and I was happy to put most of the money into a deposit and pay a larger portion of the mortgage until she started working full-time, which is 2 years away. Right before we went to submit the application, she said she actually had $50,000 in savings, and should we mention that in the application? She was a bit embarrassed to bring it up. I get that she wouldn't mention this when we first started dating, and I don't even care about the amount, but she actively said, I can't afford this, and let me pay for things countless times. I asked why she left it so late to bring it up, that we should use some of it to pay for the house, and asked her how long she had it. Basically, she had it the whole time, and it was a savings that she accumulated since she started working as a teenager. I'm annoyed for a few reasons. She was going to let me put most of my money into the house without helping, and that all these years I've been paying a greater portion of things including rent, food, bills, overseas holidays, entertainment, etc., while she had way more money than I ever had. I was earning more, but that meant I wasn't saving much, if anything. She also wasn't saving much. Her money was mostly from before we met. I never wanted money to get in between me and anybody else, especially my partner, but I feel really hurt, lied to, and taken advantage of. She's normally great and I love her, but she isn't the best decision maker sometimes, and I have caught her in little lies before. These lies didn't bother me much before, as they were insignificant. Most of the time, I laughed it off like, why would you lie about that? But now that we've hit something big in life, and this proper lie has me worried. I'm really struggling to get past it, and the relationship feels tainted now. I'm not sure if I can get past it, but everything else in the relationship is great, and it's really not a good atmosphere to be trying to buy a house. Does anyone else have a similar experience? Did you split, or how did you regain trust? Am I in the wrong for not wanting my soon-to-be brother-in-law at my wedding? I, 26 female, am about to get married to my wonderful fiancé, 28 male. He and I have been together for 5 years, and our wedding is set to take place this spring. So, for some backstory, when I was 18, I was on one date with a guy who was 18 too. We went out to dinner, and I thought we had a really great time, and I really liked him. After our date, I texted him telling him that I had a great time and I would love to meet him again. He just responded with telling me things that he enjoyed our date, but did not find a connection with me and would not want to see me anymore, as he felt it would not be fair to me. I really liked this guy and was heartbroken, but I moved on. 3 years later, I met my now husband. When I met him, I had no idea as to who he was. We hit it off and clicked instantly and fell hard for each other. It was not until 6 months later, when I was at dinner with his family and his brother was there, that I realized his brother was the guy that I went on a date with. I explained this to my husband, and he was fine with it. I also messaged his brother telling him I did not know they were related in any way, but that I really liked his brother and would like it if he did not let our past together disturb my relationship. He responded by telling me that we're all good. However, he has continually flirted with me. When we meet him for dinner, he always flirts, saying stuff like telling me my dress looks nice, that I look great, or telling me a specific thing on the menu looks like something I would like. He always does this in front of my husband, who has not said a word about this. He also tries to make me jealous all the time. Like, when we were all out with his family, he sometimes brings a girl with him if they have been dating for some time, and he will always kiss her on the cheek, talk with her all the time, and flirting with her. I have kept my mouth shut about this as it not cause anything bad between him and my fiancé, but with wedding planning and sending out invites, I just had to say something. I told him that I don't want his brother there because his brother always flirts with me and tries to make me jealous. My fiancé looked dumbfounded and asked me when this happens if his brother does this stuff when he's in the bathroom or simply not looking. I told him no and brought up all the things I did here. My fiancé laughed and asked me if I was okay in the head and if I was joking. I got angry at him and said that if he could not see how truly disgusting his brother's behavior is, then he's not who I thought he was. We have barely talked since. I got a text from his brother saying he was sorry if he ever made me feel uncomfortable and that he had no intention to make me feel that way. My fiance is still mad at me. Was I really the a-hole for this? I just want my happiest day to be my happiest day, and it can't be that if I have to worry about his brother doing something.
Am I wrong for divorcing my wife because she couldn't handle me crying in front of her? So she doesn't have empathy? Is what you're saying? I, 28 male, and my wife, 29 female, were recently visiting Cambodia. I booked a trip for our 4th wedding anniversary. On our last day there, we decided to visit a genocide prison called S21. We were warned by our tour guide that the place wasn't for the faint of heart. The prison was used to massacre thousands of innocent civilians who were deemed too smart or intellectual during the rule of Pol Pot. I remember seeing torture chambers where they would beat people to death with chains. They didn't hide away any of the brutality. The pictures on the walls literally looked like something straight out of Lively. In one of the prison cells there was literally dried up blood on the floor from presumably the captive held there all those years ago. I remember walking past a tree dubbed the killing tree. They took kids as young as 3 years old and would bash their heads into it until they died. Upon reading that, I literally just started sobbing. I was visualizing everything in my head, and I just felt for the kids who had to watch their siblings and friends get massacred in front of them. My wife saw me crying and instead of comforting me, just gave me this weird look. After a while, she did come hug me and ask me if something was wrong. I just pointed to the exit and we left after that. I just couldn't take it anymore. While in our taxi, she asked me if I was seriously crying. I just nodded and kept quiet. I was still pretty shaken up by the things I just read and saw. That was last week, and there has been this weird tension between us ever since. She tries to pick fights with me and just seems dismissive and disrespectful for no reason. A few days ago, I came home exhausted from work, and she asked me if I could do the laundry that day. I told her I'd do it tomorrow and just wanted to relax for a bit. She then got mad and told me that she didn't know she was marrying a woman and then stormed off. She has never acted like this before our trip. I lost it yesterday night after she tried to pick another fight with me and confronted her about her behavior over the past week. I asked her if all of this had to do with me crying. She tried denying it at first, but after a while she just went silent for a few moments and then started nodding while keeping her head down. I asked why, and she just claimed that humanity has done worse in the past, and she just feels weird about me crying over kids who have nothing to do with me. She also told me that she isn't a therapist and she felt uncomfortable and was disappointed in me for shedding tears over something that happens all the time. Gosh. So you're saying some people have zero empathy for the mass murder of innocent children around the world because it happens all the time? She saw me getting mad at her comments and tried backpedaling and apologizing, but I just couldn't take it anymore and just went to bed in our guest room. This was literally the second time she has ever seen me cry. First was when my best friend lost his life to a drunk driver. To all the men out there, have you experienced anything similar with your significant other? I'm just sort of lost for words. I can't make sense of anything right now. I don't know who I can confide in with this, so that's why I'm posting here. I just need a place to vent. Your spouse should be the one person that you can confide in with everything in your life. And to all of the men out there who are listening to this, please do not take this story as evidence that women will reject you for showing emotions. His wife's response was unacceptable for any human being, man or woman.
Am I the asshole for telling my dad to correct him and his wife's lie to his stepdaughter, or he can deal with the consequences? My dad remarried when I was 12 after the death of my mom. My dad's wife was a widow also and had a 7-year-old daughter at the time. I didn't blend the way they wanted me to. I don't hate my dad's wife or stepdaughter. I just never felt a family bond with them though. My stepsister can be really sweet. She's also special needs and behaves very young as a result. She struggles to comprehend things the way someone her age, 20, would. And her view of the world is still very young. It makes her far easier to manipulate and far easier to upset. There were times when I still lived with them that I had to be so careful about the things I talked about because she would get so upset. Movies had to be very happy and cheerful, couldn't have a death, bullying, or any type of sarcasm scene in them because they could really upset her, which is why I'm so angry right now. So I'm expecting a baby, and my stepsister was so excited the last time she saw me. She told me she was excited for me to have a boy named after her dad. I asked her what she meant, and she told me my dad and her mom told her that I was going to name a boy after her dad, like I named a girl after my mom. Oh, hell no. What the fuck possessed them to say some shit like that without even talking to you? Like, because you're clearly surprised. They haven't even approached you about this. Why would they do that? She told me she hopes I have a boy. She was so excited and so easily believed that I was going to do that. I mentioned this to my dad, and he sheepishly admitted they told her that, and that they were going to ask me to consider naming my son after my stepsister's dad because it would mean so much to her. What about me? The person that is currently cooking the baby, the person that's going to push the baby out. What about me? This is my baby. This is my baby. You want me to name my son after a man that I don't know, that I have no ties to, because it would make my sister happy? We don't do that. We pick names for our kids that we're happy with, that we are satisfied with. No, you're not the asshole, because that's fucked up. Like, that's so manipulative. Like, not even just to your stepsister, but to you. They told her first, hoping that you wouldn't want to disappoint her. You wouldn't want to upset her, so you're going to agree to it. Trash. They are trash. I told my dad I wasn't going to do that, and he should have known that. He told me they figured, but they also really wanted his stepdaughter to be happy. So damn my feelings, huh? Damn my happiness. I spoke to him with his wife present. I told him to correct the lie that they told, or he can deal with the consequences of not doing so. She told me I would be heartless to deny her daughter this. I'm so sorry, and it may sound insensitive, but just because your child is special needs does not mean I have to do everything and bend over backwards to make them happy simply because you want them always happy. No, special needs or not, you still need to tell her the fucking truth. I'm not going to name my child after somebody that I have no connection to just for her to be happy. No, I'm not going to do that. My dad asked me why I wouldn't do this. I told him because I'm not the one who told the lie. I told him the choice was up to him and he can live with the consequences. They said I was blackmailing them and playing games, which isn't fair. Am I the asshole? No. No, you're not the asshole. How the fuck are you blackmailing them by telling two fully capable adults that they need to fix the lie they told, or they're going to have to deal with their daughter being upset? That's not blackmail. Those are fucking facts. I'm not blackmailing you. These are the consequences to your fucking actions. That makes absolutely no sense. These people fucking suck. They are the ones that are playing the games. They're trying to, like I said, manipulate and guilt trip you into doing something they knew you weren't gonna fucking do. Girl, no, you're not the asshole. You are not the asshole.
My boss is having an affair with our assistant, and I'm friends with his wife. I currently work at a small business as a project manager, and I've been in this role for a little bit more than 6 years. I was referred to the position from a friend named Katie, and she's a part of a hobby club that I'm a part of. She knew that I was laid off from my last position, so she introduced me to her husband, John, and I went through the standard interview process, and after that, I got the job and have been working here ever since. About a year ago, we were looking for a new administrative assistant for the office, and instead of going through the regular hiring, interviewing process, my boss, John, decided to bring in a family friend, a daughter of a family friend named Tammy, to be the assistant. She was supposedly a recent grad. She would need some training, but apparently, she would be a great addition to the team. Since her first day here, it was so clear that she was not the right fit for the position. Her computer and communication skills were quite poor. She took forever to do just basic tasks, and she was always inappropriately dressed for the office. She was also always playing on her phone, and she would come in late every single day or leave early every single day. Every attempt to provide her with instruction and help her either was met with complete confusion or her rolling her eyes. That's when I went to John and asked him what exactly Tammy's role was supposed to be, and he assured me that he would have a word with her. My boss is having an affair with our assistant, and I'm friends with his wife. The next day, he told me that he would be directly managing her from now on, and if I needed an assistant task done, then I could just email him and he would get it to her. He had never taken direct management with another employee before, so it really seemed like something was off. Within only a few weeks, it really seemed clear to me that Tammy and John were having an affair. John has obviously never admitted this to me, but they drive in to work together every single day. They have hour-long meetings in his office, blocked. And every single time that I pass by her desk, she is either online shopping or browsing on social media. If anyone ever asks Tammy to do something for their team, she immediately just goes to John's office and John sends out an email saying that somebody else is going to need to do that task. My dilemma is really about Katie, who is John's wife, and I am just not sure what to do. I am very confident that they don't have an open marriage and this is obviously not okay within their relationship. Katie truly has no idea what's going on and she actually thinks that Tammy is just an assistant at our workplace. I haven't told her about the affair, partly because it's none of my business, and the other part is because I just really need to protect my job. I'm the only person at the office who would ever tip her off about this, so it would be really obvious that I was the one that told her. I just feel absolutely awful keeping this secret and I feel so guilty. I especially feel guilty because when we're at our hobby club, she always asks how work is and it's so hard to not tell her. Where do I go from here? Like, what do I do?
Am I the asshole for telling my friend she should have seen her husband and her friend's affair coming? Background. I, 35 female, was friends with Julia and Alex. We have been friends since college, but our tiny group expanded from 3 to 7. This story is about Julia and Alex. 2 years ago, we all came to know that Alex was having an affair with a married man. Her excuse was that he was unhappy, and that is why he was seeking outside validation. I advised her to stop it, and that this is not healthy because he will not leave his wife. She didn't listen. Rather, she accused me of being a bad friend. All of my friends were against it, but to them it was, quote, not my monkey, not my circus. So I contacted the wife and told her everything. I knew who the wife was because the married man once introduced us. And everyone in my friend group turned against me, especially Julia, because she thinks I betrayed my friend. She stopped talking to me because if I can betray a close friend of mine, then I can betray her as well. Alex was heartbroken because the married man decided he wanted to work on his marriage, so he broke things off with her. Julia was with Alex, and I was shunned from the group. What happened now? A few weeks ago, I got a call from Julia. She was crying and telling me that Alex betrayed her. She's been having an affair with her husband, and that she is heartbroken because she had supported her, and this is how she repaid her? Even our friend group is divided. I was angry at the moment. I mean, she ignored me for 2 years, badmouthed me, said that I was in the wrong. I literally warned her that Alex was toxic. I told her that she should have expected this from Alex. I mean, did she really think she will show loyalty toward you when she already did something immoral before? I knew the moment she made excuses of having an affair with a married man, her morals were compromised. I am not religious, but I do have minimum respect toward other people and their feelings. And suffice to say, I'm not surprised she went after Julia's husband. I do think I went too far, because some of my other friends said I was too harsh on her. Even if what I said was the truth, I should have been more sensitive because she is going through a divorce. I do sympathize with Julia, but I also feel like as friends sometimes we need to tell them the harsh truths. I know I said all of this when I was angry, but a part of me says she needed to hear that. Am I the asshole? Just in case you haven't noticed her before, this is Kitty Baloo, and she likes reading Reddit stories with her mom, so she'll be joining us today.
Story time about how my boyfriend was seeing another girl behind my back. So a little background information, I was living with my dad and I had just started a new school and I became really good friends with this group of kids. And in our friend group, there was this boy who we're gonna call Alex, and him and I hit it off like right away. We had been talking for 2 months. And by the way, during this whole time, his friends were telling me how much he loved me and how much he wanted to be with me. So eventually him and I started dating. And of course, like any other tragic love story, I had to move far away because I had to go live with my mom, blah, 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 blah. But since I would visit my dad for the holidays, him and I would still be able to see each other sometimes, which is pretty good for a long distance relationship, especially when you're in school. So I told him about how I had to move. And he was really sad, but he said that I can trust him. Red flag number 1, because why would you say that in the first place? There should be no reason on why I have to, quote, trust you to be loyal when I'm away. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend was seeing another girl behind my back. So like I said, I told him that we were going to have to do long distance and he was sad, but then he said that he could trust me. And like I said before, why the hell would I have to trust you? Because you should just be loyal in general, duh. So I'm like, hey, I want to spend time with you before I leave. Can we hang out? And he was like, oh, sorry, I have plans, but we can hang out later tonight. So I was like, okay, whatever. And a few hours go by. I never get a text from him or a call, nothing. So I text him and he's like, sorry, I forgot. So I'm really sad right now, but I forgave him. Quick note here, ladies, if he wanted to, he would have canceled his plans if he really wanted to see you. Anyway, so I move and fast forward 2 to 3 weeks, and Alex and I literally have only been texting, no calls, nothing like that. So I'm talking to one of his friends, and one of his friends tells me that he's been talking to this other girl, and he's been telling everybody that he's been wanting to break up with me for weeks because he wants to date her instead, like for part 3. Part 3 about how my boyfriend was seeing another girl behind my back. So like I said, I was talking to his friend, and his friend said that he's been talking to this girl for 2 to 3 weeks about the time that I've been gone. And he's been telling everybody about how he wants to break up with me for her. So of course I'm sad and crying, and I confront him, and he says, oh, she's just a friend, blah, blah, blah. So I press the issue, and then he tells me that he lost feelings for me weeks ago. And that the reason why he didn't tell me was because he didn't want to hurt my feelings. Yet he led me on for 2 to 3 weeks. Like, how does that work, Alex? How? Anyway, so I blocked him because there's no way in hell that I'm going to keep talking to a guy that was making fun of me with his friends and telling everybody around him that he wanted to break up with me. That's embarrassing.
Am I wrong for stealing my sister's thunder on her engagement party? My 23 female sister, 25 female, recently got engaged to her fiance, 26 male, after they've been dating for a year. Their engagement party was basically a dinner with friends and close relatives, and my sister went all out on the food. To her, marriage is a huge deal, and she's had her whole wedding and marriage life planned out since we were kids. I've never felt the same excitement for weddings and kids and such things, even though I do want it at some point. And since I'm a lesbian in a homophobic family, I long ago accepted the... Wait, what? I've never felt the same excitement for weddings and kids and such things, even though I do want it at some point. And since I am a lesbian in a homophobic family, I long ago accepted that a big fancy wedding with my father walking me down the aisle isn't part of the plan. This doesn't sadden me much, but my sister, who's the only one in the family who knows about my sexuality, has been convinced that I'm jealous of her since she started dating her fiance. The dinner started out great, but after the main course, my family and relatives started asking about my dating life. It was a pretty harmless question at first, such as, when are you getting a boyfriend, and why aren't you dating? I saw that boy hitting on you yesterday. It annoyed me, but my sister seemed even more annoyed. After dessert, when the alcohol started kicking in, the questions got a little out of hand. My mom said, I can't believe your sister got engaged first. You've always been more social. And my grandma commented that I was the more attractive sister. That is mean. My sister obviously got hurt by this, and I caught her crying in the bathroom at one point. I tried to talk to her, but all she said was, Happy, you've made my engagement all about you, and then avoided me for the rest of the party. So this is the part where I may have been the bad guy. After my aunt asked when I would get a boyfriend for the millionth time, and I had my millionth glass of wine, I told her that I'd never get a boyfriend, but when I got a girlfriend, she'd be the first to know. I then stormed out of the apartment, accidentally knocking a glass over, and took a cab home. One of my sister and I's mutual friend who was at the party told me the next day that a wild discussion about what I said to my aunt was held and that the party was cut short. My sister locked herself in her room crying and everyone went home. I have now been blocked by most of my family and relatives. My sister sent me a nasty text about how me coming out at her party stole her thunder, and my mother no longer considers me family. I'm not going to try to make up excuses for my behavior because I definitely could have been a more supporting sister, but I just wanted to know. Am I the asshole?
I think my wife of 8 years is having an affair with our couples therapist. My wife and I have been having some communication issues for about a year or so. So 7 months ago, we started seeing a couples therapist together. At first, it was really good, and we honestly started communicating a lot better together. But then about 3 months ago, she started to go to sessions by herself for self-care reasons. I noticed that around this time, our couple sessions started being a lot more one-sided, and they would be teaming up on me a lot and making me out to be the bad guy. She started telling her friends about Danny, which is the name of our therapist, and about how great he is for her self-care. If any of her friends try to ask her if he has any open spots available, she automatically says that he only does couples or he's not taking any more new clients, which I think is really weird because usually we call him Dr. S, not Danny. Now all of a sudden she's calling him by his first name, and also I have no idea if he's taking new clients or not. To add on to that, around 3 months ago when my wife first started seeing him for her self-care appointments, that was the last time we were intimate. There have been a couple other weird coincidences that I thought were really puzzling. 3 nights ago, my wife said that her sister had an emergency and she had to go see her right away. She went to the bathroom, showered, put perfume on, and left immediately. It was about 9:30 at night, which seemed really odd to me because that is just not normal. An hour and a half later, I tracked her phone and guess where it was? At his office.
Am I wrong for who I choose to be my flower girl? My fiance and I have been dating since I was 20. We got engaged last year and have slowly been planning an intimate wedding for February of 2024. We have a guest list of 35, close friends and family only, and we each chose 2 people to be groomsmen and bridesmaids. He's having his sister's son, who is 6, as the ring bearer, and I decided to have his sister's daughter, 4, as the flower girl. I have an amazing relationship with his family and a very strained relationship with mine, although it is getting better with my parents. I had posted an announcement on our wedding Facebook page about the choices. It was just a photo of the kids looking through dresses and suits with their mom. 2 hours later, I got a call from my mother asking where the photo was taken and if it was where I was getting my dress. I told her it was them picking out their outfits for the wedding. She said, "Oh, that's cute," and then told me she had an appointment, so we wrapped up the conversation and that was that. 30 minutes later, my phone rang from a number I didn't recognize, so I ignored it. I saw they had left a voicemail, so I listened to it. It was my brother's wife. Brother is an abuser, so I don't speak to them unless forced to. She was livid to say the least, yelling and crying about the fact I didn't choose her son and daughter and that they would never forgive me and that I am, quote, no aunt to them. I chose to ignore this, as I don't have a relationship with them and don't owe them any sort of explanation. I then got a call from my brother, which I didn't answer either, and he didn't leave a voicemail, and I didn't call back. 2 days later, there was a knock on my door, and who guessed it? It was my brother and his wife. She was demanding to know why I didn't pick their kids and why I gave, quote, some random kids their spot. I calmly responded it wasn't their spot, and they aren't random kids. She began crying hysterically and saying that her kids deserved it for me being such a horrible person. I told them that her and my brother weren't even invited and they needed to get off my property. My brother was silent through this entire thing. I told my fiance what happened when he got home from work, showed him our Ring camera footage and showed him the voicemail. I turned my phone off for the rest of the day/night and didn't turn it on until this morning. When I turned it on, I was bombarded with texts, calls, social media messages, and posts about how awful I was for punishing the children and how I went crazy on my brother and sister-in-law. I posted the Ring camera footage and the voicemail and tagged everyone who made a post or sent a text. I got several apologies, but I frankly didn't care. Our guest list went from 35 to 25 in a matter of minutes, and I am fine with it. My mother and father are mad about the situation/trauma, but are, for the most part, staying out of it and telling us to, quote, figure out our own shit. I still have family and friends and all of brother and sister-in-law's flying monkeys harassing me about not wanting their kids at my wedding, and that I'm a monster for doing this. So Reddit, am I wrong for, quote, punishing my niece and nephew and choosing my fiance's niece and nephew to be a prominent part of our wedding?
I found out that my child-free boyfriend of 3 years had a 4-year-old child that he knew about. Yesterday, I broke it off with him. I honestly don't know why I stalled in doing this, but I think I was just in shock and couldn't process the whole situation. There was no getting through this. It was done from the moment I found out. If you didn't know, I found out my ex had a child when we went to meet a financial advisor and accountant before we moved in together. Before I broke it off with him, I decided to meet him in person to get my things back and give him his. I met him in a park in a public place, and I went with a friend who stayed nearby. I honestly wanted to know why he did this, why he wasted both of our time, why he couldn't go for someone who either had a child or wanted them in the future. He basically said that he knew when he met me that he wanted to pursue me. Though we've been together for 3 years, I have known him for 5. When we first started dating, he lived 3 hours from me, and we moved his business and his whole life so our relationship wouldn't be long distance. We were introduced by a friend of his about 5 years ago, and in the 2 years before we started dating, he was more of an acquaintance that would come into town to visit his friend. His friend and I were close, so I think that's how he got to know a lot about me, like how I was child-free and would never date a man who had a possibility of having a child or wanting one. When he asked me out, I not only asked the friend that introduced us if he wanted kids, but I asked my ex as well, and he said that he never wanted children and he didn't have any. For the 3 years we were together, we also discussed not having children numerous times, so I thought we were on the same page. Clearly, that was all a lie. When I met him at the park, he had a file full of documents, and he brought his file so he could explain to me why he did what he did and the lengths he went through so that we could be a couple. As he explained what happened, he showed me proof, especially of the court paperwork. First, that the child That's how he referred to his son the whole conversation. It's actually 5 and not 4. His son recently had a birthday. When we met, unbeknownst to me, my ex was already a father and the baby was a few months old. He had gotten a former ex pregnant and she had a kid and they had 50-50 custody for about a year. According to him though, they weren't together. He was an active father and they had an amicable relationship. As he got to know me and found out the info from his friend, he realized I would never give him a chance because he had a child. I vaguely remember him visiting and all of us going to lunch with other friends, and he and his friends kept bringing up strange scenarios that would make me change my mind about dating men with children. For example, saying something like, if the guy was perfect for you in every way, but he had a child or wanted children, you would never be with him? And my answer was always no, because my perfect guy didn't want kids. Knowing that I would never date a man who had a child, he decided when his child was 1 that he had to get rid of that responsibility. I'm not joking, that's what he said. He slowly started to see his child less, and it was bizarre listening to him methodically explain how he removed himself from every responsibility that had to do with his child. From lessening the days he saw him, to not picking him up from daycare, to not going to doctor's appointments. He did this over months until his ex saw that he was serious about not being involved in any way but monetary. He eventually went to his ex and told her that he wanted to terminate his rights. He would pay for child support more than what was required, but he didn't want any responsibility. In addition to that, he paid his ex to go to court with him to change the child's last name and remove his and just leave the mother's name. Once the child's last name had been changed, child support had been set up and he terminated his rights. Only then did he ask me out. He said he did all of this for me so that we could have a chance and that he wanted to come to me child-free as well, which is why he waited for everything to be settled in court first. So he basically spent a year getting rid of his child, and he presented it as a challenge he went through to get me, and he didn't understand why I saw that as completely scary and unhinged. To finally throw away everything related to his old life, he then moved to my city and started again. I asked him if his parents knew about his child. He said yes, that though they didn't like his ex, they were active grandparents until he decided to terminate his rights. Once he did, his whole side of the family cut the child off, wanted nothing to do with him. I have met his family and extended family many times, and not once was the child mentioned. How do you do that? How do you just deprive your grandson of a relationship with your side of the family just because your son decided to end his involvement? He told me he would give me time, but that I helped him realize that he was child-free and that we belonged together. I told him that it was over and I never wanted to see him again, that there was no fixing this, and I left him after that. I'm now figuring out how to leave the city immediately, but I can't for a few months since I have a job contract to fulfill. In the meantime, I'm looking for another job far away and avoiding him and his family, who keeps trying to get in contact with me to explain his side. I've also ended the friendship with a friend who knew he had a kid and went along with the lies. I know that his other friends in the city we live in probably knew as well, but I have no proof of that. However, there's no way only one friend knew, especially since a lot of them have been friends for decades. I just don't understand what the end goal was here. I don't understand how he doesn't see how wrong he was in what he did. I don't understand how he thought he could make a whole child disappear. Though I am child-free, children should be protected, should be loved and cared for, and eliminating yourself as a father figure and then having your family withdraw their involvement is going to have a severe impact on this child once they understand. I know I did nothing to cause this, but one day this child will realize his dad gave him up to be with a woman he barely knew, and I just can't imagine the trauma that is going to cause. I can't believe he did this to me, and more importantly to his son. He has shown me he's capable of anything, and my main goal is to now leave the city. Before I leave though, my plan is to tell everyone, and I mean everyone, about what he did, but for now, I'm laying low and just going to ignore him for my own safety. Whoa, dude, that is like some... This deserves like a Netflix special. Oh my god.
I agreed to be a surrogate for my sister and her husband, and I'm kind of regretting it now. For most of my life, my sister Alice has really wanted to have a child, but she hasn't been able to carry a baby to full term, and that's partly because of her endometriosis. Alice and her husband have fostered about 5 kids, and they've adopted 2, and they are such great parents. They have a really good home environment, and they are both really well off financially. Recently, Ben and Alice have really been wanting to have a child biologically because they want to. Recently, Ben and Alice have both really been wanting to have a biological child because they want a chance to do things right and to provide the best start in life. That's their words, not mine. They asked me to be their surrogate, but the kicker is that they want to do it traditionally. They said that obviously they would pay for all the financial things for medical, legal, etc. But they would also be paying for all my student loan debt, paying for rent for a 2-bedroom apartment for me to live in, and they would also be giving me a substantial amount of cash. I said sure because, I mean, it'll just be 9 months of my life in exchange for a great setup for quite some time. I agreed to be a surrogate for my sister and her husband, and I'm kind of regretting it now. My immediate family thinks it's a great idea. However, when I said sure, I thought I was signing up for IUI, like going to get Ben's sperm prepped and having me go and get all the shots. Like basically the whole artificial insemination package, if you will. But no, they have asked me to get pregnant in the traditional way, if you know what I mean. Their rationale is that it's definitely the cheapest way, number one. They also said that babies that are created naturally are just healthier and it's safer. But I just cannot get over the extreme ick factor. Even if this was being taken place at home, I'm pretty sure a syringe would do just fine. Am I going absolutely loony for going back on my word? Or is their request reasonable? Like, I don't know. My immediate family does not see anything wrong with it, and they keep congratulating my sister and her husband on their impending baby. On the other hand, am I going absolutely mad for basically passing up $200,000, especially in this economy? I don't know though. Let me know your thoughts because any advice is much appreciated in this situation.
I have a little bit more information for the both of you.
No!
But brilliant. I love this.
Oh, God. Okay. Sure. Whatever.
This may add a little bit more context.
Oh, my God. I didn't even clock that there was another page. Christ.
Okay, so Zoe continues. The moment it dawned on me that I loved Mitch was a really complicated one. It was the day we found out he has stage 2 testicular cancer.
Oh, this is the twist of all twists. I can't. Sorry, keep going.
I had no idea at the time that Mitch was even getting checked for anything. I rocked up to the house to hang out with Xavier, and all of the family was huddled together around the couch. Xavier was so wrapped up in what was happening that he forgot I was even coming over. When I looked at Mitch that day, he was so scared and vulnerable. I realized that what I was feeling went beyond concern for a loved one or a family member. It was unmistakably romantic love. That love has only deepened with time. After his diagnosis, Mitch moved back home to have the support of his parents and brother. That's when I started seeing him whenever I slept over at the house. And that's when this god-awful situation of me, loving him, went from serious to potentially life-changing. Mitch is still going through treatment, but the doctors are extremely positive and hopeful that he'll essentially be back to his life as a healthy 24-year-old soon. So it's not as if I'm in love with the dying brother. I'm in love with the brother who had a significant health scare, but who will almost certainly bounce back to who he was before. But Mitch's cancer diagnosis was like a big glowing arrow in my life, and it showed me exactly what I want, or at least who I think I want to spend my life with.
Oh no, Gemma. I fear this has muddied the waters for me a little bit.
My boyfriend and I have been dating for over 3 years. His birthday was coming up and I wanted it to be special. I decided to pick out a day where I went to the mall and got things that I thought he'd like and put it all together as a big present. While I was there, I ran into a friend of his named Matt. I told Matt what I was planning, and since he was his close friend, I asked him if he'd be willing to help me pick out some things. Matt of course agreed, so we hit up some shops to find things that we both thought my boyfriend would really like. My boyfriend and I had recently moved in together and I knew that he was working, but his job's hours are always changing, so I didn't know when he'd get home. I didn't want him to catch me red-handed with all of the things before I hid them, so I asked him what he was doing and when he'd be home. That's when he told me that he was already off work and hanging out with Matt at the bars. This immediately stopped me in my tracks because there was no way he'd be hanging out with him since Matt was just a few feet away from me in the store. When I told Matt, he was confused too because he was never asked by my boyfriend to hang out at the bar. We have a very trusting relationship, so normally I'd believe him, but in this case I knew that it was a lie. I wasn't sure what to do because he's never lied to me before, or at least I've never caught him in a lie like this. That's when I decided to go home and wait for him. Part 2 of how my boyfriend lied to me about who he was with. When my boyfriend got home, he acted completely normal. I asked him how it was hanging out with Matt at the bar. He told me about his day and told me how him and Matt just grabbed a few drinks nonchalantly. This made me angry because I knew he was lying, but I wasn't sure how to bring up the truth. I also didn't know how to tell him that I was hanging out with Matt without bringing up that I was also shopping for his birthday present. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and let it be. However, when we were laying in bed later that night, I couldn't take it anymore and confronted him. I told him I ran into Matt at the mall when he texted me, so I know it wasn't Matt who he was hanging out with. He quickly got frazzled and I could tell he was trying not to tell me something. However, this only made me more curious. Finally, he told me to wait a minute and he left the room. When he came back, I sat up and he came to my side of the bed. He took out a box from behind his back and got on one knee. My eyes widened. He confessed that he was out ring shopping for me because he knew I was the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. We had a weekend getaway planned for his birthday and he was going to propose to me on one of the days we were there. I was shocked. Of course, I said yes and tackled him in a big hug. We went on our trip together and it was amazing. Now it's a funny story that we tell everyone. I found out how my parents met and I need help. I'm back home for the week due to national holiday and I was going through some old photo albums. I found a picture of my mom aged around 8 to 10 and some dude who looked just like my dad. I took the picture to her and she confessed everything. It turns out the guy in the photo is my dad's older brother who was friends with my grandparents. My parents have known each other since my mom was 6 and my dad was 18. The story that they tell everyone is that they met when my mom was 18 and my dad was 29 at a party hosted by a mutual acquaintance. They started dating a few months later, got married when my mom was 25 and had me a few years after that. The truth is that they actually started dating when my mom turned 15 and because of this, her parents kicked her out of the house and cut contact with her. That means that my dad was 27 years old when he started dating her. We're in a Western country in Europe and we're all white. Growing up, my parents seemed to have a very healthy relationship, both had careers and my mom isn't financially dependent on him. I'm not close to my uncle or my paternal grandparents, but I'm considering giving them a call. I am so disgusted with everyone involved, but especially my dad. How can I look at him in the eye again knowing he probably grew my mom at a very young age? How do you even find someone you knew as a child attractive? Part 2 of how I found out how my parents met and I need help. The first thing I did was have a talk with my mom. I waited until my dad left the house, then we both sat down and had a really good talk. I asked her if she was safe, if she was happy, and if she felt loved and cared for in their relationship. She said she does to all of that. Then I asked her if, should things go wrong, she would have the money and means to get out of the relationship. She said she does. I expressed my concern about how the relationship started. She said she understood if I needed time to process it and if I had any questions, she would answer them honestly. After my dad got home, I talked to him. I'm still having trouble with the idea of him and who I found out he is. I told him that I don't think our relationship would ever be the same again and he said he understood. I asked him if he had any attraction towards children or teenagers and he said he doesn't. He said my mom was a kindred spirit sort of love. Last thing I did was give my uncle a call. He lives in a different country and we talked for a bit. He said I'm welcome to come visit any time and I might take him up on that. He was there for my dad through the beginning of the relationship, so I'll give some outside perspective. As for my grandparents, my mom said that her and my grandparents had mended their relationship a couple years before I was born.
Am I the asshole for wearing a white dress to my friend's wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 20 female, met my friend Charlotte, 21, when I moved into my college dorm in August 2020. We got along well, shared ideas for how we wanted to divide space, keep things clean and organized, and had many similar interests. Within a month, we were studying and hanging out together, and I considered her a good friend. I also met her now husband, Josh, 22. They seemed like a cute and loving couple, and I was very happy when they got engaged Christmas 2020 after 3.5 years of being together. Charlotte has spent the last 18 months planning the wedding down to the last detail. I won't say she's obsessive, but it's been intense and I've tried to help her as best as I can with making appointments, managing stress, and more. I also gave her $250 to help pay for the wedding, which isn't including in the wedding gift I'm going to give her. Her family can only afford part of the wedding. A month before the wedding, I was still trying to decide what exactly to wear. I wanted to wear something nice. Am I the asshole for wearing a white dress to my friend's wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I asked Charlotte which dress out of the 3 I had narrowed it down to that I should wear. She ended up narrowing it down to one of my picks. She told me both dresses were lovely, but she preferred the white one. I said, was she sure? And she said yes, and even picked out a pair of pink and white heels from her closet to go with the dress. Last week, I showed up in the dress about half an hour before the ceremony. I got some weird looks, but no one said anything. When Charlotte came out of her dressing room for some pictures, she looked shocked to see me and then started turning red. She pulled me aside and started going off on me immediately about wearing the dress to her wedding. I asked what her problem was because she picked out the dress. She told me it was a friendship test and that if we were real friends then I wouldn't have worn a white dress or her shoes to her wedding. I started laughing because I honestly thought it was a joke. She started screaming at me that I ruined her wedding and told me to leave. I flat out told her she was crazy and left. I grabbed my wedding gift too on the way out. Am I the asshole for lashing out at my brother and sister-in-law for dropping their kids off at my place even after telling them not to? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 30 female, live with my husband and my pets. Unfortunately, both me and my husband are infertile. So we have no kids and instead we help out with my brother and sister-in-law's kids, 4 female and 1 female. I'm a freelance web developer, but I work remotely from home and timing is very flexible. My brother and sister-in-law make just enough to cut even and can't exactly afford childcare costs. They would rather spend their money to the kids' medical and school fees. I've been babysitting them ever since the oldest was born, and now I also handle the care of the younger one. However, recently I lost one of my really close friends. I've been in a really bad place since, and the whole emotional fatigue has made me not want to attend work. So I took 2 weeks of leave to rest and come to terms with my emotions. My brother was fiending for sympathy at first and said to get some rest, but then did the exact opposite by dropping off my niece. Am I the asshole for lashing out at my brother and sister-in-law for dropping their kids off at my place even after telling them not to? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I specifically told him I needed this time for myself. Him and my sister-in-law said looking after my nieces would help me take my mind off things. The thing is, I barely have any energy. Usually when the kids are over, I also take charge of the cooking and cleaning after the younger one. I have no energy to look after them like that, as of now I can barely attend to my own needs. It's also a safety issue. Kids need constant monitoring, especially the younger one. My brother and sister-in-law are threatening me, saying that if I'm not willing to babysit for the next 2 weeks, I should refund them monetarily so they can find childcare because of the short notice. It seems like my only option is to pay them back for the childcare cost to lay them off my back. My husband thinks it's cruel of them to make me pay. But my brother said I'm being selfish and only thinking everything revolves around my problems. I did lash out at them for calling me selfish and haven't apologized.
Am I the asshole for not thinking the joke my family played on my girlfriend was a big deal? I, 25 male, have a girlfriend, 23 female, who is absolutely beautiful, but she does have a large facial scar. My family often jokes about it. They have a super dark sense of humor. It bothers my girlfriend and she says it doesn't feel like a joke. It feels like she's being insulted under the pretense of it being dark humor. Even though I explain it's just how they are, and they don't mean any harm, she doesn't really want to be around them. I told her it was really important to me we spend Christmas with my family. We would all quarantine first and test, and it was important to me. She resisted at first, but after some urging from me, she gave in. She said I absolutely could not excuse their behavior if they made a rude comment about her, though. We got there, and it was fine for a while. Then my mom and my sister broke out their matching ugly sweaters that had my girlfriend's face all over it. They both laughed, saying my mom made them screen printed and it was just a joke. My dad thought it was hilarious. I even chuckled a little because she's really beautiful, so it was ironic they put her on an ugly sweater. My girlfriend looked at me, and when I said they were just being ironic, she shook her head, got up and left. Didn't say anything to anyone, just took her car and left. The whole time my mom is upset because it was just a joke and she didn't realize my girlfriend was going to overreact like this. I told her that a warning would have been nice, but my sister agreed it was just a joke and my girlfriend was being a baby about it. I had another fight with my girlfriend when I finally got home, and she said I was an asshole for putting her in that situation. She said I let them treat her badly and was trying to make it her fault when it was my family who was acting badly. I said it was just a joke and that she was overreacting. She asked how it was supposed to be a joke. I said that was just their sense of humor. I said I was sorry she was offended by the joke, but she ruined the whole day with her reaction. She said that no, them realizing she wasn't going to take their bullshit anymore ruined the day. We aren't speaking currently. I don't really think I've done anything, though. I didn't know they were going to do that, and really, it was just a joke, and I think she's overreacting. Am I really the asshole here?
It's like, it's ironic. She's beautiful. What if she doesn't think she's beautiful, right?
Am I the asshole for wanting my mother-in-law to move out after she kicked out my parents? I, 45 female, live with my 4 children, my husband, 46 male, and my mother-in-law, 65 male. My mother-in-law moved in with us back in 2015 after my father-in-law passed because she was financially struggling. Mother-in-law is not easy to live with, and we struggled immensely at the beginning, but after a few years, we found a way to live together. Then recently, about 3 months ago to be exact, my parents' house burned down and they moved in with us while everything was getting sorted out with the insurance. My boys are sharing a bedroom as my parents are currently staying in my eldest bedroom. My mother-in-law has struggled with this and seems to hate my mother being around. My mother has done nothing to upset her or to disturb her. In fact, my parents' bedroom is on the other side of the house. She doesn't, however, have a problem with my father and always finds a way to hang out with him. Oh, hell no. You were not the asshole. You were not that at all. Hell no. No, ma'am, not you being 65 fucking years old trying to be a homewrecker. I know that's where this is going. I know That is where this shit is fucking going. A few days ago, while I was away for work, a massive argument happened between my mother and mother-in-law. My mother had accused her of trying to seduce my father. I knew it. I fucking knew it. And there were some inappropriate texts sent to my father. My father immediately showed it to my mother, and my mother responded as if she was him to see how far a mother-in-law would go. And well, she went far. I knew it. This old ass bitch trying to be a homewrecker. I fucking knew it. Well, my mother confronted her, and mother-in-law called the police, saying she felt threatened. They then escorted my parents out of the house. This all happened while my husband was at work and the kids were at school. My parents went to stay at a hotel, and they explained what happened to me over the phone. When I returned, I gave my mother-in-law 2 weeks to move out. You nicer than me. She would have had to pack her shit right the fuck now. Right the fuck now. Get the fuck out. Because not only did you lie to the motherfucking police, you called the goddamn police on my parents and got them kicked out of my house. My house. You tried to seduce my father, that you know is a happily married fucking man. You nasty bitch. Get the fuck out. Hell no. Opie has 12-year-old twin girls. They don't need to be around nobody who thinks shit like that is okay. Absolutely not. Bitch, get out. Get the fuck out. My husband thinks I'm escalating things and that I should forgive his mother's actions because she was lonely and confused. FYI, there's nothing wrong with her. She's in good health. So, am I the asshole for wanting her out of my house and out of my life? Absolutely not. Absolutely the hell not. That bitch has got to fucking go. And you know what? Your husband can leave too, because he wants you to forgive his mother after she threw her old ass twat at your married fucking father. Absolutely not. He needs to leave too, because that means if someone was to throw some coochie at him, he would catch it too. And then give you the excuse, I was lonely and confused. Hell no. Hell no. No. You got children. Your kids need to know that this type of behavior is not okay, and we don't forgive shit like that. This woman is 65 years old. She know what the fuck she was doing. She knew exactly what the fuck she was doing. If she was that goddamn lonely, she should have took her ass to the senior center. She should have took her ass to the fucking mall or wherever the hell old people go when they ain't got nothing else to do and they want to meet up and fucking find friends. She should have did that. Not going after somebody's fucking husband. Hell no. No, hell no. She needs to leave.
My husband slapped me in the face on our honeymoon and I feel humiliated. The Too Long Didn't Read says, I am shocked. I have been crying since last night. My husband slapped me in the face yesterday after a silly argument and now I don't know what to do. She's 35 and he's 31. Okay. Hiding unnecessary details. We are in our honeymoon and after dinner, we went back to our hotel and started talking about the gifts we got. My mother-in-law bought us a love seat that we have wanted in the bedroom. It was, however, the wrong fabric and color that I wanted. So I was telling him that we should ask our mother-in-law where she ordered it from so we can email and ask if it wasn't too late to change the fabric because it was made to order. He didn't answer me at first and then got irritated and told me to drop it for now. I told him no problem. I could text her myself before it's too late. Then he got upset and started yelling that nothing his mom ever did was good enough for me. I was taken aback and told him that that wasn't true. I thanked her a lot for the gift, and it's just a shame that if we didn't change the color to what we wanted. He told me that I was not allowed to insult his mother's taste and that it was time for me to learn to show some respect for his family. I got mad and grabbed his arm to turn him around to face me, and that's when he slapped me in my face. It was one slap, and it didn't hurt a lot, but it broke my heart. I was shocked, and I went to the bathroom to take a shower. I cried for a good hour there. And when I got out, he was in bed watching TV. We had sex, and he was so cold towards me and ignored me when I told him that he was hurting me because my hair was stuck under his knee. And when he finished, he just rolled away from me and went to sleep and didn't let me come. He's at the gym now, and I'm in the hotel room crying my eyes out. I don't know what happened to him. He's never done anything like this before in our 5-year relationship. He's always been the gentleman and always showed respect. I never thought it of him. Is it a one-time thing? Should I get out? How do I know this won't happen again? I'm scared, ashamed. I feel so small and dirty. He humiliated me, and I don't know what to do. Edit, I did not get physical. He told me something very hurtful and degrading. It's time for you to learn to show some respect, and then walked away. I got very mad and tried to turn him around and ask him how he could speak to me like that. But he's also so big, I had to grab his arm to do it. It wasn't hard, and my intention was to get his attention and not to punish or abuse him. So I'm going to link the update in the comments below, but I would love to hear what y'all think about this situation so far. I am so sorry I haven't updated yet. I've been so exhausted and emotionally drained this week. I came home all right and I live with my dad now. I went to lunch with my husband today and he was very apologetic and he told me that he didn't mean anything that he said and that he's never done anything like this before. He told me that he wanted to apologize the minute he did it, but he knew he had messed up so bad that he didn't know how to act. Okay. When we were waiting for a table that last night on our honeymoon before the fight, a drunk guy stumbled and fell right in front of us, and I reacted instinctively and went to pull him up and ask if he was okay. The guy started laughing, and he said that he was okay and maybe he should fall more often if he would be rescued by pretty women. He hugged me, I laughed, and went back to my husband. The guy later sent us a bottle of champagne. This apparently made my husband very angry, and he thought I was too nice and flirty with the guy, and that I enjoyed his compliments, and he asked if I was from Spain because I looked like some Spanish actress, and I laughed and told him no. How you mad you got free champagne? That don't make no damn sense. He said that he knew he would do something stupid that night and that when I started pestering him about the gift, he wanted to get away before acting on his anger, but when I insisted on him explaining about the disrespect, the family part, he lost it. He said he has been feeling like I was slipping away lately, and before we went on our honeymoon, I renewed my pill prescription and that he thought it was very odd when we had talked about starting a family after getting married. Renewing my prescription made him very disappointed and frustrated because of my age. I don't have many good years left to have babies, and he was hurt because he thought I didn't want to have his babies. That sounds like a bunch of bullshit. I don't want to be in this relationship anymore, and he started crying and telling me that he's sorry and he didn't mean to hurt me. He wants us to start counseling and not give up. He wants to prove to me that he is the man that I fell in love with, and he promised that it was a slip and he felt so bad about it and will never do it again. I told him I'll think about it, but deep down, I know I can't come back from this. The hurt and humiliation I have felt this week is nothing that I can forget anytime soon. And his explanation just made it worse, and now I wish it was just about furniture. Edit, before this post gets locked out, I want to thank every one of you for your support. I'm sorry to see how many of you have been and have had mothers in similar and worse situations, and I'm lucky that his mask dropped so early on. I probably wouldn't take this drastic act so easily if there were babies involved. My heart goes out to all of you who stayed to protect your children. I have never had an experience with domestic violence or SV before, so you don't know how much that helps me to ask you.
Found out I've been dating my father for almost 4 months.
This is why I stayed, guys. What the fuck?
Throw away because I can never have anyone know this happened to me. I still have no idea how to process it. Buckle up because this is a long one. So I've never met my dad. He ran off when my mom found out she was pregnant with me. My brother was only 8 months old at the time, so he also has no memory of him. There are no pictures of him anywhere, and my mom hates talking about him. All I know is that he was emotionally abusive to her and a real asshole. I, 25 male, have a thing for older men. Call it daddy issues or a fetish or whatever you want, but I pretty much only date or sleep with men 40 and up. My family doesn't know this or that I'm gay, for that matter. It wouldn't be an issue. They just never ask. We don't really share personal things like that. About 6 months ago, I met David at a club. We hit it off great. He's in great shape for his age, supposedly 43, although that's a lie. He's actually 47, as I found out. Really attractive, charming, etc. He left for a 2-week work trip a few days after we met, but we kept messaging each other and I really liked him, which is rare for me. We went on a date after he came back and I've pretty much been dating ever since. He has a lot of money and I'm kind of his sugar baby, but that's not the reason I was attracted to him. Definitely a plus though. I didn't tell anyone we were dating except for 2 of my best friends. He also never met any of my friends or family, and I never met his. This changed last night. We were at a restaurant when out of the corner, of my eye, I spotted my mom. I don't live at home, and we only usually text if we need something, so I didn't know she'd be there, and to be honest, I still don't know why she was. She hates going out and thinks it's a waste of money. She had not seen us yet, but David noticed me looking at her. I'll never forget the way his face changed when he saw her. His expression went from his casual, charming smile he always had to this blank, panicked look. I obviously noticed and got a really bad feeling, so I asked him what's wrong, and he just got up and excused himself. I kept asking him where he was going and grabbed him so he couldn't just leave. At this point, I was really confused and suspicious, but I would have never guessed what would happen next. I don't think anything could have prepared me for it. At some point while he was getting up, my mother must have spotted us, because next thing I know, she's next to our table, asking me what was going on. I couldn't really pinpoint her facial expression because it looked like she was horrified, but again, at this point, I didn't know David was my father, and she doesn't know I'm gay. David is visibly uncomfortable and looks like he wants to die. He was literally sweating. I assumed this was because he didn't want my mother to know I was dating someone of his age. I was about to try to explain what was going on to my mom when she said, "Why would you go behind my back like this?" I was so confused because, again, I didn't know he was my dad. So, what was she going on about? She probably assumed I had looked for and met up with my father without talking to her about it, despite her acting crazy for no reason. I kind of took it personally and thought she was trying to tell me who to date and what to do, so I casually told her that I was just on a date with my boyfriend, and I tried to grab David's hand, but he just jumped up and ran away. He literally bolted like a fucking Olympic runner. I cannot get the fucking image out of my head of him jumping between waiters to get away. Everyone was staring at us by this point. It was so embarrassing, and I was mortified. My mom looked like she was frozen in place. I was more confused than ever. I had no idea what was happening. I had assumed she had asked me that because she didn't want me to be gay, which made no sense. She was very open and liberal, or date older men, which made a bit more sense, but was still none of her business. But her expression just made my skin crawl. It's like I could feel the horror she must have been experiencing. She just told me to get up and come with her. I was still confused, but something in her body language told me to just do as I was told. I quickly paid for our drinks and appetizers. Thank God the main course hadn't been served yet, because damn was that shit expensive. My mom excused herself to her friends, and once we were in her car outside, we just sat there in silence for what felt like at least 10 minutes. I didn't really dare to say anything. I was still processing that my boyfriend just fucking ran away from me and my mother. I had also tried to text him, but he wasn't responding. Shocker, I know. When my mom spoke, it sounded like she had been shot. She sounded so wounded. I think it must haunt me forever. She asked me who that man was, and I explained to her, and I went on about how much I loved him because, again, I was still thinking of David as my boyfriend and assumed my mom's reaction was because of his age or gender. I can't believe that I went on about how much I romantically loved my dad right to my mother's face. It makes me want to puke. Long story short, she told me he was my father and that she instantly recognized him. That talk was the most traumatic experience of my life. We both started crying at some point and just wept for a while in the car. I was howling. It was fucking primal. Why did this happen to me? I don't even think I could tell my therapist about this. I tried messaging David, but I just don't know what to say. The last message I sent him literally just says, "Please call me, I love you." Sent right after he ran away. How do I come back from this? How do I ever look at my mom in the eye again? I haven't left my room yet, and I'm in tears again writing this. If anyone has any advice, as if, who the fuck else would have ever accidentally do this besides stupid me, it would be highly appreciated. Also, feel free to make dark jokes about this. It's my coping mechanism. I also did not proofread this. I also did not proofread this, as I don't think I can bring myself to read it again.
This reminds me of our other live show about, obviously you guys all know, the woman who wrote in about finding out that she was dating her biological brother. As jarring as this was, it's no one's fault. there's been enough studies to know that it's not that crazy that psychologically we are attracted to like things that are very familiar to us, people I should say that are familiar to us. And so it's not like they did anything wrong, but of course, like, I feel so deep, like so much sorrow, because like, how do you, like, I've said this before, how do you just go from being in love with someone to unlove them? Like,
you can't.
Because when they didn't do anything wrong, but when you just find out things that like you can't unsee and unknow, you know, it's just like, it is a really hard place. So I have so much sympathy for this story, and I can't imagine that like they're able to obviously continue a relationship, but like it's a mourning of, wow, I had such this like connection with somebody, and now I can't have this.
Met a young guy who was looking for daddy issues, and because he was hanging out with older men, he found his daddy.
Yeah, literally. Way to like make daddy issues worse.
This is, and you literally question me all the time. You're like, why don't you call me daddy anymore? That's why.
Okay.
Right there.
All right.
Adds up, Jerry says.
A little different. But
you ruined it for yourself just now. It's never coming back.
Okay.
That is true. That is true. That is a valid point.
All right. I got that one, but two totally different gigs. But at the end of the day, how does this person, how do they cope with this whole thing going forward? Man, there's a lot of things to work out here.
Am I the asshole for not giving up my airline seat to a pregnant woman? I was flying by myself on a 5+ hour flight to visit family over the holidays. I specifically booked and paid extra for an aisle seat in the second to last row because I have medical issues that sometimes require quick access to the bathroom. Right before boarding, a woman asked me to give up my seat so she could sit closer to the bathroom. She was pregnant but did not seem distressed. While I felt for her situation, as someone with a medical condition, I did not feel it was fair to demand I move from the seat I planned for and paid for, especially since she apparently had not booked an aisle seat herself in advance. The flight attendants refused to help mediate when she insisted I should have to move. There were also no other aisle or close seats available on the full flight that I or flight crew could facilitate swapping. I tried to recommend she speak to her doctor about needing accommodation if sitting far from the bathroom is not medically advisable for her situation during future flights. Still, my family says I should have inconvenienced myself and given up my seat. I disagree though. I think she and the flight crew were unfairly targeting me instead of handling it through proper channels. Am I the asshole?
You ready with me while I tell you how I was the best woman at my ex's wedding? Let's talk about it. Okay, so first things first is we were never actually like together. It was one of those very weird like situationships where we didn't want each other to be with anybody else, but we like couldn't fully commit to each other. And there was literally something always in the way, like when we were like almost gonna get together. And he actually dated my best friend first, which is just like a whole entire other story. But yeah, it was just a very like on again, off again relationship, and just very toxic for each other, but like we literally could not leave each other alone. And when things like ended between us, we didn't talk for a very long time. And the next time I did see him, I'm at this bar with a friend, and like I'm still trying to get over this guy, okay? And she's like, oh, let me introduce you to my friend. And when I turn, I see this beautiful girl with this like pixie cut blonde hair. Like she literally looks like a fairy, and she has her tongue down this guy's throat. And when I look closer, I realize that it's my ex, and I'm like, great, I need to get out of here. But before I do that, I ask her like how long they've been together. And when I'm doing the timeline, when I'm doing the girl math, I'm like, oh, he got with her like right after things ended between us. Which, yeah, we weren't together anymore, and a lot of that was on me. But I just like, I was still struggling to get over him, so I guess it was just like very shocking that he had moved on so fast. And I am very much hoping that he doesn't see me. I'm like trying to be very stealth, very ninja, trying to get out of there. But of course, luck was not on my side, and he sees me, he calls me by my nickname, and he comes over and we go outside to talk. Talk does not go well at all. I'm basically mean to him. He says some really hurtful and mean things to me, and we end up separating, and we don't talk for a long time. He tries to call me, I don't answer. And when I finally do answer, he's very apologetic. He's like, I should have never talked to you that way. I just miss you. Like, can we just be friends, please? Like, more than anything, I miss my friend. And we were like best friends. So I'm like, you know what? I can deal. Like, I feel like I'm finally like starting to get over it. I can deal with it just being your friend. So we talk here and there, nothing crazy, just like some text messages here and there. It's nothing like how it used to be, but I understand he has a girlfriend, whatever. Then he calls me and hits me with the I'm getting married conversation. My heart dropped to my butt. I thought I wanted to throw up and cry right there, but I didn't. And he literally asked me to be his best woman. Like, he's like, I don't have a best friend. Like, you are my best friend. I want you to be a part of this wedding. Like, I want you to be a part of one of the happiest days of my life. And I'm literally dying on the inside, but obviously I say yes. Besties, that was a mistake. So I've never met this girl, right? And when I finally do meet her, she is very much giving me side eye, doesn't really want to have anything to do with me. And you know what? I cannot say that I blame her, because if he was my fiance and he had a girl best friend, I wouldn't like me either. And when we sit down for their rehearsal dinner, her entire side of her table is side-eyeing me. I'm sitting next to his sister and his family, who I'm very close with. So of course, like, we're cutting up, we're having a good time, and her side of the family is glaring at me. Like, they could not make it any more obvious that they do not like me. And I'm just feeling like this is so awkward. But I just keep telling myself, like, I'm not here for them. I'm here for him, like, just doing my best. And they are like so sickly cute together. It's like hard for me to even stomach. I'm like, they want to get out of here as fast as possible. So it comes time during the dinner where they're passing out gifts. Like, all of the wedding party is getting a gift. And I noticed that he is giving the groomsmen and stuff these flasks. I'm like, okay, this is not going to be like a very personal item. It's going to be fine. I'm just going to get a flask too, probably. I was wrong. He gave me, it was just kind of like a joking gift, but it was very like an inside joke thing. And he and I are both like cracking up. We are still getting like dirty looks, and I'm like, okay, this is awkward. I'm gonna go to bed. That next night are the bachelor and bachelorette parties, and he just wanted to go like camping, and she was going out. They were leaving for a flight, and they like kissing each other goodbye, whatever. I can tell she's uncomfortable, and her brother, who's also part of the groomsmen side, is just like giving me all these looks, side-eyeing the hell out of me. And the things that happened on the bachelorette party night changed things forever.
My boyfriend said that I was embarrassing him while giving birth to our baby. I am 20 and my boyfriend is also 20 years old. Me and my boyfriend have been in a relationship for about a year now, and we just had a baby boy last week. I had a natural birth and my boyfriend was there throughout the whole process. I screamed a lot during birth. Every single time that I screamed, my boyfriend would whisper in my ear, "Can you please stop screaming so loud? You're really embarrassing me." I also threw up a couple times, and when I did, I saw him covering his face like in shame, like, ugh, disappointed. When I held the midwife's hand for comfort, he whispered to me, "Can you let go of her? Stop being so embarrassing." And he also said that my birthing position was embarrassing and called me a few vulgar names. Like, literally, what's going on? I'm honestly so upset with his behavior from that day, because that's like when I needed his support the most. And the craziest part is, anytime I ever bring up or try to talk to him about it, he completely denies that he said anything, and he said that I'm just being silly. I spoke to my mom about it, but she's like super traditional type, and she said that I should try couples therapy first. But I just really don't think that my boyfriend is going to want to go to counseling at all. I don't think he's going to listen to my suggestions. So where do I go from here?
Am I the asshole for telling my parents the wrong vacation date so I don't have to take my sister with me? That's funny. No, you're not the asshole. Not at all. My parents have a knack for ruining my vacations and the things I do just to include my little sister in things, and it pisses me off. Last year in Texas, I got invited to hang out with my cousin. Not my sister, but she was included in the plans anyways. They also ruined my plans and made me go to Utah to spend time with another cousin who I originally wasn't planning to see, and I only got to spend 5 days in Texas. I didn't even have a suitcase on that trip. They filled my suitcase with gifts for other people. I wore layers of clothes and stuffed my backpack. This time, I've scheduled a vacation to Paris for myself. This is a self-funded vacation, and I'm doing it for my first experience on my own. It was supposed to be with an ex, but whatever. At this point, it's a solo vacation. It was planned months ago. They've been constantly urging me to take my sister, and I've said no. Now they're trying to include her again. I don't hate my sister, but I wouldn't want the burden of taking her with me. They said they're gonna pay for her, but I don't want the emotional burden of having any of them with me. They literally drain all the life out of me every day. I cook and clean and basically just am a workhorse on top of my 9-to-5 internship. Once they waited until I was back at 8 p.m. for me to make them dinner. That's fucked up. They waited until 8 o'clock at night for you to come home to cook dinner for them. 3 capable fucking adults, your sister, your mom, and your dad. That's disgusting. That's terrible. Baby, how old are you? How old are you? Maybe it's time to save up some money so we can move out and not have to deal with this, because that's not okay. Nobody wants to go to work just to have to come home and take care of 3 fully capable, fully functioning goddamn adults who waited until 8 o'clock to eat because their workhorse wasn't around to cook dinner. Nah, baby, this is not okay. You do not deserve this at all. I'm taking a few courses, not easy ones either. Hydraulic engineering and mechanics of materials and thermal this summer. But I'm always expected to just be family oriented. But I literally can't be. They're so draining. I planned this summer out to a T. Even the 20% they want from my paycheck, I've calculated it. I'll give them what they want. So today, they kept badgering me about my vacation, and I told them the wrong date for when it starts, about a week after. I also told them the wrong airport. I felt a little guilty, but honestly, I feel like I made the right move. Absolutely not. You are not the asshole at all. You are entitled to want to go on a vacation by yourself. This is your sister and not your fucking child. You do not have to include her in your plans. You deserve this. You said this was something you planned to do with an ex, and clearly that's not happening anymore. You need this trip. You need this time to yourself to learn yourself again, and you're 100% entitled to that. You are not the asshole. Your parents, your sister, they are 100% the assholes. Terrible. Absolutely fucking gross. Grown-ass people that sit home until late, dark 30 at night for someone else to come home and cook them dinner. Like, absolutely not, baby. You were not wrong. You did everything the right way. Don't slip up. Don't say nothing. Don't post nothing. Don't talk to it about anybody until you're gone. My question is it possible for us to start working on saving so we can move out? Because you are giving them 20% of your paychecks. Every paycheck, you're giving 20%. Yet you still cook and clean for a house full of grown motherfuckers. No. So is it possible for us to move out? Because that's exactly what you need to do, babe. Like, you made the right move for telling them the wrong information. That way they can't impose on your vacation. But the next move needs to be the fuck out of this house, because this is not okay. It's not okay. If it's possible, it's time to look into better housing.
Am I the asshole for calling the police on my niece and not telling my sister beforehand? I, 24 female, have a sister, 35 female, who has a 16-year-old daughter.
Okay.
Her daughter has started rebelling and being a teenager. By being a teenager, I don't mean stealing. I mean being mouthy or thinking she's invincible, and she knows better than everyone. But recently, she's gotten sticky fingers. She's been banned from the mall in our neighborhood. She was suspended from school for taking a girl's phone, and she's even tried to pawn her mother's wedding ring. I don't like my niece at my house for this reason. I've worked too hard for my things for them to be stolen. 2 weeks ago, I noticed the patio door was unlocked, and I make sure I lock all my doors before I leave. My fiance suggested we get cameras, so we put cameras in the house. Last week, Wednesday, my fiance and I went to go look at wedding venues, and we were gone all day. When we got back, I only had to unlock the bottom lock to get into the house, so we checked the cameras, and sure enough, my niece and her friend somehow picked the lock to the window, and she was in our house for hours with 2 guys, and they took some money from my purse. They took 2 of my fiance's Rolex watches. They also took my grandmother's wedding ring that she left for me when she passed away last year from cancer. They were eating snacks and watching TV, shoes on our table and couch. Just like they lived there, and this is normal. Yep, shoes on the table and couch is crazy.
Lock them up.
I was fine with everything else until that.
Put them under the juvie. For real.
Under the juvie. I called my sister and told her what happened, and told her my niece has 2 days to give me everything back or I'd call the police, and she said she would handle it. Thursday comes around, nothing. Friday comes around, nothing. So I called the police and I showed them the video. Filed a report. I got a call later from my sister crying and screaming that I should have told her beforehand. I told her I gave her 2 days to come up with the stolen items, and I heard nothing back, and I told her I was going to call the police. She's lucky I gave her grace for 2 days. My mom called me and said that you don't have kids, so you don't understand. I told her it doesn't matter if I have kids or not. She committed a crime and brought 2 random people in my house. My safety is in danger. I don't get the whole you should have warned me. Warned her for what? So she could hide her? I don't think I did anything wrong. My sister and her husband said they won't be coming to our wedding, and I told them the invitation was revoked when their daughter stole my things. I've been getting threats from her husband. I want to block them, but my fiance says keep all the evidence in case something happens. And then there is an edit. We do have a security system now. We've changed the locks. We're getting a safe for his watches and the more valuable stuff. We were planning on moving by the end of the year, and none of my family will know where I live. I don't feel safe knowing 2 random men know where I live. My fiance also says that we're getting a guard dog. We were already talking about getting a dog. No, this isn't just for guarding. We wanted one before, but we were waiting until we moved. Also, by beforehand, my sister meant like the day I called the police. Also, I have not gotten my things back as of yet. Hopefully. She said, I'm calling around to local pawn shops, checking Facebook, Craigslist, all of it. For the people calling me names over calling the police, you're not giving me any other solutions. I did not want to call the police, which is why I gave her 2 days. I don't think any of you know how unnerving it is to have your home broken into. You don't know how unsafe it feels to walk into your home, scanning if anything is gone, hearing a creak and wondering if they've come back. These 2 random men she brought know where I live. I should feel safe here, but I feel anything but that. If it had been someone else's home, she could have been seriously hurt or dead. Hopefully this was a wake-up call. If she needed money, she could have asked me, not broke into my home with 2 men who are still on the streets and who could come back at any moment and do Lord knows what. And then top comment, not the asshole. Your niece has some serious issues and she needs to understand actions have consequences. Question though, how did she get into your house? And then OP said the second time she snuck in through the kitchen window.
Update. I came home to talk to Sharon today. I pulled in our driveway and my mother-in-law was sitting there in her car. I got out and walked inside, wanting to avoid talking to mother-in-law. Sharon was sitting at the kitchen table and I joined her. She sat in silence, so I asked the first question. Why does Penny not fit the part? And why don't you want her in the wedding at all? Her answers full-on shocked me. She quietly said, quote, I was hoping that after the wedding, you could become the holiday visit only dad. I didn't want her in the wedding so she wouldn't be in the photos around the house since she wasn't going to be around much. I kept my cool, calmly took her hand, and pulled my engagement ring off. Her eyes started to tear up. She said that we shouldn't end the marriage over this and that she can change. I told her that the damage was already done. I told her that I wanted her things moved out by next week and that she could come and get them when my daughter wasn't home. The house is in my name and I paid for it. I was allowing her to get her furniture that she paid for. She stormed out and mother-in-law came knocking on the door saying I was being unreasonable. I couldn't imagine only seeing my daughter 3 or 4 times a year. The fact that Sharon wanted me to give up part of my custody blew me away. I'm sitting on my couch just in shock. Our honeymoon was supposed to be in Hawaii. Looks like me and Penny will be going instead. I will update again if anything happens.
Relevant comments. How's your son holding up? What has developed between him and Amy? And OP says, he hasn't spoken to Amy yet since finding out the news, and I'm not sure he ever will again. And then somebody else says, have you confirmed if the thong you found was Amy's? The situation is fucked up. And OP said, I confirmed that it wasn't my daughter's. She said it wasn't hers, and I know it wasn't mine. So who else's could it be? And then somebody else said, wait, are you trying to say they had sex in the master bedroom? And somebody else said, don't cheaters always use their married bed? And then OP said, yes, I believe he did. And then she ends up adding later in the comments, both me and my son are going to get tested and checked out as well. There's no telling how many different women he's been sleeping around with. As for Amy, her mom has been in contact with me, and Amy has been threatening to run away with him because they are in love. Next update. Thank you all again for all the love and encouragement. It gives me comfort and means so much to me. I've received many comments and messages accusing me of faking the story, which oddly also provides comfort because all of this feels unreal even to me. It validates my own feelings that there are people out there who can't even fathom this being true. I wish it were fake. I've been focusing on and worrying about how others are feeling over this, somewhat ignoring my own feelings, which I'm trying to change. I range from anger to numbness, like a light switch. We're all safe and still at my brother's house. We're very careful, and his house is secured. Paul has tried to call my cell phone several times a day. I'm refusing to interact with him, and I will have my lawyer handle all correspondence. He scares me, frankly. My brother has a very secure house with an alarm system and deadbolt locks. We feel safe here with him. Both my son and I got checked out and tested. It appears so far that we're both clean based on immediate rapid tests, but in the coming days we'll know for certain when the lab results come in. I'm not overly concerned. Eric is scheduled to see a therapist early next week, which is good and needed. He's not himself right now. He seems a bit shell-shocked, and I'm concerned. He internalizes a lot, and it's hard to get a read on what's going on in his head. That being said, he's thoughtful, and he's been talking with me, asking me how I'm doing and everything. He's not interested in corresponding with his dad at all. He calls only my cell phone. He has not tried to reach out to either Eric or Mary. I get the sense that Paul is extremely nervous. He's scared. I think he deep down knows that if investigated thoroughly, he would be in big trouble. That's what my gut is telling me. I still think about the Zoom call with him, and the more I think about it, the more it looks like he was a man whose entire world was crashing down on him. The panic in his face was very apparent. I offered Mary for me to make an appointment with a therapist as well, but she doesn't want to see one yet. She said she's open to it eventually, but what's time to herself? She's been asking her friends about her dad and if they experienced any creepiness from him. Her friends were open and honest with her, and apparently they felt like he stared a lot and sensed his hovering presence whenever they were over. One of Mary's friends went as far to say that she felt like he was checking her out a lot, like looking at her rear and complimenting the color of her yoga pants. At the time, no issue was brought up about it, but in light of everything that's been happening, it seems strange now. He would sit himself in different areas or vantage points to get a good view of her, she claimed. He also asked questions about what kind of friend group or which clique they were in at school. He kept asking if they were the popular girls. I'm completely embarrassed that they had to experience this at our home. As for updates on Amy, which is the main reason why I wanted to write this update, I completely agree that she is also a victim. A lot of people have been emphasizing that, and I agree. I've done everything I could in my own power to indirectly get her opportunities to get help. Like I said, I told her mother, and she's been updating me on everything. Amy, unfortunately, is still living in her deluded reality, and I can only pray that she'll eventually come to her senses. She doesn't want to see any doctors or therapists at all, and has been constantly trying to reach Paul because, again, she believes that they are in love. From what I've been told, she hasn't been able to get a hold of him, and he's been avoiding communication with her completely. Amy blames me for that and believes I took away his devices and am very controlling. Amy looks at me as a villain and still sees Paul through her rose-colored glasses. Her mother showed her screenshots of his dating apps and profiles and matches, and she refuses to believe it, saying that I photoshopped it. According to her mom, Amy keeps saying things like everyone is just mad because she found herself a real man, and that I'm jealous because she takes better care of him than I do. And it's in line with some of the conversations I screenshot, where a lot of what Paul says is him complaining about things I don't do for him sexually. Right now, she's insistent that she and Paul will be together in the long run. Ugh, he's honestly a slime ball. I can only hope that Amy comes to her senses, but me directly intervening doesn't feel like it would be productive at the moment. Maybe eventually, though. And then some relevant comments. I'm so sorry that this has happened to you. Reading all the previous posts, I honestly get the vibe that your husband wasn't a very good one to begin with. Someday, when you're ready, you're going to find someone who thinks you're glorious as you age. Your son is also going to be okay. He's gotten a lesson on exactly how men shouldn't behave, a painful one, but in time, he's going to realize that Amy was groomed and abused. It sounds like she was vulnerable, and your ex took advantage of a child who was in a bad situation. Hopefully, once Amy has had some time to process just how messed up this was, she'll tell the police the whole story. I fully believe something was happening before she turned 18.
Am I wrong for telling my parents and my husband that I don't want to name my daughter after the sister I never knew? Ooh, it's baby name drama. My parents had a daughter before me, Summer. She was born with cancer and died when she was only 5 weeks old. I was born 2 years later, and her memory was very strong throughout my life. My parents weren't great parents to me because they were still in very heavy grief and it made our relationship complicated. I remember they cried on her birthday every year and they also cried on most of mine, and she was mentioned at every celebration. I remember for a while really wanting to hear more about her, but at some point all the mentions of her were too much. It felt suffocating and I felt less important. When they'd meet new people, Summer was the child they mentioned first and the one they talked most about. Someone would ask what grade I was in or how old I was, and they'd say Summer would be in 4th grade or Summer would have been 13 today. When I graduated high school, I asked that my parents not to mention Summer during the celebration. And my celebration, and they were so angry at me for wanting Summer forgotten. I took some time from them in college but was racked with guilt, and we ended up back in touch. I got married to my husband, Kale, last year, and now we're expecting a baby girl. My parents brought up how amazing it would be for us to name our daughter Summer, and my husband was 100% on board. He was pretty much agreeing before I had a chance to react. When I did talk to him, he was shocked I had any doubts and was ready to go full steam ahead. I told him I wanted our daughter to have her own name and I didn't want her to carry the weight of the Summer who never got the chance to grow up. And so was all her grandparents really wanted to talk about. He said he understood, but to think how loved our daughter would feel. And he knows I think Summer is a beautiful name, because I do, but the history. I told my parents I wanted my daughter to have her own name, and they cried. They didn't really comment. They then asked if I was ever going to change my mind, and I said no. But then my parents and husband were talking and wanted to try and change my mind. They brought a list of pros to me on why our daughter should be Summer, and I told them I disagreed with the list. They argued back and told me Summer deserves to be honored. I said my daughter deserves to live her life as well. My husband said we would still be able to, and the name isn't that uncommon, and that my sister would be the only person to think of. My parents told me to think of what my sister would want and how I love my sister and miss her every day. For some reason, that broke me. I did not want to name my daughter after a sister I never knew. I'm not totally sure what happened directly after I was so upset, but my husband and parents think I was cruel to say it like that. So, am I the asshole? I don't know the pain of losing a child, and I hope that I never have to experience that. But my sympathy ends when you start to neglect and emotionally abuse living over it.
Storytime about how my fiance cheated on me with 10 other girls. So a little background information, I met this guy on Instagram, and we're gonna call him Bryce. Now, when him and I met, he was stationed in Korea, and he refused to ask me to be his girlfriend until he came home. So I waited an entire year for him to ask me to be his girlfriend. Which low-key should have been a red flag, but he made it seem romantic in some twisted, weird way. So fast forward, he comes home in February, and he kept to his promise. The first day that we met, he asked me to be his girlfriend. So I say yes, fast forward. Him and I start having a ton of arguments because of things that he was doing while he was in Korea. Fast forward, we're officially together for 9 months. So fast forward, of course, he gets deployed to Europe in like September of 2022. So this man decides that he's going to propose to me in July and then beg me to get married to him before he leaves. Now, I may have ignored the first red flags, but I'm not dumb. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend cheated on me with 10 other girls. So like I said, this man begs me to get married to him before he leaves, and thank goodness I didn't, because divorce papers would have been served the same day. So fast forward, he starts acting super weird. He's going out 24/7. He's getting drunk. He's not wearing the ring that he begged me to get him. Yes, he literally begged me for a ring so that way women would know that he had a girlfriend. Well, then of course I get a DM from a girl on Instagram asking if him and I were still together. And then after talking to her, I realized he literally made a Tinder 2 days after he got deployed. And what was his excuse? Oh, I wanted to meet friends to teach me German. And listen, I was not born last night, so I kept that conversation going because I wanted to get to the bottom of what the fuck was actually going on. And then, of course, he finally comes clean that he cheated on me with a bunch of girls. Oh, and you want to know the icing on the cake? One of them was a minor. Yup. After I leave him, he has the audacity to ask for my ring back, but I threatened to tell.
Am I the asshole for telling my sister she is an idiot if she thought her actions at her wedding wouldn't have consequences? Quick backstory. My bio dad died when I was young, and my mom remarried when my sister was 8 and I was 10. We are now in our late 20s. Stepdad focused a lot of his time providing for us, so I never got close to him. but I am grateful for him. I am engaged and my sister is going to marry in about a month. My wedding will be in a year. Both of us are close to our mom. My sister, who I will call Noelle, fucked up in my opinion. At first, I was on her side, but now I just feel bad for my stepdad. Noelle isn't going to have him walk her down the aisle and give her away. I understood this is her decision, and when it came out, I helped my mom and stepdad understand that this was her choice. The turning point happened last week when she told us that he will not be sitting at the family table. When I asked her why, she made it clear that he wasn't family to her. Again, her right, but dang, he is the reason we had such a good childhood and are debt-free, as he paid for our college because he worked a ton. I knew this would result in them not going to the wedding, and they informed my sister. She called me upset and was ranting about how it was her wedding, that she was being abandoned. I had enough and told her she's an idiot if she didn't think her actions wouldn't have consequences. She called me a jerk and hung up. I am unsure if I am a jerk, and I do feel guilty since I am now closer to my parents, since I promised he can walk me down the aisle at my wedding. So Reddit, am I the asshole?
My husband, 28 male, is living with a female friend, and she, 22 female, has become hostile towards me, 23 female. My husband and I have been married for 3 years, and our marriage is on the rocks. It all mainly started after the birth of our first child together, in which he became increasingly irritable, aggressive, and sexually distant from me. Once he started to get physically abusive by grabbing and pushing me, we decided to live at different residences in a desperate attempt to salvage our marriage. That was 3 months ago. I'm currently living with my mom and I work part-time while also taking care of our 18-month-old son. My husband purchased a new condo with the financial help of his dad and lives with a female friend of his, 22 female, who he apparently charges rent. I was uncomfortable about his living arrangement with this woman from the moment I found out about it, mainly because we agreed that we are not taking a break in the sense of seeing others and we are still married and not going through a separation, but just trying to give each other, mainly him, space. I find it very weird that he has a 22-year-old friend was comfortable enough to move in with him. Sussy. She has become very hostile towards me, which is strange because she's supposed to only be his friend and basically a tenant of his. For example, I went to visit him with our son, and the whole time she was sitting near him and staring at me with hatred. When I asked if he and I could talk privately, she said, "No, this is our place." And of course, this made everything awkward, so I just left shortly after that. I don't know why she would act so hostile towards me if she was just a friend and a tenant of his. My husband didn't seem bothered by her rudeness towards me either, and at one point I thought I saw him smirk. I don't know if I should be concerned that he and her have become more than friends, especially since my husband told me through text that him and I are still exclusive to each other. What is the best way to continue with this awkward situation? Girl, I'm sorry to break this to you, but that man is sleeping with her. There is no doubt in my mind this man is sleeping with that woman.
Reverse on my marriage. How do I adjust? I'm still kind of reeling from the shock in the past few months. So a backstory. I, 35 male, have been with my wife, 36 female, for the past 10 years. It has been a blissful marriage, and I couldn't ask for anything more. We complement each other so well in all of our activities, or so I thought. When we first started dating, I told her that I liked hosting events and parties and board game nights. She said that she would support me in that, but she herself was more of an introvert and didn't necessarily need to join in. That was fine with me. Since then, we've had a ton of events and had a lot of fun times, but every time a board game night would come around, my wife would excuse herself with the excuse that she was just not that interested. Recently, I have been planning more board game nights as my nights have gotten less wild as I age, and I was trying to get my wife to join in as well. I finally convinced her to try out the simplest game, Uno. I thought this would be the best game to get her toes in the water. Now, normally, my wife is quite soft-spoken, kind, and considerate. I never heard her say a negative word or anger in her voice in the decade we've been together. However, as the game went on, I saw a change come over her. Fire I've never seen was lit. She started first by mouthing the word bitch when I would drop a +2 or +4. Then it progressed to whispers of asshole when I called her out for forgetting to say Uno. The abuse continued as it looked like I was going to win with her full-on calling me a mother and getting in my face. It was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and she was not satisfied. We must have played 10 more games that night. The beast was released. How do I respond to the sudden shift in attitude? So I think we all know why she probably was skipping out on board nights, right? I would say that's probably the reason.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how wrong is it, do you think, to date somebody while your boyfriend is in a coma? Let's talk about it. And you guys, I forgot how much this stuff really makes my skin just feel so moisturized. It feels drenched. It feels good. So from the very beginning, I never really wanted to be in a relationship, but my boyfriend was like very sweet and he showed me like how good relationships could be, and we just had a really good time together, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna give this whole relationship thing a chance. Now for context, he had a lot of money and I had no money. So I would like to say that that didn't play a part in our relationship, but it really did, because he would always want to pay for things for me, and it was just like a pride thing, like, no, I can do this on my own, like, I don't need a man to pay for stuff for me. And this was like pretty early on in our relationship, you know what I mean? Like, he was just trying to be nice, but I was just like, I don't want to rely on somebody else. And his mom hated me. She did not like me. Like, one time Thanksgiving went so bad because his mom was actively trying to break us up. She invited this girl that he had a past with and like tried to sit them next to each other, and they're like rich where they like had little place cards on all the tables, and she was like trying to sit him next to her, and she just like kept making comments about me, and it was pissing me off so bad, but I was like really trying to keep my composure. It actually got so bad that I ended up pouring wine on her, and it was like a really big deal, and she had like hated me ever since then. She actually hated me before that, but the whole wine situation just kind of solidified that she hated me. And I gave this woman no reason to hate me. The only crime I committed was being poor. He and I relationship had some rocky moments, but for the most part was good. Like, he had a good heart, and he tried to buy me this vehicle. Actually, he bought me like a brand new SUV because my car was like a really POS car. And we kind of got into this argument because I was like, you didn't ask me before you did this. And he was like, I just want to do something nice for you. Like, why can't you just accept this? And I was like, okay, you know what? Let's just take my car to where we're going, and then I will like try to give your new gift a chance. He was like, I just really don't want you driving it tonight. I'll drive the car, and then, you know, you can give it a chance when we get back. Well, the piece of crap car finally gave out, and we got into a really horrible wreck. And I knew it was my car's fault, and knew it was my fault that like I put him in that position. Why couldn't I have just accepted the very generous gift he gave me? And I was just like racked with guilt. I was trying to be by his side every day and night, but his mom, like I said, she hated me, so she really tried to keep me out. So I wasn't allowed to visit her at the same time I wasn't allowed to visit him at the same time she was. So like I could only go visit him for a little bit, and then she'd be there for like the rest of the time. She did not want me there. Please save my dark circles. Sitting, waiting my turn to go in, and I'm just kind of like in this courtyard area, and I see this guy, and he kind of looks upset too, and we just kind of strike up this conversation together. His girlfriend is also in the hospital, and we just kind of chat a little bit, like how hard it is to both be there. Very innocent conversation. But this is like the first person that I really feel like I can talk to. Like, nobody else seems to really understand the situation I'm in, but he did, and he didn't judge me, and like I explained the whole thing, and it was just really nice to talk to somebody who got it. You know, in this little courtyard, we talk, we eventually exchange numbers, and my boyfriend is in a coma. Months and months go on, and he's just like, there's no sign of improvement. His mom is making it harder and harder for me to see him, and they eventually move him to like at-home care, and it's going to be at her house, and she said that I am not welcome there. I was just not living my life, wasn't really doing much, and all my friends are like, you know, you gotta just live your life. That's what he would want, blah, blah, blah. Eventually I start doing just that, and I get like less and less updates about how my like boyfriend, kind of not boyfriend, I guess, anymore, is doing, and I get closer and closer to the guy that I met at the hospital. He's the most patient, the most kind guy ever. He doesn't push me, and I am starting to develop like real feelings for him. I have this guilt, like what happens if he wakes up from a coma and he's realized that I've moved on, like what's gonna happen then? I can't keep living my life just stuck. Like, his mom won't even let me see him. There's no sign of improvement. So what do I do? How bad does that make me?
I'm divorcing my husband because he cheated on me with our son's 18-year-old girlfriend. My brother connected me with a junkyard dog type lawyer, and I gathered all the screenshots and the conversations that I possibly could from Amy and my husband's conversations. I was only able to get the last 3 months because that's all that was on his iCloud, but most of the messages were just dirty, flirty, and I saw a lot of negative messages about me. I saw his call log, and it looks like him and Amy talk very frequently for hours at a time. He also uses dating apps, and it looks like he uses a filter to seek out girls from about 18 to 22 or so. I copied all of his files on the computer and gathered as much information as I possibly could. He spends a lot of time on sex chat rooms, and he spends a lot of money on OnlyFans. I rummaged through every possible hiding place that I could, and I found a lot of handcuffs, lubricants, sex toys. I also found a couple outfits that looked like Catholic schoolgirl type outfits and also a French maid type of outfit. I picked up Mary and Eric from school, and we went to my brother's. They could tell something was off, so I delicately told them the entire situation. Mary was honestly the most upset over even Eric. Part 2 of the update is on my page now.
Am I the asshole for adding 1 extra minute onto my girlfriend's air fryer? Today, me and my girlfriend were making some food. She was making her signature toast sandwiches. We cooked them in an air fryer, and for the first 2, she cooked one for 7 minutes and the second for 5 minutes. The last one she was going to cook was the one I was going to eat, so when she went ahead and put it in for 4 minutes, I bumped it up an extra minute because I like the cheese melty and the toast not burnt but really crispy. And she got angry with me, saying that the air fryer was already hot and that the whole thing was going to be burnt. Long story short, it wasn't burnt, and she lost her appetite and is pissy with me about it and saying that I should not touch her cooking, even though it was only 1 extra minute being delayed for the food to be finished, but now she thinks I'm an apple.
Am I the asshole for requesting my son and nephew be placed in separate classrooms next school year? My son and my nephew are both 6 years old, and they were placed in the same class at the start of this year. My sisters loved it for my nephew. He's autistic and has a lot of trouble socializing and with overstimulation. He's known to have meltdowns in class, and there were times that my son was asked to stay with him while the class was evacuated. This baby is 6 years old. He's 6. It's not his fucking job to stay and monitor his cousin while the rest of the class is being evacuated. So the rest of the kids are in danger. So we gonna evacuate them, but we're gonna leave another 6-year-old in the classroom with this overstimulated autistic 6-year-old that's having a meltdown. Nah, baby, you're not wrong for requesting your son be in a separate classroom because he's 6. This is not his fucking job. This is the responsibility of his goddamn teachers. I had to step in and speak to the teacher as well as the principal about this because my son was terrified. They were seat friends all year, and they were the only 2 kids who never got a new seat buddy. The teacher kept them together because she was worried my nephew would be bullied by the other kids. So you're going to stop another child from being able to have a new seat buddy in the class? Like, this is being handled so fucking wrong. So fucking wrong. This is not okay. This is not okay. The teacher kept them together because she was worried my nephew would be bullied by the other kids. But it was hard for my son. He's very shy and introverted, and sometimes my nephew getting upset would upset him. My son was also used to supply my nephew with pencils and other supplies when my nephew would break his. My sister was so happy they were together, but my son was miserable and I hated seeing him that way. My sister went to the school a month ago and requested they be kept together next grade. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. She mentioned it in passing during a family barbecue. I asked her why she did this, and she told me it's working great for my nephew. Okay, bitch, well, what about your nephew? Like, have you stopped to think about your nephew at all? Like, selfish as fuck. Your sister is selfish as fuck. This baby is 6 years old. He's 6. No, he's just now getting into school and learning who he is. And you want to stick him and make him a babysitter to another child. No, your sister is selfish as fuck. I told my sister that it wasn't working out great for my son. And while I love my nephew, I don't want my son to feel like he always has to be responsible for his cousin. She told me I should think of the greater good and encourage them to stay together. Like I said, this bitch is selfish as fuck. I went to the school afterwards and I requested the boys be placed in separate classrooms next grade. I told them my son did not deserve to have his education interrupted. Period. He didn't deserve to have his education interrupted in order to help my nephew. I made it clear that I was not okay with keeping them together. I also brought up again that I had not liked how they handled things over the last year. The school agreed to separate them. We got notified of the classrooms and the teachers last week. My sister was furious when she realized they were separated. She asked how I could do that to my nephew. I should think of the impact that this is going to have on him. I told her that I love my nephew and I always have, but I need to look out for my son. She told me it will never be as bad for my son as it will be for my nephew, and we could have figured out a way to make it work better for both boys. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not. You're not the asshole. The only reason your sister wants to try to figure out a way that it would work for both boys is because it's now no longer working for her son. She said all this shit. You should think about your nephew. How is this going to impact your nephew? But at the same time, she never thought about her nephew. Not a single goddamn time. How is this going to impact your nephew? Think about your goddamn nephew. You're being fucking selfish and you think that everybody should bend over fucking backwards and cater to your son because he's autistic. I'm sorry, I might sound insensitive, but that's not how the fucking world works. No, you're going to have to figure out something else that's going to work better for your son. You need to work on that. It is not this 6-year-old baby's job to babysit his fucking cousin because the teachers ain't fucking doing it. Ain't no way in hell this baby should be breaking pencils and shit and none of the fucking teachers are around. Absolutely not. No, hell no. It's not that baby's job. You are not the asshole. Your sister needs to pull her head out of her ass and look the fuck around. No one's going to cater to her and her goddamn son. My question is, if this baby's autism is that bad to the point that he's having to be babysat by another 6-year-old, he's never moved and switched seats with anybody in the classroom, why does he not have an aide? Why does he not have somebody that is there with him in the classroom to help him so the meltdowns will stop, so he won't be getting overstimulated so much? Why does he not have anybody there to help him that is not a goddamn 6-year-old that's supposed to be there to learn as well? Nah, the mom needs to get on her fucking shit and do what she needs to do to make sure her baby has what he needs, not depend on her 6-year-old nephew to fill the fucking gap.
This is the story time of just like one of the worst ways I could have ended things with a guy I was talking to. One thing you guys need to remember during this entire story is that I have a raging fucking OCD. Like, I just have really bad OCD. My OCD loves to come out when I'm like especially stressed. So I was seeing this guy for like about 2 months. Towards like the end of things, I found out a really big lie that he told me. I'm talking about Newman, by the way. This is about Newman, if you guys remember that fucker. When I found out this man was like lying about something that was like genuinely fucked up to lie about, I was like, oh shit, I gotta end things. One thing about me, I'm not good at ending things. That's not true. I'm actually really good at ending things. I'm not good at ending things with someone who's gonna like fight me back on it. And it's like, I just didn't want anything to do with him anymore. I wasn't fucking attracted to him. He was giving me the bare minimum and I just found out he lied about something really fucked up. So I was like, no, I'm done. My anxiety was at an all-time high, which makes my OCD even worse. Here's where my OCD comes into play. My OCD was like, Livy, you need him to say this word before like you end things with him. Let's say the word was fucking apple. Like, you need this man to say apple, or like you just need, or you're gonna die. You know, like you're gonna die if he doesn't say apple. That's just how fucking OCD works. It's like a compulsion. If you don't give in, like a bad thought comes in, whatever. My ass is like, okay, well, this is so fucking uncomfortable. I call my best friend who also struggles with OCD and I'm like, listen, I need Newman to say apple. Like, my OCD needs him to fucking say that. My best friend is like, do not fucking ask that man to say apple when you're ending things with him. I'm like, I don't want to, but my OCD was going fucking nuts. In my head, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna ask him to say it. Like, I'm not gonna ask him to say it. My best friend's like, Libby, you'll be fine. Like, you just can't give into this compulsion, but like, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. I'm like, bitch, you don't get it. Like, I'm so mad. I call Sissy. I'm like, hey. She's like, what's up? I'm like, I'm ending things with Newman. She's like, okay, about fucking time. I'm like, one little issue though. Sissy, my OCD like needs him to fucking say apple. Like, my OCD needs it, bitch. Sissy's like, no, Livy, you work too hard. Do not make that man say apple. Like, do not, and it's, the word's not apple. It's a really fucked up and weird word to say. Like, it's just, Sissy, like, don't do that. Like, do not do that. You have OCD, like, you know the fucking struggle I'm feeling, where it's like, no, realistically, I should not make this man say that word. That's fucking weird. While you're ending, I'm like breaking up with the goddamn man. I know he's gonna be upset. It's not gonna go over well. And I think I need him to say this fucking word because my OCD is just going insane. Realistically, I know it's not a good idea. Do you think my OCD brain gives a fuck about realistically? Also, side note, that's when I knew it was time for me to end things with this man, because like, if he's bringing my OCD out like this, like if I'm feeling that anxious or I'm that triggered by OCD because this fucking loser standing next to me, like my body's reacting that sort of way, that means it's time to go. Your body will react before like your brain does. Your body will give you reasons that like you shouldn't be around. Mine was doing just that, like with the OCD and everything, and I just like didn't listen for a couple weeks. Like, no, bitch, and now we're in this predicament. Get on the phone with this man. Immediately, I'm being real fucking weird. Like, hey, like, how are you? He's He's like, what? Like, that's not how the fuck I talk, but I'm so anxious, and my OCD is like, make this motherfucker say apple, and I'm like, oh my god, I like actually want to like this is just really bad. I'm like, how are you? He's like, I'm not doing great. That man was never doing great. That man always had something wrong with him. Like, oh, like that sucks. What? At this point though, I'm just trying everything to quiet my fucking OCD brain. Like, I'm really not present in the conversation. I'm more like, do not make this man say apple after you end things with him. Ask me, he's like, is everything okay? I'm like, yeah. And I just blurted out, I'm like, I actually have to end things between us. And he's like, are you being so serious right now? Are you being fucking serious that you're ending things between us? And I was like, no, I am dead serious. I couldn't be more fucking passionate about ending things with you right now. We spoke for 2 months. I was like, why am I going through a full-on breakup with this man right now? Why am I having to even have this conversation? I'm just like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I just can't really do this anymore. Like, this just isn't working for me. No, and of course, my OCD kicks the fuck in. And in my head, I'm like, Libby, don't fucking do this. Like, just don't fucking do this. I'm like, hey, before we hang up the phone, can you, like, before I, like, let you go, can you just say apple for me? Like, my OCD's just really bad. I'm so sorry. Like, can you just say apple for me? And this man's like, no, Livy, what the fuck? Like, no, I'm not saying that. Like, no. And I'm like, no, you're so right. You're so valid. My bad. So that man did not satisfy my OCD craving and probably thinks I'm so fucking weird for ending things with him and being like, but can you say apple really? Can you just please? So that's like really embarrassing and genuinely like one of the weirdest ways I could have ended things with that motherfucker. But you know what? My OCD has a mind of its own, okay?
My son stole his dead mother's ring for his girlfriend, and now he won't talk to me after making him return it. To say I was mad as hell would be an understatement. I, 46 male, have a son Jake, 23 male. Jake was a good kid growing up, so him doing this was a complete shock to me. I have a daughter too, Amber, 16 female. When my wife passed away from COVID nearly 2 years ago, she already had a will in place. She was immunocompromised due to a prior condition she was diagnosed with a decade before she passed, and she made sure she had a will set just in case anything happened to her. And instead, she will divide her assets between our children, and Jake got his cut as he was already 21. He used that money to put a down payment on a condo, and he also got his mother's car. But the will stated that my daughter was to get all of my wife's jewelry. That included a vintage gold ring with a diamond that had a little blue sapphire on each side of it. The ring has been passed down for generations in my wife's family. It was originally her grandmother's wedding band. Her husband was a jeweler and handcrafted the ring for her himself. And it was passed down to my wife's mother when her grandmother died, and then to my wife herself when her mother passed away. Along with it, any and all other jewelry was to go to my daughter. When my wife passed, my grief was intense. But I powered through it for the sake of my family, and they supported me 100%. So the betrayal from my son was just a rusty knife in the back for me. For the past 8 months, Jake has been dating Sarah. She has my son wrapped around her finger, and she loves jewelry and she adorns herself with it a lot. My son mentioned the family jewels my wife left his sister to Sarah one day, and Sarah really wanted to see them. So Jake went into my room when no one was home and showed them to her. He later admitted to me he'd done this, and I was angry. But I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. Jake came to me a week ago and begged for that ring from his mother's family jewel so that he could propose with it. He said Sarah had fallen in love with the ring when she saw it before, and he just knew it'd be the perfect ring to ask her to marry him with. He seemed completely convinced I'd be jumping for joy for him wanting to propose, but instead I told him that I was not the one to ask as the ring belongs to Amber, and I wouldn't have him pressuring her to give it up either. For a fair chance, I'd allowed him to explain his reasons and asked her for it once, but only once, without pressuring her, and if she refuses for any reason, that will be the end of it. Jake agreed and asked Amber for the ring right in front of me, but she told him no because she wanted to keep it in the family jewels and has always loved that ring. To her, it's priceless. She couldn't bear to ever give it up. I told Jake that was that and to not press the matter further. Jake left looking very unhappy about not getting the ring, but I thought he'd let it go and look into finding a similar one. But he came back another day while I was at work to talk to his sister after she got home from school. He and Amber got into a huge fight about the ring, and Amber called me crying. I called Jake and told him to get out of my house and leave his sister alone. Jake yelled at me that he should have just as much right to the ring as his sister, because my wife was his mother too. But I reminded him he got a lot of his mother's money and her car. The jewelry is Amber's and only hers. He hung up on me, and Amber soon texted me that he left very angry. Later, right before I left for work, my daughter called and told me that Jack came back. He walked in dressed in a suit, went into my room and took something, then left without saying anything to Amber. She tried to keep him from leaving, but he shoved her out of the way. I rushed home as soon as my shift was over and checked my wife's jewelry box. The ring was gone. I immediately called Jake, but he didn't answer. her. So I messaged him that I'll get the police involved if he doesn't return the ring. Using it to propose won't stop me from taking it back. That finally made him talk to me, and he tried to say I couldn't do that to him because he's my son. I said I can and will because he outright stole the ring, and he'd better bring it back right away or I would take drastic measures. Well, he phoned me right after that, and in a whisper he said that it was too late. He'd taken his girlfriend out to dinner and proposed to her with the ring. He hadn't had it for more than an hour by this point, yet the ring was already on her finger. I said that was his problem. He sold the ring, he can bring it back. It's not his, and I will do whatever it takes to make sure it's returned. And if that means going to police and blowing the whole situation up, then so be it. I'll file a report, I'll even get a lawyer. Jake started crying and saying I couldn't do this to him. I told him tough luck. He stole from both his sister and dead mother. I would not back down until the ring was returned. Jake wouldn't stop crying and making excuses, so I told him to have the ring back by morning or I would be moving forward with legal action. Jake is my son, but he still broke the law, and I couldn't overlook what he did. He said he'd be in by the morning to talk and ended the call while crying even more. Well, Jake did show up in the morning and brought his girlfriend with him to try and guilt us. Turns out, she not only knew he stole the ring, she wanted to keep it anyway, because she was completely in love with the ring since she first laid eyes on it. I told her I didn't care. She could have a jeweler make a copy of it or something, but the original doesn't belong to her, it belongs to my daughter and deceased wife. Jake begged me one more time not to make her give it back, but I and my daughter stood firm. Return the ring or face police and maybe even a potential lawsuit. Jake's girlfriend pulled the ring off her finger and dropped it in my daughter's hand, called me an evil bastard, then left my house in tears. Jake started screaming at me that I may have just destroyed his relationship. I retorted him that he did this to his own relationship by stealing a ring that didn't belong to him. What kind of son steals from his own sister and dead mother? That is beyond terrible. Jake had nothing more to say to me and walked out to follow after his girlfriend. I didn't get anyone else involved in the situation, but Jake did. He tried getting support from friends and family, but he got the exact opposite reaction he'd hoped for. They were all mad at him over what he'd done. I got many phone calls and messages from people offering me condolences and saying they were not on Jake's side. I tried to do damage control, but now everybody knows. It's been a week now and Jake refuses to speak to me. I've sent him detailed pictures of the ring just in case he wanted a jeweler to replicate it, but making a copy would be very expensive unless he used fake stones, and thus far there has been no response. I don't know what the situation is with his girlfriend, if she even still is his girlfriend after what happened, but I stand by the fact that Jake had to return the ring. I have since had all of my wife's jewelry placed in a safety deposit box that only I have access to, and the jewelry will remain there until my daughter is 21. It may even stay there if she wants to keep it safe that way. I know I'm in the right to have reclaimed the ring, however, I don't want my son to hate me, and I don't want the family to hate him. If anyone has any advice as to how to better mediate this situation without me giving away the ring or spending lots of money, I'm all ears.
Am I the asshole for breaking up with my friends with benefits before dating another girl? I, 25 male, have been friends with Mira, 25 female, since our college days. We moved to the same city for a job and became good friends. We got apartments close to each other in the same building and would hang out together regularly. One thing led to another and we started hooking up. Mira confessed early on that she has feelings for me and if we should date officially. However, I was 22 and I was confused about it. Hence, I asked if we could just keep it casual, and this turned into a very long situationship. We do all the things that couples do, like going out to eat together, take vacations together, and also visit each other's parents on holidays. Wow. We refer to each other as best friends, but everyone knew what was going on. Over the last few months, I started catching feelings for one of my coworkers, Allie. She is way out of my league, but surprisingly, she also started giving me hints and flirting with me at work. We started texting and eventually I asked her out on a real date. I realized I liked Allie a lot after our first date and wanted to make sure I break things with Mira before things moved on further with Allie. I sat Mira down and told her that I want to date Allie, and I would like to stop the B part of our friends with benefits. I still love her as a friend, but I want to date Allie seriously. Mira reacted as if I were asking for her kidney. She started bawling, calling me names, and telling me she will expose me to my family and friends for cheating with her. She tells me talking and going on a date with Allie is cheating. I tried to explain to her that although we were exclusive so far, we never agreed on the relationship part. Mira keeps on saying that we did everything a couple would do for the last 3 years, and I should have told her about dating someone else, and I kept her in the dark. She has since posted on social media that someone cheated on her and how sad she feels and how she deserves so much better. All of my friends, including my sister and my cousins, are messaging on her posts and sending her messages to be strong. I am sure most of them might be thinking I'm an asshole who was the cheater. At the same time, she is begging me to reconsider dating Allie and telling me how happy we are together and sending me pictures from our vacations, family, etc. Allie has no idea about Mira, but I do not feel I did anything wrong since I stopped the friends with benefits relationship before things escalated with Allie. Allie and I are planning to go on a date this weekend again, and our texts have gotten very flirty now. Dear Reddit, I want to know if I'm an asshole in this situation and what I should do to handle it differently. I'm confused if I need to tell Allie about Mira before our next date. I broke up with Mira even before I kissed Allie, so in my mind I did not cheat or do anything wrong. I plan to tell her, but I feel like telling her at this stage might just scare her away. I'm sorry, when I read the whole part about spending holidays with each other's parents, that kind of made me look at the little, made me look at it a little funny. He also says he broke up with Mira, but you don't break up with the friends with benefits. You break up with someone you're in a relationship with, right? I'm confused. But what happened? That was gonna happen. Going on vacations, spending holidays with the family, that's just wild. Whoa. This is the second top comment. You're the asshole. Relationships are defined by the dynamics, not just the labels you attach to them. 3 years of intimate companionship, shared holidays, and mutual support, that's a relationship by any other name. If you wanted a simple friends with benefits, the moment Mira's feelings became apparent should have been your cue to reevaluate the situation. By not doing so, you've allowed her to invest emotionally in what you saw as casual, setting her up for heartbreak. While Allie might not be directly involved in this past drama, complete transparency will be crucial going forward. If she discovers the depth of your previous entanglement from someone other than you, it'll only sow distrust in your new relationship. As for Mira, it's time for some serious reflection on how your actions affected others. If you value the remnants of that friendship, a sincere apology is long overdue. But let's be honest, you've likely eclipsed the point of no return. I don't know. What do you guys think? What is everyone's thoughts here? Because this is... wow.
Just to clarify a couple of things where people have said that I'm the asshole for booking 2 aisle seats. The first row of seats in the middle column, learned today that it's called a bulkhead, on this aircraft is adjacent to the second row of seats on either side and not the first row. Her husband had the aisle seat in this second row, but no legroom, across the aisle to where I was sitting. So if she had moved to my aisle seat that I had offered her initially, both she and her husband would be in the aisle seats next to each other with an aisle in between, of course. Both my wife and I are tall people who prefer aisle seats with leg space. Like I already mentioned, that was the plan for me to move into the middle seat if the passenger who got it wanted to exchange. So I'm not sure what the difference it would have made if we just booked an aisle in a middle. This couple couldn't have been seated together regardless. So are we still the asshole?
I paid a random guy to stalk me to get my boyfriend jealous. This is not my story time. It's sending me on Instagram. I repeat, this is not my story time. My boyfriend's already tried to break up with me 4 times this month. So I needed to think of a plan to make him jealous so that he could want to be with me. Here's a little backstory on how we met. He and I both come from the same country and we actually lived in the same neighborhood. His parents moved to the US and then my parents moved to the US. So when we got there, luckily we knew his family and it was really nice because my parents had somebody they could rely on. Well, can you probably guess? I had the biggest crush with him. I was literally in love with him from the time I met him when we were back in our country. When we would play as kids, I was like 10. But when we moved to the States, I was 16. So I was a little bit more grown up. I was hoping that he would see me and fall in love with me at first sight. But unfortunately, it didn't happen like that. Instead, I waited until we were in college. I had a faux glow up at this point. I grew out my hair and I stopped coloring it blonde. I got myself a skincare routine and I just decided to dress more feminine. I was 20 years old. I looked like a whole different person and I looked like a woman. He had been traveling for about a year and finally he came back. And the day he came back, our parents decided to have dinner together. And when he saw me again for the first time, he actually did a double take. It's like he almost didn't recognize who I was. Throughout the dinner, he kept staring at me, and finally at the end of the night, I told him that I liked him. This is when he told me that he had never thought of me that way, and I asked him if we could just hang out for the week. He said yes. And by the end of the week, he asked me to be his girlfriend. And this is where I messed up. I started becoming really jealous and controlling. I realized that he had a lot of girlfriends, and he just always was hanging out with his friends. He was always texting his friend group, and I just felt like he wasn't giving me enough attention. So I told him that he needed to spend more time with me and less time with his friends. And he agreed. One night while he was taking a nap, I installed an app on his phone that lets me track him. The app also forwards all of his messages over to my phone. This This just made me feel better about the relationship. But then he started accusing me of being controlling. I guess me telling him to hang out with me more and less with his friends was not good. And also I told him to stop talking to his girlfriends. Then he broke up with me, and I was devastated. Now look, yes, I was a little bit jealous and controlling, but I mean, come on. All relationships are like that. So I came up with a plan. I went up to this random guy in my college, and I told him that if he stalked me, I would pay him $100 a week. I just wanted him to send me text messages, emails, and pictures of myself. Like he was following me around, and he would just like take a picture and then send it to me. And then I started forwarding all of that to my ex, and it actually started to work. He said that he wanted to protect me, so he started spending more time with me. He would always make sure that I got home safe. Then I told him that my stalker spoke to me and that he was actually cute, and that maybe I should just date my stalker instead of him. He drove all the way to my house and asked me to be his girlfriend again. Everything was okay for a little bit, but then I started getting jealous again. Like I said, he's tried to break up with me 4 times this month. So I told him that my stalker came back. I kind of feel bad for lying about the stalker. I don't want him to break up with me. Am I crazy for doing this? What do you think?
I am so angry at my mother-in-law right now. So we decided to try and be a family this weekend. See, because it's Easter, we thought we would do a nice little Easter trail for the kids. The adults can kind of get together, have a few Easter cocktails, just try to be a normal family, okay? Which can I say is quite hard when you have a narcissistic mother-in-law. One thing about me is I love planning stuff. My house is the central hub for all family gatherings. I love going on Pinterest and recreating loads of stuff. Like, I just love planning. It makes me so happy. My husband Mark actually said to me, like, oh my god, about a year ago that, oh my god, you really influenced my mum to start like planning things. Like, she never used to love it, but now she does. Like, she saw how much you loved it and really took inspiration, and I thought, she wants to be me. Basically, my mother-in-law really wanted to plan this Easter egg hunt with all of the grandkids. See, I'm not a control freak like my mother-in-law, so obviously I was like, yeah, of course you can plan it. Like, we can do it at my house. Come round and, you know, plan it all, basically. She did. She started coming round and where to, like, hide the eggs. It was quite cute, to be honest. And we did almost bond. One thing I did keep saying to her during this process is, please remember, my child's really allergic and sensitive to a lot of stuff. She knows this. I mean, there's not even that much. There's maybe, like, 5 bits of food and, like, ingredients that he can't have at all. And one of them being cocoa beans. So obviously I was asking her, like, do you want me to go and get like this special Easter eggs that we can get him, or how are you gonna get around this Easter egg hunt so he doesn't pick up the wrong ones? She's like, no, I can go get the special Easter eggs. I'll make sure it's all color coded so we make sure he gets the right ones. And I thought, like, whatever, I'll trust her for this time. It's okay. So today came and she wanted to surprise all the adults with it as well. So me and Mark and all of the siblings and grandchildren went out for a like Good Friday breakfast. She could set up the whole house, and to be fair, she did a great job. We came in, it looked amazing. The kids absolutely loved it. Now, even though I weren't necessarily worried, I still did double check that she had the correct names, and she yelled at me. She was like, stop controlling what I'm doing. Like, I know my grandson's allergic to stuff. Put him in danger. I don't need your help. So the Easter egg hunt finished, and all the kids kind of had their eggs on the floor and were counting them out to see who won, and they were also eating them. As this was happening, I noticed one of the grandkids had different eggs to everyone else, and you would like to think this was my son, and it wasn't. Easter eggs looked exactly the same in the exact same wrapping as all of the other kids. One of the other kids had a different one. So just calmly take one off my son, look at the ingredients, look around it, and he has ones with cocoa beans in it. I really calmly asked my son how many of these he has had. Replies 3. They're obviously only these like tiny ones. He hasn't had 3 full Easter eggs. Obviously that is way enough to cause a reaction. I literally grab him, pull him into the car while screaming, obviously, and my mother-in-law, you didn't check hard enough. My son has the incorrect one. This is all stemmed from her refusing to ask for help. If she simply let me double check and let other people get involved, wouldn't have happened. But she feels the need to do everything by herself.
Am I wrong for not allowing my girlfriend to be a stay-at-home mom even though I could afford to? Unbiased opinion before I read anything, yes. But let's continue. My 29 male girlfriend, 23 Emily, and I have been dating for 4 years. Okay, a little sus. She was 19 and you were 25. You may have been talking to her when she was, you're not illegal, but it's legal, but still iffy for me. Anyways, my 29 male, girlfriend 23 female, Emily and I have been dating for 4 years and have lived together since last October. She graduated from college last year and was able to get a job that paid an okay salary for an entry-level position. She didn't like the job too much, but she mentioned that it had good opportunities for promotions and would look good on her resume. So she hoped to move on to more interesting work that she is more passionate about soon. This January, my girlfriend became pregnant with a girl by accident. It was unplanned and we considered abortion but decided to keep the baby. We have since been preparing for birth. We have good relationships with both both my and her parents. Both set of parents have said they'd be willing to babysit our daughter for free. Wait, your guys' parents would charge you to watch your kids? Oh. Okay, I see. Can't relate, but okay. Recently, my girlfriend told me that she would like to quit her job after the baby is born to be a stay-at-home mom. Her reasons for doing so were the following. 1. She's getting very attached to our baby even though it's not born yet. And the idea of dropping her off to a babysitter, even if that babysitter is one of our parents who we all know would take good care of her, it makes her want to cry. Her mom was a stay-at-home mom, which allowed her to have home-cooked meals every day and do lots of fun stuff that she couldn't do with the babysitter. She wants to provide the same experience for our daughter. 3. She no longer likes her job and is unsure if she wants to even continue down the same career path. She regrets her major in accounting and wishes she had majored in something she is passionate about instead of something that just makes good money. 4. I recently got a promotion to a supervisor position in my company that came with a pay raise of nearly $40,000, so I can afford to support her and our daughter. 5. She didn't say it, but one of her friends recently gave birth and became a stay-at-home mom, so I'm sure that influenced her decision. She also tried to convince me by saying that she could cook all of my favorite meals and do all of the chores. I said no for a few reasons. 1. We were planning to buy a house in the next couple of years, and with me being the only one working, that would set us back years in getting one. 2. I grew up poor. During my entire childhood, I only went to the movie theaters a couple of times because my parents could not afford to take me out to do fun stuff like that often, for example. I got a pair of new shoes once a year and bought my clothes from Walmart. With both of our incomes, we have been able to enjoy a very nice lifestyle. We both drive nice cars, go shopping, order nice restaurants or the movies regularly, and have also been on some nice trips and vacations. With only one income, we would have to curtail our spending by a lot. With both of us working, we can keep our current lifestyle even after the baby. There are many things I still want to do and places I want to go to, and we would have to put all of our life plans on hold for several years since my income alone would not be enough. So we would have to wait until I got even more raises or save for a long time. 3. I just don't want the pressure of being the only person to provide for my family. Well, no offense, I get your points, but right there, that's called being a man. Providing for your family, that's the pressure you get. Women get the pressure of getting pregnant, giving birth, destroying your body. This is your pressure. Okay? Can't compare, but okay. Also, while telling her no, I might have said that the reason why she was feeling so attached to the baby was pregnancy hormones and they would soon pass. So yeah, not my best choice of words. I mentioned this to my friends and family. I've been told by some people that a true man provides for his family. Adar! And that I'm evil for wanting to separate a mother from her baby when I could afford to let her stay at home. So, am I the asshole? Yeah, my opinion don't change. Did you not talk about this before accidentally becoming pregnant or whatever? These are discussions you should have with someone. Hey, if we ever decide to have children in the future, how would you like to go about this? Do you want to continue working? Do you want to be a stay-at-home mom? Do you know what that looks like for us if you decide to be a stay-at-home mom? You make a pros and cons list, right? To have a mom at home and to be able to have a roof over your head, if you can afford it, which sounds like you can, you just have to give up some luxuries that you have in life, I would do it. Okay, you can't go on 2 vacations a year, go on 1. It makes a big difference being home with your child than giving them to someone else. So I understand that point. What I really took away from this is that you and your girlfriend are very, very unprepared to bring a child into this world, because you guys are having problems now. Wait until you have a baby and you lose all your sleep. Your house is a mess. Her hormones are out of control. Good luck.
Update for Am I the Asshole for telling my husband's affair baby's family to either come and get the kid or I'm calling CPS. I'm no longer divorcing Roger. There were complications from his heart attack and he passed away. I'm conflicted. He was the love of my life, but also a cheating piece of trash. To the best of my knowledge, the mother will not be returning from Europe. The child is currently with her parents. They asked me what I wanted to do. Why are they asking you what you want to do with a baby that has nothing to do with you? This is their child's child, their grandchild. They should be asking themselves, what are we going to do? The family asked me what I wanted to do. I recommended adoption. Not that I adopt the child, but that they put the child up for adoption. They didn't like that suggestion. Neither did my children. Well, then they can keep the baby. I don't understand what the problem is. The one person who has no biological relation, no type of relationship or ties to this child is the one person that wants nothing to do with this child, but that's the one person everybody wants to take care of this child. That is fucking ridiculous. If you guys feel so strongly about the baby, then one of y'all need to step up and adopt the child. They said I'm being cold and cruel. I suggested that since the child was related to them and not to me, that they step up. Neither has accepted that suggestion either. I fucking bet they didn't. I fucking bet. I was the sole beneficiary of Roger's estate, so I imagine lawyers will be involved in getting the child some sort of support. I will pay whatever is ordered by the court out of the estate. I will not pay 1 cent out of my own money. That's all I have to say on this matter. Girl, this is fucking insane. The fact that you are having to fight everybody because you do not want to care for a child that's not yours. That is insane. You had nothing to do with this child. It is not your fault that your children's father is a lying, cheating piece of shit. It is not your fault that these people's daughter cheated with the married man and then decided to leave when she couldn't handle being a mom. That's not none of your fault. None of that has anything to do with you. You have no type of responsibility to this child. None whatsoever. Now, I'm sorry that your husband has passed away. Like, I know, even though he's a lying, cheating piece of shit, clearly you still had feelings for him and you're grieving. So I am sorry that your husband passed away. I am. But, girl, go on vacation. I need you to just go ahead and just book you a vacation somewhere for a couple weeks. Just go and sit by the beach or get a spa. And I want you to drink until you can't feel your toes. Because, mommy, you need it. You need it. This shit is not okay, and you do not deserve to have to go through this.
Will I be the asshole if I told my friend his online bully is his girlfriend? I, 30 female, know a couple. Let's call them Blair, 28 female, and Ben, 30 male. I've known them both separately before they met and started dating. They were in love pretty fast and became a couple. We always thought that they were perfect for each other, both attractive, fun, energetic people who were crazy about each other, and also great friends to the rest of us. Important note, we are all from different countries living as expats in a country. So after a while, Ben had some family problems back home, which required him to fly back to be with his family. But this would be temporary. Blair has always been great, supportive, and understanding towards Ben. He would always go around saying how happy he was and how proud he was of his relationship. I met Blair recently for a little girls' outing. It's been about 5 to 6 months since Ben left. After a few drinks, she told me that she had made a fake Instagram account to test her boyfriend. I thought it was weird, but I didn't say much. She said he didn't reply and blocked the fake account, which should have been the end of her test, in my opinion. She continued to tell me that she used another fake account to add him and call him names like ugly, good for nothing, etc., etc. Pretty bad stuff. I was flabbergasted and could not believe what the F was happening. I asked her why on earth she'd do such a thing. Her explanation was that she is the best girlfriend he can have, and she just wanted to remind him how great she is so he can appreciate her more. Will I be the asshole if I told my friend his online bully is his girlfriend? She wanted to show him how horrible the dating pool is and how he should hold on to her tight. I told her this was insane, but she continued to tell me no, and this is nothing harmful. Ben had told me about a fake account messaging him, but I didn't know it was her. Ben assumed it was an ex who was proven to be stalking weirdo. Now I know that it's not her. It's actually his loving girlfriend. I told Blair she needs to stop, and I would love to help her work on the issues that make her act like this. I tried to help explain how this will eventually ruin her relationship and Ben's confidence as well. But she is not listening, so I told her if she didn't stop, I would go ahead and tell Ben everything. I have screenshots of us discussing this matter over text, how she's not willing to stop. Would I be the asshole if I told Ben everything? My boyfriend says Ben needs to know, and I totally agree because nobody deserves to be treated this way. But some of my friends back home told me not to tell him, but instead convince her to come clean, which I've been trying to no avail. So, will I be the asshole?
Am I the asshole for uninviting my cousin, brother, uncle, and dad to my wedding over a prank? I, female 22, grew up in a family where men prank and tease each other. Ever since my fiance, Tim, 23, and I got engaged, my cousin, brother, dad, and uncle joked about running some tests to see what type of man Tim is. They'd done some stuff like forcing him to play chess 4 times in a row, secretly slash his tires to see if he'd fix it himself like a man or get help from those lazy guys. They asked him questions like what joke he'd like to tell his future mother-in-law, his opinions on abortion, Jesus, gender equality, etc. They also tested his fishing and hunting skills. overwhelmed him with hypothetical scenarios, test his decision-making abilities or mental strength. They kept calling him slow and soft, but he has a medical condition, which is asthma, but they think he's making excuses. I demanded they stop, but Dad said this is just typical stuff men challenge each other with and said that I was ruining the fun. Last week, they took Tim on a 3-day trip and hid his inhaler. He left them and returned in 7 hours and told me. I was seething after he said they admitted to hiding it as a challenge. I exploded on them when they returned. Cousin asked if little Timmy ran to me to tattle. I yelled that all 4 of them are uninvited to my wedding. My brother freaked out, saying it was a prank and they were going to give it back. Dad said they'll apologize if I insist, but Tim will have lost the little respect they gained for him, and in their eyes will always be the soft college kid who's not up for the challenge. I called him and the others awful, and then I left. My cousin is begging that we talk. My uncle has been quiet, but Dad is so mad, and now he's getting Mom involved to get me to reconsider the decision. But I refused to reinvite them. Mom is saying that I'm exaggerating and should let the bygones be bygones and not let this ruin my relationship with my family.
Am I the asshole for going off on my wife for commenting about our 3-week-old daughter's looks? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I will list the source in the caption of this video. My daughter, our second child, is 3 weeks old. Pre-pregnancy, my wife was diagnosed with general anxiety disorder and depression. In the days since birthing our baby girl, is most definitely experiencing postpartum depression. Our first child, our son, looks so much like her. In fact, if you look at baby photos of my wife, they look almost exactly like our son's baby photos. And my wife is a looker, so my son is damn cute. Our daughter got a bit more of my side's gene pool. Her hairline kinda has a widow's peak, which I've had since I was a baby. Her lips are relatively thin, like me. Her nose is a little larger than our son's was. I have a Middle Eastern classic hook nose. Nearly every day in my daughter's 21 days on this earth, my wife has made comments to baby girl about how she's so sad she got daddy's features. Some of the things my wife has said to baby girl are, "Don't worry, I'll get you a nose job as soon as you're old enough. I wish you had gotten more of my features. My family is beautiful and all of the women are timeless. Your dad's family, not so much. Son has beautiful pouty lips and you got stuck with those pencil lips. Ooh, it's really tough being a girl." Up until yesterday, I was taking a softer approach with comments like, "Okay, be nice." Part 2. Am I the asshole for going off on my wife for commenting about our 3-week-old daughter's looks? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I will list the source in the caption of this video. Up until yesterday, I was taking a softer approach with comments like, "Okay, be nice," and "Okay, chillax." But today I had enough and just snapped and yelled at her for like 5 minutes straight, and I cursed quite a bit too. The gist of my statements were, I don't care if she can't understand what you're saying. Stop putting that shit into the universe. Son can understand you, so stop this garbage. I can understand you, so stop putting this shit in my head and making me listen to it. Yeah, life on girls is tough in this world, especially when their mom is shitting all over their appearance. She's fucking 3 weeks old and is still perfect and noble and hasn't hurt a goddamn soul. Stop projecting onto her. You regularly tell me how your mom fucked up your psyche with all of her comments about your appearance, so why the fuck are you doing the same to baby girl? I recognize that her part in the comments stem from anxiety and depression, as well as her postpartum depression, and I also recognize that there is a lot of stems from her mom's influence on her psyche. I also recognize that the yelling and berating people is rarely the right thing. So, am I the asshole for going off on my wife for commenting about our 3-week-old daughter's looks? Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Am I the asshole for meeting with my dad even though he stole my brother's wife? I honestly can't even believe that I'm posting this because sometimes it just feels like I've walked out of a bad story. But pretty much I have 2 siblings, my sister Cass and my brother Mark. Our parents divorced when I was young, like about 10 years old, and we split time between the both of them. Cass has always been closer to our dad and she's never liked our brother Mark, to the point of claiming things about Mark that just are really hard to believe. However, no matter how much she's disliked our brother Mark, she's always loved me. 5 years ago, it turned out that Mark's wife Jane had been cheating on him for a while with our father. It obviously caused a lot of chaos in our family. Cass sided with our dad and moved in with him, and I sided with Mark, and Mark moved in with our mom. But even though I sided with Mark, I still kept in contact with Cass, and Mark was totally fine with that. And I had not seen my dad since he dropped off my sister for Mother's Day. Am I the asshole for meeting with my dad even though he stole my brother's wife? And I had not seen my dad since he dropped off my sister for Mother's Day and he was with Jane. I was outside walking home and he was driving by, and for some reason I agreed to have coffee with them. I don't know why. It was an extremely tense conversation between us, and I told him that he will not be invited to my wedding, and I didn't know if I wanted to ever get to know him and Jane's kids. Oddly enough, he told me that I did the right thing by choosing my brother's side over his in the situation. It was weird, but we stayed for about half an hour, and then my dad dropped me off at the front door of my mom's house. And when he was dropping me off, Mark was looking outside the window, so he saw me getting out of my dad's car. And ever since then, he's been extremely snippy and just sassy towards me. I definitely think it's because he's mad that I was talking to my dad. So I just want to know, am I the asshole for talking to my dad?
Am I the asshole for switching to regular milk to prove my lactose intolerant roommate keeps stealing from me? Me and two other guys share an apartment together and we split all the bills. The only thing we don't split costs on is groceries. Everyone's in charge of buying their own food and we don't touch whatever doesn't belong to us in the fridge. We put our names on everything so no one gets mixed up. This issue has been going on for almost a year and I'm sick of it. One of my roommates, R, keeps stealing my food. I get home from work and containers with my leftovers are sometimes missing. They have my name written on it. Or my stuff finishes too quick. My gallon of milk, for example. I buy almond milk because I like the taste, but it seems to finish after a week even though I've drank it only once or twice. I confronted R about this lots of times, and that's caused a lot of arguments. He outright denies it and tells me I'm crazy even though it's so obvious. My other roommate and I carpool together because we both work the same early morning shifts around the same area, so I know it's not him. It's always after we get back home and R is already left for work, so that I notice my food is gone. My roommates also had a similar problem, but not as often as I do. I'm guessing because R doesn't like what he buys. The funny thing is, R buys a lot for himself and is even more stingy about his food. He will literally point out what's his when he comes back from grocery shopping and tells us to not touch it. Last week, my milk was nearly empty again and I got fed up. I went to the liquor store and bought regular dairy milk. I drank what was left of my almond milk and refilled the gallon with the one I bought. This was to catch/prove R is the one stealing since he's lactose intolerant. The next day, Saturday, we get back from work and R is pissed. He yelled at me that he was stuck in the bathroom for 40 minutes with diarrhea because of my milk. He was using it to make a shake. I only responded with, "So then you're the one who's been stealing." He freaking exploded. Yeah, he admitted he was sometimes drinking my milk and eating my food, but he was even more mad that I switched milks than the fact that he was caught. I told him I wouldn't have done that if he just stopped taking my stuff from the fridge or at least told the truth instead of trying to make it seem like I was making it up. My roommate backed me up and thought it was kind of funny he got payback for stealing from us. It's a little tense right now, and my room told me R is trying to convince him to agree to kick me out. Little does he know, we're both looking to move somewhere else together because we are sick of his shit. I told somebodies what happened, and a few think that I was an asshole for that. I feel like I'm not in the wrong here. He was taking my food and not even owning up to it, and I want to prove it. Does that make me the asshole?
My wife had an affair, but I can't divorce her because I'll be the one going broke. Disclaimer, this is not my story, this is an anonymous submission. I, 35 male, found out my wife of 11 years, Grace, 36 female, is having an affair. We've been together for 16 years and have 3 kids, 15 male and twin girls 14. For the last few months since her breast augmentation and tummy tuck, Grace has been distant. At first I thought it was because she was recovering from her procedure, but after her recovery nothing changed. I always felt like her wanting a mommy makeover came out of nowhere, but I have always been a firm believer in doing what makes you happy. So I gave her the okay to schedule it, and I paid for it. I took 3 weeks off during her recovery, and I assumed all roles that she took, cooking and carpooling for the kids. A few weeks ago, I went through her phone while she was in the shower. I wanted to send myself some of the photos from our son's last football game, and I saw inappropriate conversations with my business partner, Chaz. This affair has been going on for a few months, before her surgery even. My whole world came crashing down. What hurt the most is she didn't even acknowledge that I have been pulling away from her recently. I have spoken with multiple attorneys, but they have let me know despite the evidence I have from the affair, it would be more costly for me to go forward with a divorce than to just wait it out. Part 2. My wife had an affair, but I can't divorce her because I'll be the one going broke. Disclaimer, this is not my story, this is an anonymous submission. I have spoken with multiple attorneys, but they have let me know, despite the evidence I have from her affair, it would be more costly for me to go forward with a divorce than it is to just wait it out a few more years until our last child becomes 18. Since we do not have a prenuptial agreement, I still have to pay child support for our 3 kids as well as alimony because she has been a housewife since before we were married, unless I am able to convince her to sign a postnuptial agreement. After talks with various attorneys, I know my best course of action is to stay married for the next 4 years before filing. I'm devastated that my kids will no longer know what it means to grow up with both parents. I know I can push my feelings aside to be present for all of the moments for my kids, but I worry Grace won't be able to. Either because she'll be bitter about her divorce and what she gets after, or because Chaz will suffer the same financial future as me. And I'm not looking forward to funding their future for the years to come. I let Chaz's wife know about the affair, and she has also spoken with a lawyer about her best course of action. I agreed to keep quiet about the affair until she can get her things in order. She will be hiring a PI to document the affair. After she has started the divorce process, I will be able to talk to Grace. Due to our strict integrity clause, Chaz will be forced to sell his portion of the company to me. Half of this money will go to Chaz's wife, but if I'm lucky, I'll be able to keep this if we file for divorce before the...
Would I be the asshole for wanting to walk my daughter down the aisle by myself? So my wife, 43 female, and I, 44 male, adopted my daughter when she was 14, along with her 2 bio brothers, 8 and 6. We adopted them all so they could be kept together, and I love them with all my heart. Now my daughter is 25 and married and getting married to Dan, who is a great guy, and they've been dating for 3 years now and just got engaged 8 months ago. My wife has been helping my daughter plan everything and doing the regular mom and daughter wedding things while my son's 19 and 17 and I just do as we're told and try to help out when we can. They're doing a small wedding, but I'm paying for a third, and so is her fiance's father, Dan's dad, and the happy couple is doing the other third. Now my daughter had us all go out to a fancy dinner 2 days ago with her fiance, and that's when she told us that she would like myself and her mother, my wife, to walk her down the aisle. She says that she's so happy to have found her forever home with us and how she loves us both so much and wants us to both give her away. My wife was ecstatic and said yes while I just nodded and tried to hide the hurt I felt. I've always dreamed of giving my daughter away as I think it's a precious moment that should just be between the father and daughter. No one seems to have caught on about my hurt yet, but I want to talk to my wife about it and to see if she could step down and let me have it. So would I be the asshole?
Mom has been actively trying to unalive herself since I told her. My mom gave up everything to raise me, and I'm not going to say I'm ungrateful. She was 15 when I was born, and her parents tried to force her to abort and went so far as bringing her to a clinic, but she fought the orderlies and actually ended up in a juvenile detention for a chunk of her pregnancy, after which she was disowned by her family. Then, when the birth went badly, she ended up needing a hysterectomy. So I was her only kid, and basically ruined her dream of having a big family and living the life she'd always been told she'd have. She worked hard to give me the things that she had growing up. I got the bedroom in our apartment and she had the couch. She got a job working at a daycare, and with some government assistance and a lot of struggle, she was able to give me the kind of life that she said I was owed by blood. My bedtime stories were always about my family history and some great things my ancestors did. She says we could trace our family history to the Mayflower, and that made us the original American blood. Actually, wrong. Her stories would always end with a fantasy about how, when I had kids, everything would be okay again, and we would get to have a real family and live happily ever after. I do not want kids. I don't like kids. I don't want to be pregnant. I don't want to go through all that shit my mom went through. I never saw her get anything for herself in my whole childhood, unless it was free, like a library book or something. And when I asked about it, she said, "That's what a mother does, and I don't want to be that." She runs her own daycare now, and she's always surrounded by kids. Anyway, so when I told her my husband and I weren't planning on having any kids when we visited for Easter, I kind of figured she would be an adult about it. I mean, we're all adults now. She's in her 40s. This isn't the teenager who told me fantasies, and I'm a person. I'm allowed to make my own decisions. She laughed at first, and then suddenly she was just staring at me with this hatred. I'll never forget the look on her face. It was never something I'd seen from her before, and she just asked, What was it all for then? And got up and walked out. We got a call an hour later that she jumped off a bridge and was in the hospital. Oh my god, what the fudge? Hello? Why didn't she ever consider adopting a baby? Oh, sorry, I forgot, because she wanted to be original Mayflower American blood. As soon as she woke up, she started raging and screaming at everyone to let her die, and she was placed under psychiatric hold where she's been the past month. Every time I visit her, she begs me to let her die, and so I stopped going. I just can't see her like that. She hates me now, and she hates everything, and even though this woman never so much as raised her voice to me, they're saying she's been violent with everyone she comes in contact with. And all she does is ask to die. It's all she says. She tries to hurt herself with everything she gets and actually succeeded in damaging an eye badly. I can't sleep. I can't stop thinking about it. I thought she was happy. I thought she would be glad that I was happy. I have no idea how to cope with this, but I'm not going to have a baby just for her. It wouldn't be fair to me, and it wouldn't be fair to the baby. I just don't know how to stop feeling like I'm the one who did this to her. She did everything for me. She spent every moment from the time she was 15 years old trying to make my life good. She managed to pay for a private high school and have a college fund working in daycare. And I know how insane that is and the toll it took on her. She's had a heart attack before and I love her. I really do. But I don't know how to stop hating myself for something that I don't even think I did wrong.
I think my husband's mistress thinks he is richer than he actually is. My best friend thinks I'm a douche because I am keeping silent.
Oh, and she knows about the mistress, but she's keeping quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I'm ready. I'm on board.
Yeah, husband in quotes because we are not legally married. He, 39, me, 39, mistress, 29, best friend, 39. We have been together for 14 years, living together for 11. He came and told me that he was in love about 3 weeks ago. I was surprised at the lack of fucks I had to give at receiving such information. I did love him, but maybe my love has always been conditional and it's survival dependent on it being reciprocated because it literally vanished the second he confessed to me that he was in love with another woman. He didn't want to separate, but to maybe open the relationship or let his feelings for her subside. I said it was over. It was like I never had feelings for him, ever. He was taken aback by my indifference, which I thought, the audacity? Did he want me to be hurt and suffer? I told him that he should be relieved that he didn't cause pain. Instead, he has been sulking ever since.
What?
Last Friday, I get home and the mistress was there, sitting in my kitchen, sipping my tea.
Oh.
I felt nauseous because seriously?
Yeah, right?
I told them that this wasn't civil at all and to never be in my home again or I would call the cops.
Mm-hmm.
I went to my room and I heard her yelling at him for not standing up for her.
What?
Then I heard her say something very curious. Quote, "Why haven't you kicked her out yet?" He was trying to tell her to lower her voice, whispering, "Later, we can discuss it later."
Oh, God.
She left and he came to me apologizing. He said, quote, "We didn't have sex here if this is what you are scared of. She just dropped by because I was working from home today." I told him he had until the end of March to move out and to find somewhere to be during the weekends. This morning, I changed all of the locks. From now on, he isn't allowed in my place during my working hours. So if he starts later or finishes earlier, well, he needs to wait for me to come home and let him in. But his mistress's words stuck with me. So during the weekend, I've been stalking her social media. I think that she thinks he is rich, or at least that he owns my apartment. I think she also thinks that my parents' summer house and boat are his. Unfortunately, the loser has taken her there, probably bragging about his wealth because her hashtags were all about the good life.
Whoa. These are her parents' house and boat?
Yeah! And he took her there!
Whoa.
Wow. I was telling my best friend all of this, but she was more agitated than indifferent on my behalf. She told me that he was a scum, not telling the mistress the truth. I agreed. I know, right? But then she said I was no better, not explaining to her his situation either. I was dumbfounded, but she was actually serious. I told her that it wasn't my job to bring back the mistress down to earth. My best friend got very angry and demanded that I give her the mistress's username so that she could warn her. No, I said. She called me, quote, "a bigger douche than he is then."
What?
I don't know what's going on with these people. Have they gone mad? Or have I? When did our moral compass go askew like this? Can someone tell me I'm not insane?
Okay, let me try to go backwards. Best friend.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Best friend, why did you say you're a bigger asshole than the husband? But before you said that, I get where you're coming from. Yes, someone does need to warn this mistress and tell her that this is a lie. And it's also not her responsibility, the wife's responsibility. So wife, let the best friend do it. But best friend, don't say the wife is worse than the husband. This husband is obviously a loser.
Yeah.
And the mistress, I honestly don't even really fault her. She has been led very astray by what the husband has told her, at least.
I honestly feel really evil because I just feel like it's karma. I would throw it in her face. Like, that's just me.
Sure.
But I would almost be like, hey, he's lying to you. Take this as a lesson. And next time, be a girl's girl.
Yeah.
Like, it
right,
doesn't pay to be a pick-me. You're never going to win if you're the mistress because, hey, he splits from the wife. You now become the wifey. A position just opened, girl. He's going to fill the mistress role sooner than later.
My wife has applied to be a surrogate without my knowledge. My wife, 31 female, walks up to me, 35 male, this morning and proceeds to tell me she applied and was approved to be a surrogate mother. We have been married for 2 years, together for 7. We have 2 kids of our own and have been trying for a third. She's a stay-at-home mom. I provide for the family. I'm clearly agitated by the situation. I'm not yelling and screaming mad, but I'm upset. This decision affects our entire family. Not only have we been trying for our own baby, but this is going to be hard on our family, on our relationship, on her body, her mental health, and emotional health. I've expressed all of this to her, and all she can come up with is that she thinks it's a selfless act to help another family, which I understand it helps another family, but at what cost? Her marriage? Her kids? I can't stop what I'm doing to take care of her when she's pregnant, especially if it's not my kid. I don't need or want the money. She is to be paid for carrying the child, as we are well off because of what I provide. So please, Reddit, tell me how I'm the asshole. I probably won't update for a while. Ironically, this all had to transpire on Mother's Day. So she's currently out with her mother for the next few hours, and when she gets home, I'm gonna try and do something special for her with our kids. To address all of the, is this real? This has to be fake. No way comments. Y'all, I wish I was kidding. This shit was sprung on me about 2 hours ago. Check my Reddit history. I have less than a handful of posts in over a decade. I can't stand putting my business on public forums. I just wanted to see if I was overreacting according to the masses. I live in the US, Florida to be exact. And I would absolutely believe she got through all of the screenings without fail. Family of 4 in an affluent community, no financial issues, 2 prior pregnancies went without an issue from conception to delivery. She's got good genetics, tall, in shape, takes care of her body. We also just started trying for baby number 3 of our own, and we've never had an issue conceiving within 6 months of tracking ovulation. I'm leaning more towards she lost her mind.
Am I wrong for inviting my mother and her husband to my graduation and not telling them I changed my name? I, 18 female, moved out of my mom's house and in with my grandparents 5 months ago, 2 days after I turned 18. I also changed my last name after the move, which is not something I've mentioned. My reason for changing the name is because they changed it first. I had my dad's last name, but when my mom married when I was 7, they changed mine to go along with theirs. But I never wanted that. But my mom explained that it was important to all have the same name, mostly so her husband would feel like we truly became a family, and so he could claim me more easily to pick me up and things of that nature. But I will always see it as him trying to claim me. He said it so many times that I was his daughter and his kid and stuff like that, and it got so annoying, and I never wanted to be his kid. I never claimed him back. And he'd always get mad when people referred to me as my dad's daughter. Am I wrong for inviting my mother and her husband to my graduation and not telling them I changed my name? He said he was the one raising me, feeding me, and loving me, so he's entitled to be recognized as my dad. But my dad died when I was 5, so that's why I really still want to be his kid. He did not abandon me or walk out. He loved me and he died because of a stupid allergic reaction that left me without the most important guy in my life. But my mom always defended him and told me I should be more appreciative because he could leave us and would I want that? And a few times I did say yes. Sometimes I think my mom wanted to send me off to boarding school so I wouldn't ruin her marriage, and I know they looked into it. I decided they could figure out my name change at the graduation, but then they got an email with my full last name. My mom's husband said I would have left him clueless as I publicly disowned them. I said that's what I've been doing for years and he just never accepted it.
Hi guys.
Boy, do I have a story for you. Last year, I was happy and in love with my boyfriend of 6 years, Stephen. Sure, we weren't perfect. Things had stagnated a little bit sexually after so long together, and we probably didn't set aside quite enough quality time together, but we were still happy. We were living a great life together and had a really good group of people around us too. Two of our favourite people were our, quote, best couple friends, Ella and Joel.
Oh no. Something's gonna happen. Why have you mentioned them? I'm gonna guess a foursome, but that's perhaps too soon.
Joel and Stephen had been best mates for years, long before I even met him, and Ella was Joel's much younger but really lovely girlfriend. The four of us spent so much time together. We went on holidays together, celebrated birthdays together, and split off one-on-one whenever we felt like it. I loved hanging out with Ella whenever the occasion called for it. She felt like a little sister to me. Stephen?
Ella's gonna do something. Oh, I can sense it. Ella, no.
No, don't. Stephen and Ella work in the same industry, marketing. And so when an entry-level job opportunity came up at Stephen's work, he knew she'd be perfect for it. Ella is 9 years younger than Stephen, but is really hungry and driven for career success, so it was kind of a mentor-mentee dynamic. Or at least, I thought it was.
And you thought correct, and that's the end of the segment. Everyone is happy and successful in their careers. The end. That was great, guys. Thank you so much. Really enjoyed my time here.
Once Stephen and Ella started spending so much more time together at work, their dynamic changed. I noticed that they were getting along extremely well. Stephen was open with me about how much he and Ella had in common, and even told me at one stage that he was feeling, quote, guilty about enjoying her company around the office so much.
You can't be saying that. Oh, Stephen, you silly, silly boy.
When he saw that I was concerned, he insisted that it was nothing romantic and that Ella was far too young for him to consider her romantically. I also learned around this time that Joel, Ella's boyfriend, wasn't all that supportive of her. She was complaining that he didn't really take an interest in her career or dreams for the future, and it was obvious to everyone around them that their relationship was starting to falter. Ella and Joel broke up. In my gut, I knew something was about to go very wrong in my own relationship. Within a week, Stephen confessed that he had romantic feelings for Ella.
No! We saw that coming, but I'm still mad. What a shock.
Feelings that were reciprocated on her end, and that he needed time apart to sort his head out. He told me that he wanted to make our relationship work, and that I was his priority still, no matter what. I told him he could have some space, but there was no guarantee I was going to wait around or be someone's second choice. 3 weeks after we broke up, Ella and Stephen moved in together.
Oh my God.
Yes, you read that right. They weren't just together, they were living together.
So fucking fast.
Oh,
Claire, I'm so sorry.
That was 6 months ago.
Oh, no.
I was shell-shocked, heartbroken, sick with grief for my relationship with Steve. It was, without a doubt, the hardest thing that has ever happened to me. The breakup was absolutely brutal on my mind and heart. This was 6 years of my life. And I wasn't just losing someone I adored, I was losing his entire family too. Steve's mum and sister are 2 of my rocks. I love them almost as much as I love him. They were totally blindsided by his behaviour. I cannot stress how out of character it was, and really supported me along the way. Even now, they still invite me out to brunch dates with them because they consider me part of their family. Last week, Steve asked to meet for coffee.
No, go away, Steve. Steve, no. No.
Stay out.
No.
There, he told me that he had made the wrong decision.
Okay. Who cares? Shut up,
Live
Steve.
with your mistakes, Steve.
You did the thing.
He said he lost his mind and blew his life up and that he was brimming with regret.
Good.
I haven't told anyone about the coffee date or what Steve told me yet. I need time and space for my heart and head to align.
I'd love to throw a rejection back in his face as some form of punishment, but what if the main person that I would be punishing is myself? I want your brain's trust to tell me straight. Am I crazy for thinking that we could ever make it work again?
Okay. Well, Claire, firstly, you're not crazy for thinking that.
No,
I think
Claire,
it's common. It'd
You're
be a
not
common thought.
You're not crazy, but you are probably wrong.
Am I the asshole for not caring that my daughter didn't invite me to her wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My 46 male ex-wife, 44 female, and I divorced when my daughter was 3 years old. My ex later remarried and moved to a different state. I had visitation and I tried my best to stay in my daughter's life, but eventually she just didn't want to spend time with me. She had a good life with her mom and stepdad. I paid child support and sent gifts at Christmas time and birthdays. If she needed money for anything, I would give it to her. I met my current wife, 28 female, about 5 years ago. We were friends for a few years before she told me how she felt. We had known each other so long, so our engagement was very short. We were engaged, married, and expecting our son in 1 year. My daughter is now 25 and engaged. My parents asked me about my plans for the wedding and I didn't have any answers because I didn't know about it. I called my ex to find out what was up. She said that her husband was paying for everything and would be walking my daughter down the aisle. I was hurt, but I understood that my adult daughter made her choice. Am I the asshole for not caring that my daughter didn't invite me to her wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I thank my ex-wife for making sure my parents got an invitation, then I went back to my life. I have a newborn that needs my attention, but I've been hearing from her family now. Apparently I'm an asshole who doesn't care that I'm not invited to my daughter's wedding. But that's not true. I chose not to make a big deal about it because I don't want to cause drama over a wedding. But now my ex-in-laws are all on me about not attending. My daughter is on social media saying how I abandoned her and how I'm not making the effort to come because I only care about my replacement family. My daughter, her mom, and stepdad all came to my wedding. When I say I made an effort, I mean I paid for her phone so we could talk. When she got herself a new phone, she changed her number and didn't bother giving me the new number. I took my vacation time in the summer so I could see her. I would make long weekends with my paid time off so I could drive 400 miles or more to see her cheer competitions. I didn't fight when her mom wanted to move to another state with her new husband because he had a good job waiting there.
Would I be the asshole to leave a note for my estranged daughter? I, 65 male, am estranged from my daughter, 36 female. I am completely at fault. Her mother is a narcissist and I was brainwashed by my now ex-wife, recently divorced, into believing my daughter was the problem. But I've seen the light and realized my daughter was never the problem, it was my wife. I love how he's like, I'm completely at fault. It was her mom. Great. Love that. I handled the estrangement very badly. I admit into trying to strong arm and bully my daughter back into the family. I won't lie, it was to get my wife off my back as I couldn't take her BS, but I've finally seen the light. Once again, wow. I had to stop because my daughter had an attorney send a cease and desist letter. This was about 3 years ago. I wrongly resented her for the problems I had believed she caused, but now I realize it was my narcissistic ex-wife all along, and I feel horrible and want to make amends. This really feels like you guys corrected me. The pot calling the kettle black? Or is it the kettle calling the pot black? Don't remember now. But yeah, you spot it, you got it kind of thing. I don't know. She moved away and I couldn't find her, so I hired a PI. She's in the next state 3 hours away. I want to be as non-invasive as possible. Would I be the asshole if I leave a note with her doorman / concierge to give to her, stay at a nearby hotel for a few days, letting her know I divorced her mother? I would love to speak with her and make amends and let her know where I'm staying with my contact info. I don't even know what to say about that one. I feel underqualified for this.
Let's play a game to kick this episode off. This game is called Fillet.
Fillet.
Fillet of fish. Here is how Fillet works. Our producers have crowdsourced real stories from the Everybody Has a Secret community. This week, our producers asked the listeners to answer the question, what is the biggest lie you've ever told? Producer Eilish, you're going to read out some of the best listener responses, but with a twist. You've removed some of the key words. It is our mission, Tony, to fill in those blanks together.
It's like Mad Libs.
Mad Libs.
Yes.
Yes. Eilish, are you ready to kick us off?
I am so ready. All right. Number 1. I made up an entire blank. I made up an entire baby relationship. Okay, the answer, Annabelle, you kind of got it. The answer is boyfriend.
Oh, we've all done that.
Yeah.
We've all done
Tell me
that.
something I don't know.
Yeah. Was that mine?
Okay, number 2. I told everyone at school my best friend blank. Mortifying how long I kept up the lie. Okay, my initial instinct is died. Yeah, but is that morbid?
I mean, yes, but I feel like I've heard lies on this podcast before.
Yeah.
And it does fit the brief.
I think we lock in died. Died. Well done. You got it. I mean, not yay. I don't want to yay the situation.
No, it was fake.
It was fake. Okay, it was fake.
She didn't really die.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yay! I always tell women they didn't blank when they gave birth, even if they did.
Shit herself.
Yeah. Shit herself. Yeah, you got it.
Oh my
This
God.
must be like a doctor. Yeah, so the answer was actually poop, which is a little bit more G-rated, but
Yeah. Sorry.
Well,
That's
shit
okay.
herself. Okay, last one. I have lied about having a blank. Oh, we've just been talking about babies, so my mind went to babies.
Mine
but
too.
Yeah.
I've been lying about having a job.
Oh, that's a good one. I've been lying about having a dog.
I've been lying about having a house.
I think a job has been the best.
Yeah.
Okay, we're locking in
I
job.
think we lock in if it's dog, I'm not going to be happy.
Okay, so it was actually child. You were along the right line.
See, I just thought that I was in the wrong because I went to baby as well.
A lot of secret babies, a lot of secrets
Yeah.
around babies. Maybe babies are the problem.
Am I the asshole for telling my fiance she can't invite her friend to our wedding?
Depends on the friend.
Throwaway account because she knows my Reddit name. Not gonna help you. I, male 36, am engaged to the love of my life, female 29. I've always had issues with a male friend of hers. They've been friends for about 10 years as part of a broader friendship group, and while she said that it has always been platonic from both sides, I believe that there is something between them.
Okay.
I'd prefer she wasn't friends with him. They mostly communicate by sharing memes and occasionally catch up for coffee one-on-one, which I think is inappropriate, or see each other at events with the broader group of friends, which I'm invited to but prefer not to attend and see him.
Oh, I don't think one-on-one with coffee is inherently bad.
No, yeah, I think you can have, catch up with people over coffee. I think that's normal.
I think that's normal.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah.
No, she's fucking in his
That's crazy to think that
Dude,
immediately. Unless there's some other shit where they have they had sex before or something I don't even know.
Yeah. After we got engaged, I told her that one thing I wanted for the wedding was for him not to attend.
Jesus.
She said that it wasn't fair to exclude one person from a group of friends because I have a parentheses incorrect from her perspective belief that there is something between the two of them. I think this is grossly unfair, and I can't believe that she would reject my feelings like this. The fact that she can't honor the one thing I'm after and is choosing him over me makes me want to reconsider our whole relationship.
All right, guy, come on. This is crazy. Is that the end?
Yeah, there was an edit. Apparently, he told his friend group, which includes women, and they were all on his side. So he's allowed to have female friends.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But not the other way around, baby.
Yeah. I mean, maybe just other male friends, just this guy he
Maybe,
specifically
yeah.
is weirdly jealous of. I don't know. I don't think it's weird for friends to hang out one-on-one. I do think it's weird if you're in a relationship with someone and you're not allowed to hang out one-on-one.
Yeah, it's a little
That's strange.
Where's the trust? You
Yeah,
know?
there's no trust.
Also, if your main form of communicating is just sharing memes, that's not.
It's barely.
That's barely communicating.
Barely a friend, my dog.
Am I the asshole for telling my mom she only has one kid? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My parents divorced when my sister, 20 female, and I, 19 male, were 5 and 6 years old. She met her husband 3 years later. He was a widower with a 7-month-old son. She instantly moved them in and started claiming his son as her own and raising him like us. She got engaged to him, and a few weeks before the wedding, our dad died. By this point, my mom had just become estranged from her entire extended family. She told my dad's parents that if they wanted to see us again soon, they would need to come to her wedding and watch all 3 of us, including my stepbrother. She then told them after the wedding that going forward, if they wanted to see us or spend time with us, they had to include him. They didn't want to do that. They tried to argue for time with just us, offering to pay for it all 100%. But my mom said no. She said they need to come to the house and make an effort with all three and not just take two with them. My sister and I would argue with my mom over one day in particular, which was my dad's birthday. Am I the asshole for telling my mom she only has one kid? Disclaimer, this is not my story. We celebrated my dad's birthday with his family every year after he died, but she wouldn't even let that day just be us and them. Our stepbrother had to be there. She said we shouldn't see him as any less deserving of being present. But we did. He's not our dad's kid and has never met him. So why was he deserving of being there? I never got that. She called us selfish for that mindset. Last year I turned 18 and moved in with my girlfriend. Once I left home, my stepbrother was no longer invited to anything to do with my dad's family. My sister and I also stopped spending time at my mom's house. It was quiet for several months, then last week my mom showed up where I work and demanded we talk. She told me she was tired of one of her kids being left out and how sick it was to disregard him in that way. I told her she only had one kid, her stepson, and that my sister and I were no longer her kids. And that my dad's family were no longer forced to include him to see us and that it was all her fault for forcing it in the first place. I then asked her to leave. She texted me that night and said she was a good mom to all three of us.
Am I the asshole because I don't want to wear a tuxedo for a wedding? The vote is asshole, so let's see. Hello, I, 15 male, oh that's the issue, have to go to a wedding tomorrow and I absolutely don't want to go there. My cousin is getting married and it's going to be a really big fancy wedding party where all the guys have to wear a tuxedo. My parents know very well that I hate formal clothes and that I don't like shirts, ties, and that kind of stuff. And I hate even more to be seen in such clothes, and I told them I don't want to wear this stuff. But they threatened me that if I wouldn't wear one, I'm not allowed to go to a metal festival in the summer that I want to attend. So last week, they dragged me to a suit rental shop and got me a tuxedo. This thing is so effing uncomfortable. I had to wear it for a half an hour to try it out, and even though my mom says it fits, I effing hate it. And the bigger problem is that I told my other cousins that I would never wear this and I don't want to be seen dressed like that. They will tease me as soon as they see me. Man, this is the most 15-year-old post I've ever read. But I also understand everything feels so big and like life or death at that age. Baby, I promise it's not that deep. Today I asked my parents again to let me stay home, but they got really mad. We were arguing and they said I have to come and I have to wear this tuxedo the whole wedding, and the thought of it makes me so mad. I begged them, but they just told me that they've had enough of my discussion, and if I don't shut up and behave tomorrow, then I can forget my metal festival. I don't like the way the parents are talking to this guy either. I thought I would think of some way out, but I have no idea how to get out of this, and my parents are really pissed off now. This is so unfair. I'm not a kid anymore. Not the 15-year-old saying I'm not a kid anymore. And if I say I don't want to go there, then they should accept that. Am I the asshole here, or are they?
All right, so this was originally posted to True Off My Chest. 6 years ago, I switched my wife's cat with a more well-behaved lookalike. 6 years ago, I swapped my then-girlfriend, now wife's cat, with a more well-behaved lookalike. She had an all-black cat that was extremely aggressive. It scratched everyone, hissed at everyone, and didn't use its litter box half of the time. My wife insisted that she could get it to behave better. One week, she went out of town to visit her family, and I was supposed to go to her apartment and feed it. The first night I went over, it scratched the shit out of my arm. I joked to the cat that it's not special and I'll replace it if it scratches again. The joke stuck with me until I had thought about it enough that it wasn't a joke. The next morning, I went to the local animal shelter, found an identical cat who was already litter box trained and acclimated to people, but was a little skittish. Its old owner died of a heart attack, and the animal shelter people said they think that's why it was skittish. But overall, it was a lot friendlier and better behaved, and the skittishness would help it resemble the original cat. So I adopted it. I took it to my wife's apartment, settled it in, then drove the original cat to an animal shelter a town over. I was paranoid my wife would find out if I took it to the local one. It's been 6 years since then. We got married 4 years ago. We still have the swapped cat. It answers to the original cat's name. My wife knows nothing. She loves this cat and brags about how much better behaved it is. Every time I see it, I feel like a total piece of shit. Edit for the people saying that the other cat was likely euthanized by the shelter. I just double checked, and the shelter I dropped it off at was and still is a no-kill shelter. So, I'm just going to say this. If this ever happened to me, you would be out of my life so quickly. That is
So terrible. I can't even find the words. That is so terrible. I hated that so much. Oh my gosh. What is everyone's thoughts? Because my blood is just boiling.
I, female 24, have severe claustrophobia, and my husband, male 33, locked me in a closet. How do I move on from this? Yeah, that's very dark.
Oh my God, heartbroken. Heartbroken from the title. Whoa.
Divorce is how you move on.
I think so.
From that one. I feel so bad even having to write this. I have severe claustrophobia. Like I can't stand any sort of space that makes it feel like I can't move. I hate planes and backseats of cars and just generally anything like that.
Whoa.
I feel like I can't breathe or like I'm gonna suffocate. I know it's completely ridiculous, but I guess that's why it's a phobia. My husband clearly knows this, especially because I don't like being laid on or held down for the same claustrophobic reasons. Last night, I was retrieving something from my closet. It's a small closet, like big enough for me to get inside, but if you close the door, I'd be jammed between the clothes and shelves and the door. And that's exactly what my husband did. I immediately started to lose it. And he was holding the door shut from the other side. And he was laughing. And I begged him to open the door. I tried to stay calm, but I genuinely started to cry. My stomach was churning. I felt like I was gonna either suffocate or have a heart attack. He put something between the handles so that I couldn't get out. He left me in there for 15 minutes while I sobbed and he laughed. I eventually vomited in the closet, and that's what made him let me out. I feel so horrific. Why would my husband do this? He knows I'm claustrophobic. He could hear me crying and begging. I feel violated. Is that over dramatic?
No.
I would be pressing charges.
Leave that man. Leave him and press charges. That
Terrible.
is horrifying. Also, if that's what his idea of funny is hearing you in genuine pain, that's like a bigger red flag.
He sounds like a serial killer.
It's very psychopathic. He's having no empathy.
None.
And he's enjoying the fact that you're in anguish. I'm terrified for her and I'm so mad for her.
This sounds like some asshole trying to do like exposure therapy. Like, I'm gonna lock her in the closet so she just gets over it. Like, she's gonna get over it.
That's horrifying.
Oh, this is sickening.
All the comments better be in agreement.
Yes, we have a lot of comments that are very, very, very mad.
He genuinely, like, charges pressed.
Yeah, well, it gets worse. So the top comment, which obviously they must have seen something that OP responded to, it got upvoted so much now that it is the top and we're getting new info. Holy shit. And you're newly pregnant? This is abusive and highly concerning. Abusers often escalate when their partners are pregnant.
Get away from that man. He shouldn't be a father.
He can't be trusted with you to be a decent, kind, empathetic partner. He literally just tortured you on purpose.
My heart goes out to her because she's
terrible.
now in this horrible position of he is escalating while she's pregnant. She's probably realizing that he's not the one to stay with, but she's now in this horrifying position of being tied to him for a long time because of this child.
OP even says, like, we didn't even mean to get pregnant. It was an accident. I'm just so hurt right now reading all of these comments.
Probably because she knows.
I think she does, because like even at the beginning by saying like, I feel so bad even having to write this, like I feel so violated, am I being over dramatic?
I feel like part of her almost wanted to be told, like she wanted to be validated, but there's maybe this small part of her who wanted to be told like, you're just overreacting and everything's gonna be okay, because if all of her feelings are truly valid, that means her whole life has to change.
Am I the asshole for not supporting all the choices my daughter made over her wedding weekend? My daughter Anastasia got married a week ago. In the months leading up to the event, she was understandably anxious, which her father and I tried to help her through as much as possible. Originally, Anastasia planned on having a wedding weekend. She married on a Sunday, but wanted everyone there that Thursday to kick off the weekend with a few activities. Most guests were coming from across the country. First, she changed the welcome barbecue to basically just cold cuts and chips, even when her dad and I offered to buy the stuff that she originally promised, but she said no. Why? Freaking why? Then she canceled all the activities and said she was too stressed to do any of them. She said it was nothing the family did, just her stress. While I understood her side, I also understand the side of the guests. They were upset that they spent all this money to come early, have accommodations for a full weekend, and now they had very little to do. No, for real. You are not the asshole because your daughter fucking sucks. You wanted people to be out here Thursday, you're not getting married until Sunday with promises of activities and things that we're going to do for this wedding weekend just for you to cancel the entire fucking weekend. And now I'm out money because I'm just here twiddling my fucking thumbs for the next 3 days. Girl, no, you are not the asshole because I don't support that shit either. Then a few members of the bridal party who had flown in out of state with plus ones stated they felt bad for their partners for basically abandoning them. They ended up skipping a few events because Anastasia told them to treat Thursday and Friday like a vacation. Then she took that back and expected them to ignore their partners. This is giving very much bridezilla. Very much bridezilla. Anastasia was pissed and began venting to me. I tried to be understanding at first. Eventually, she only had myself, her maid of honor, and one bridesmaid attending a movie night that she arranged. So she canceled all of the activities that the guests were supposed to do during the day, but managed to arrange a movie night for her and her bridesmaids. Okay. The bridesmaid ended up leaving early because she felt bad her partner had basically been cooped up in their hotel alone. There really isn't a ton to do around here. She and the other bridesmaids promised they'd be there for the sleepover they'd always planned for the night before the wedding so everyone could get ready together the morning of. Just because they're not sleeping together tonight does not mean we all can't get ready together in the morning. We are literally all in the same fucking place. We'll be here in the morning. No, fuck that. You expect me to bring my partner and then leave him in the hotel room by himself while I'm over having a fucking sleepover with you after you took back the treat Thursday and Friday like a vacation? Girl, no. After this, Anastasia threw a fit, saying how she felt abandoned by most of her bridal party. Her maid of honor was reassuring her that she did the right thing, and they were being assholes. Okay, ass kisser. They both looked to me and my husband for support. Eventually, I said I understood her bridesmaids. I also understood why our family was upset. While it's understandable that she's stressed and why she didn't want to do the originally planned events, she did cause a lot of people to waste money and time coming down here, as well as put her bridal party in a very awkward position. Anastasia refused to discuss it more. The rest of the weekend went on as she wanted. The wedding was beautiful and everyone had a good time. Then Anastasia and her husband went on a short honeymoon. They returned on Friday and we had dinner on Saturday. At one point, Anastasia confronted me privately and said I was wrong for not supporting her. When you're fucking wrong, you're wrong. So it's okay for you to tell me when you think I was wrong, but it's not okay for me to tell you when I think that what you're doing is wrong. Anastasia, be fucking for real. Anastasia said I was supposed to be on her side. I said I would have been, but she was teetering on bridezilla territory. Just because it's her special day doesn't mean how she handled things was okay. She insists that I was in the wrong for not backing her up. Am I the asshole? What I really want to know is what type of events were planned that they could not have continued on if the bride was too stressed to join in. What the fuck was planned that had to be completely canceled because she was so stressed out that she couldn't do it? Is that not why she has fucking bridesmaids? Like, I really need to know what the fuck these events were. Anastasia sounds fucking exhausting. She sounds fucking exhausting. I can only imagine how she treated her bridesmaids before it became time for this wedding weekend that she canceled after she insisted everybody show up 3 days before the goddamn event. I can only fucking imagine. She wanted everybody to show up on Thursday because she has a weekend full of fucking events planned for everybody. She's not getting married until Sunday. People show up because this is what the bride wants. It's a weekend. We're going to have activities and events and shit going on. But no, she decides to cancel it because I'm too stressed. Nothing that you guys did. I'm too stressed. And we're supposed to be okay. Bitch, I spent extra money to come out here 3 days fucking early for this fucking event that is no longer happening because you're stressed. She asked her bridesmaids to basically leave their partners in the hotel room by themselves for all goddamn day for the weekend because she wants to do things with her bridesmaids. And when they say, I'm not going to leave somebody that I brought out here with me alone in a hotel room for 4 goddamn days, Anastasia feels abandoned. This girl is goddamn exhausting. There is no teetering into bridezilla territory. She lives there. She has set fucking roots in Bridezilla territory. This is absolutely disgusting. And even after the shit is over, she feels the need to tell you how wrong you are without accepting the fact that you can tell her that she was wrong as well. Bitch, just because you're getting fucking married doesn't make you queen of the goddamn world. Absolutely not. Your daughter is 100% the asshole in this situation.
Am I the asshole for threatening to divorce my husband if he doesn't tell his parents we're married? You read that right. My 22 female, husband 22 male, and I have been married for 3 years now. To sum it up, we were both young, dumb, and going to enlist in the military to get out of our small town, so we eloped to the courthouse. We were both going to keep it a secret at first and reap the benefits from the military, see how our relationship went, and go from there. It's marriage you're talking about here. Ended up not enlisting in the military, so I told my parents we eloped a few months after. He never told his parents, and I've been asking him to tell them. They didn't have a good relationship when we got married, and that is why he didn't tell them. I gave him an ultimatum this past week that he has to tell them by the end of the week or I'm divorcing him because he's crossing a boundary I've discussed with him multiple times over the past year. I am uncomfortable with them not knowing, and I honestly feel like he's not mature enough to be in a marriage if he can't man up to tell them. He said he's scared to hurt them, and I countered that he needs to get it over with, that he's also hurting me. His parents love me, by the way, and I've been tempted to tell them myself, but he always stops me. Well, I gave him the ultimatum, and he immediately became defensive. Told me that if I didn't want to be married to him, that he would return the wedding set he just upgraded for me.
Am I the asshole for not agreeing to pay for my neighbor's fence? We recently moved into a new house, and we had a fence put up. We were originally quoted for a fence around the entire property, but by the time we moved into our home, the neighbor directly behind us had already put up their fence. Because of this, we started our fence where theirs ended, and we finished it. We did this the day that we moved in because we have 2 big dogs. Within 24 hours of being there, the neighbor popped his head over the fence, and the first thing he said to us was, "Hey, I'll run the numbers for how much you owe us for this portion of the fence." Didn't introduce himself. He still doesn't even know our names because he didn't ask. We told him it wasn't a good time, and he said he would pop by later. He ended up popping by and demanding $450, which my wife told him we wouldn't be paying because he clearly had intentions of having the fence put up before knowing we would have a fence, since it was already there when we moved in. And she also told him it was such a weird conversation because we had no intention of asking our 3 neighbors that are fence borders to pay for our fence if they ended up deciding to build a fence because it was our decision to get a fence, and you can't expect to be paid for something without prior discussion. He ended up saying he was going to contact the HOA because nothing in life comes free. She also told him it could have been a different conversation had he approached it differently, but he still was just being very rude to her. So are we the assholes for not paying for part of his fence?
Have you ever had a friend, Gemma, who seems to neg you a little like Ariel does with Charlotte?
I have a very long time ago, and I have a friend who I'm still friends with, and I pulled her up on it and said, "Hey, girlfriend, this doesn't make me feel great." We were the same cup size, and she would say things like, "That's interesting that we're the same cup size because yours look tiny compared to mine." And
rude.
just things like that, and I'd be like, "Hey, hun," but it was totally just a signal of that she was dealing with her insecurities at the time. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people, when they are feeling insecure, feel that they need to bring other people down to make them feel better, but that's something they got to work through. And I think that's obviously the case with Miss Ariel.
Despite everything that's going on here, I find conversations about friendships so fascinating.
Yes.
Because even me in my own personal life, I've had instances of this before, years and years ago, where I've had friends pull me down and I felt that kind of energy. And then on the flip side, I don't think I handled the confrontation very well. Like the story you just told, Gemma, you pulling up your friend is what you're supposed to do, but I can recognize in myself that when I've sensed that kind of tension, I just pull back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's easier said than done. Like, I can't sit here and pull her up on it because it's not that simple. But I do think if you're close enough with the person, I think there's a way to just go, "Hey, that made me feel a bit shit earlier." And 9 times out of 10, they'll go, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, that wasn't my intention," and then they'll reassess and reevaluate.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole to ask my friend, who's a single mom, to do a paternity test on her son because I have suspicions that my husband is the father? One of my best friends had a kid 3 years ago. She said it was from a one-night stand, and later the guy expressed no interest in being a dad, so she raised her son herself. No one has ever seen this guy, not even me. The issue is this. This kid looks extremely like my husband, like to an insane degree. The hair color, eyes, face, everything. He's even been out with my friend and her son, and people have mistaken him to be the dad before. Needless to say, for 3 years now, I've had my suspicions, but I haven't said anything. My husband is also close to my friend, and the timeline works out. We were all living almost in the same neighborhood around this time she got pregnant. Over the past year, it's really eaten me. I see the resemblance growing more and more. It doesn't help that my friend refuses to show me a picture of her son's biological father, no matter how much I ask. It kept spiraling until I had a meltdown and confronted both of them, saying that I will pack up and leave if I don't see a paternity test. Long story short, my friend got a paternity test, but said our friendship is over. The test says that my husband isn't the father. I feel so ashamed to lose my friend, but I thought my husband would slightly understand since he sees the obvious resemblance between him and this kid. But he has moved out for the time being, and I'm worried that this is the end of our marriage. Am I the asshole for insisting on that test? I honestly felt like I had no other choice. The resemblance was unavoidable, and it was eating at me so much that no amount of therapy could help. I thought my husband would understand my fears, most of all given my history with past cheating exes. Did I f up, and how badly? Top comment, let me see. I incline toward you're the asshole, but would ask for more info. The situation is both sad and very confusing. I get that this child looked like your husband, but it is one heck of a leap to assume unfaithfulness from him and betrayal from a close friend. My question, I guess, is did you have any reason to suspect him? Specifically, has he previously been unfaithful or given you a solid reason to distrust him? If the answer is no, then you're the asshole, I'm afraid. But it is a really sad situation. I recognize that you've lost a friend and now face the difficult challenge of reconciling with your husband. You might need outside support. This is definitely something you should have communicated with to your husband before going off with your friend and your husband demanding a paternity test. We do need a little bit more info as to why she thinks her best friend and her partner would betray her in such a way. What do you guys think?
Am I the asshole for getting a stranger's car towed? My fiance and I live in a condo that is part of a homeowners association, and we very rarely have had any issues until recently. In our HOA, we have 2 assigned parking spots and a visitor parking that is pointed out pretty clearly upon arrival. In the last few weeks, I have been arriving home from work, or my fiance will be at home, and the same vehicle has parked in my spot. My fiance has asked them to move their vehicle, and they would apologize and move their vehicle. After several of these conversations, I began leaving notes on the vehicle warning them that if their car is not moved, I will be towing it if it's in one of our spots again. Citing the rules of the HOA and having permission from the president on several occasions to have them towed whenever I want. Today, I was finally fed up and decided to have the vehicle towed after I came home and had a load of groceries to take inside and nowhere to park. I was obviously upset and may have acted out, being very annoyed, but I had the car towed and then immediately parked my car in the spot. As I was finishing up with my groceries, a woman asked me where her car was, and I was honest and upfront with her and told her it had been towed due to several warnings being ignored. She began yelling at me and telling me I had no right to do that and she would not be able to afford to have her car taken out of the tow lot. So now I feel bad, but I also feel it was needed. So Reddit, am I the asshole for having a stranger's car towed and them not being able to afford to have it returned?
Am I the asshole? My boyfriend read my diary without consent and got angry about past lover in there. My boyfriend, 21 male, and I, 21 female, were studying in the library with our friends when he asked to use my computer for homework. I agreed since I wasn't using it at the time and was chatting with our friends. After about 20 minutes, I noticed his mood go extremely sour.
And okay, did he lie about wanting to do homework real quick? I don't know if that's necessarily true, but like at some point just fucking... Don't go on someone's computer and just look through their fucking... Yeah, that's a little weird.
It's fucked up, man.
Yeah.
After about 20 minutes, I noticed his mood go extremely sour, and I tried to get him to look at me to figure out what was happening, but he wasn't having any of it. I just stayed talking to our friends to prevent it from getting awkward. He completely shut down. After we were done and left the library, I asked what was wrong. He told me he found a diary entry in my computer and read through it.
Why?
That diary entry was from about a year before this, and I hadn't met my current boyfriend yet.
Okay, you're not the asshole.
I had just had the best summer of my life working at my dream summer job, so I decided to write about it to remember it. In this diary entry, I wrote about fun experiences, meeting new friends, and a fling I had that summer. It was short and there wasn't much to write, but I did put in some details about sex, and about how much I had liked him.
12 inches and fucking 7
He's
pack.
so much better than any boyfriend I'll ever have in the
my
future.
life. That's not what's
Obviously
in there. Come
not.
on. Jesus.
God damn. My boyfriend was very upset at me after he read my diary, stating that I shouldn't have kept that stuff.
Why? It's your diary, though. Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah, it's
You
not
keep
fucking
it?
nudes of your ex.
Yeah, that's.
It's just a diary. God damn.
Yeah.
He believes.
Unless there's like a JPEG in there, like it's on Word 07. Like
It's a JPEG of a ruler.
Yeah, and it's like marked.
This big. Whoa, soy jack of the pointing.
I don't have an actual photo of him, but here's a representation. It's like the first male model you
It's
find
a
on
big
Google.
cartoonishly big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
My boyfriend was very upset at me after he read my diary, stating that I shouldn't have kept that stuff. He believes I look at that diary entry all the time and
do what?
And relive the sexual experiences in it.
Sure, yeah.
I was very mortified to hear this because I felt I was the one who should be upset by that intrusion of privacy. Correct.
Yes, yeah.
And to be honest, I forgot about the diary entry and never opened it again after I wrote it, but he doesn't believe me. I feel very heartbroken and betrayed and embarrassed. He feels jealous and disgusted I would keep such a thing. We're both angry at each other, and we haven't come to any agreement in arguments. Am I the asshole for feeling like I did nothing wrong and I'm allowed to be upset that he read my diary without my consent?
We have an update 3 months later. Update. Am I the asshole for telling my husband I told you so and laughing at him when we got the paternity test results? I'll start this post off by saying thank you for all the advice and support that I was given. You all given me the firm kick in the ass to divorce my ex. Also, sorry for leaving you in the lurch for the past 2 months. After making my post, I decided to search for divorce lawyers in my area with my sister. It took a while, but I managed to find and meet with one who was willing to do virtual consultations. During this, my ex was not contacting me at all, but I did reach out to see if he was okay. Eventually, once he actually got served, my ex came back to our house and tried pleading with me not to go through with the divorce. He said he loved me more than anyone and that he could go to couples therapy. During this, my ex slipped up and admitted to cheating on me when he first left me. He said that he got caught up with a coworker when trying to explain his weeks-long absence. At first, I didn't realize who he was talking about because he referred to her by a nickname, think Viv over Vivian. But my brain kicked back into gear and asked if that, quote, getting caught up with her was code for that he hooked up with her. My ex stumbled over his words and tried to dodge the question, but he seemed to realize that I wasn't going to let up on this pretty quickly. He admitted to going to her for emotional support before our baby was born since he was nervous about being a dad, and eventually hooking up with her during the time he left. So you guys are right about him cheating. I had heard enough at this point, and I told my ex point blank that we were going to divorce, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and that I wanted 50-50 custody. We'd only be speaking about the divorce, custody arrangements, and our daughter herself after this. My ex just nodded to what I was saying and asked if he could see our daughter. I was a bit hesitant, but said yes, and called my sister to have her bring our daughter down to the living room. My ex held our daughter and talked to the baby for a bit before leaving. My sister asked me if I was all right after he was gone, and I told her I was okay. My mother-in-law did try to harass me over the phone about me divorcing my ex, but by then I had already blocked her, so she went to my sister instead. I guess my mother-in-law was never told that I own the house my ex and I previously shared, since she was texting my sister saying that I was going to be on the streets. Well, my mother-in-law most certainly knows that now, since my ex is now living with her and moved out. My ex has seen our daughter a few times. Those visits were awkward to say the least, but I managed. Imagine getting into the situation because you don't know genetics. What do you guys think? This is a lot. That's just sad. I feel bad for the baby.
My husband and I are having a baby. Is me asking for more than a week of help too much? I'm 15 weeks along, and me and my husband have recently been talking about all the appointments and the schedules going forward for the rest of the year. Our baby is due in November. We found out that I will not be getting paid for maternity leave, but he will be getting paid for paternity leave for up to 4 weeks. I've already started to save up for the 3 weeks after the baby is here that I will have to be be out of work. I didn't really think it was going to be an issue for him to help me out for 3 weeks while I healed, and then just let me readjust for a week as I transitioned back to work. Basically, his response was that he would be happy to take a week, and if he needed to, he could take 2. His reasoning was that 2 weeks would be $2,000 that he would already be missing out on, and he really didn't want to miss out on anymore. And these are just a few key details before I really start getting into the juicy part. We've been together for 5 years and we just got married May 4th. Yes, we have had issues before the baby, and no, the baby was not planned. I have pre-existing health issues that have sent me to the ER about 4 times already. My husband and I are having a baby. Is me asking for more than a week of help too much? He does new construction plumbing, so he gets paid per project. But if he were to be working in the shop, like during a rainy day, he would be getting paid $15 an hour, which is what he would be getting paid during leave. We already have 3 ginormous dogs that I take care of about 80% of the time, on top of all the vet appointments and grooming. All I could do in response to him saying that is literally sit there and cry, because it made me feel like I really would be just doing this all on my own. I had already been coming to terms with the fact that once he goes back to work, I won't be getting much help from him because he does manual labor and he's already super exhausted without having a baby. I told him that at this point, I'd rather him just take a day off for the birth and I'll handle the rest. I explained to him that a week was literally nothing, and if I was expected to be okay with that, then I would much rather just take nothing. I have already been looking around on care.com and Rover to get help with the baby and with the dogs. I don't really have anyone else but him, since both of our parents are working and we don't have any other family around. But now I feel selfish because he got super upset about what I said and said that the baby's not even here and he already feels like a deadbeat. I don't know if I'm wrong, and I have no idea what to think anymore.
My boyfriend, who I caught cheating on me, tried to steal my hotel room on the vacation that we planned together with the girl that he cheated on me with. Let's talk about it. So I wanted to tell him the big L. I wanted to tell him that I loved him and I had this whole thing planned out. Y'all, I straight up Varsity Blues, put whipped cream all over myself. You know what I'm talking about. I was ready to give him basically me and tell him I loved him. I had this whole thing planned out. By the way, if you want to do that and you want to get it to stick, you need to put honey down first and then the whipped cream. So here I am, covered in whipped cream and honey, and he opens the door with his tongue down this girl's throat. I trip and I fall into them. It was the most embarrassing and traumatizing experience of my entire life. Oh, and if that wasn't bad enough, the girl actually asked me if I wanted to have a threesome with them. Obviously, I dump his ass and I'm like, it's over. I was just so mortified and not super heartbroken, but I was upset about the whole thing. Here's the thing. Me and my best friend planned to go on this couples vacation together where we were going to be spending Valentine's Day with both of our men, and we were going to have an amazing time in Hawaii, and it was just supposed to be this couples vacation, so cute. I planned everything. I want that to be known right now. I pride myself on being a good planner. Okay, I know how to plan a vacation, except for this one time that I planned something for me and my best friend in Vegas. It didn't really go well, but we're not going to talk about that, okay? But I like to plan a trip. So, I booked the excursions, I booked the hotel, I got the flights and everything. This man did not do anything to contribute to this. So obviously, I'm under the assumption he's not coming on this trip anymore because you cheated on me, so you don't get to come on the vacation that I planned for us with me after you cheated on me. Right? That seems very fair. So because I'm operating under the assumption that he's not going to be there and I have this whole suite to myself, I invite my bestie's boyfriend's friends, his 2 friends, to stay in the place with me so that they can come along on this trip and so that they have somewhere to stay. And they're going to be staying with me. I was like, this is going to be great. They're also super hot. So maybe something could happen. I don't know. I get there and I go to check in and they're like, ma'am, we can't find your name under anything. And I'm like, wait, why don't you try this name? Here's my full name. And they're like, no, can I see the reservation again? So I show him the email and he's like, oh, a Mr. So-and-so, gives my ex-boyfriend's name, came and checked in already and changed your name to another lady's name. And I'm like, what? This man not only cheats with me with this model-looking girl, crashes my vacation that I planned with my friends and brings the girl and gets me off of the reservation. And then as this is all happening, he walks up. He asks me, what I'm doing here. I'm like, excuse me, what would you be doing here with my friends? He's like, well, I just figured for Valentine's Day after what happened with us, you wouldn't want to be going by yourself. I'm sorry, but I am, and you stole my room, so now I'm pissed. Receptionist is looking at me like, what do you want me to do? We have this extra room, but there's only one bed, and it's like definitely not as nice as the one you booked, and I'm freaking out because I'm like, what I would like is for him to take his cheating ass and this girl and give me the room that I booked and I planned and paid for. I'm like literally about to lose my shit. And then one of the guys comes up that I'm supposed to be sharing a room with and is like, baby, don't worry, like, we'll just take the room with one bed. We only need one bed anyway. Like, laying it on a little thick with the flirty, but I'm like, I'm picking up what he's putting down, and I'm like, you know what? That's fine. That's what we need anyway. And then cheating ex-boyfriend looks at me and is like, you're sharing a room with those two? You came on our trip with those two? Were you cheating on me with them when you went to Vegas? Da-da-da-da-da. Had the audacity to call me a cheater. And I am like, whatever, we get the room, whatever. And I'm like, I need tequila and I need a lot of it. And I proceed to just go sit in the pool and try to drown my sorrows. Once I get done having a little pity party for myself because I believe that I am deserved it, I realize that now I am sharing a room with one bed with two of the hottest guys I have ever seen. I'm in Hawaii. This could turn out very well for me.
Let's go ahead and read this update. I wrote a post a month ago regarding my ex, Friends with Benefits, Mira's reaction to me breaking up with her before dating my coworker, Allie. Things were really crazy during the last month, and finally, I am able to move on from the stupidest mistake of my life. Most of you made me realize that Mira and I were so much more than friends with benefits, as we did most things couples would do, but just never labeled our relationship. Many of you also suggested that I needed to stop being friends with Mira before starting to date Allie. Unfortunately, that was not my decision, and Mira blocked me and removed me from all socials after I told her I was flirting with and going on dates with Allie. It hurt a lot, but I respected her decision and gave her space. As I mentioned, I went on a date with Allie that weekend. The date was wonderful and we talked for several hours. Allie invited me to her place when I went to drop her off. Although Allie was doing everything right, I could not shake the feeling that I was doing something wrong. Even as we made out and undressed, I just felt like I was cheating on Mira and was so distracted. At the end of the night, Allie wanted me to sleep over, but I went home. It would have been the most perfect evening, but I felt really guilty. I felt like I was cheating on Mira and breaking her heart. The next day, I talked to Allie and explained to her that I might not be ready for starting a relationship and told her about Mira. I told her I broke it off before I went on a date with her, but needed some time to get my head straight. Although she was sad, she was graceful and asked me to take my time. I knew in my heart that I had made a terrible mistake and wronged Mira on so many levels. I spent the next few weeks trying to call Mira every day. She must have blocked my number, and I could not reach her. We lived close to each other and I could see her every day, but just did not have the courage to talk to her directly. Eventually, 2 weeks ago, I decided to go to her apartment unannounced. She was not happy to see me, and I asked her to just talk to me for 10 minutes and I will go away. She agreed, and I could see she was not really happy with me being there. I told her about my date with Allie. I did not leave out any details, and I told her that we slept together. She was crying and screaming at me about why I was telling her about it and trying to torture her. I told her that it was important that I'm honest, and told her at that moment I realized why she said I was cheating on her, because it felt wrong to me to be with Allie. I told her I was just thinking about her the whole time, and hence I wanted to talk to her and apologize. I apologized a lot and we both cried. She then asked me to get out. I told her what I did was horrible, but I just wanted to ask her out on a date, and I have never felt so sure about the fact that I love her and want to be with her. At this point, I was not really able to read her reaction, but she walked towards me and started punching me on my arm. She was not holding back, and it did leave some bruises, but she was crying and then hugged me. I have never felt so relieved in my life and did not let her go for a long time. It's so easy to plan a perfect date when you've been best friends with that person for a long time. We spent the whole day together, and in the evening, I FaceTimed my parents and told them that I was out on a date with my girlfriend, Mira. My mom was very happy, and there were a lot of screaming from my little sisters. They talked to Mira for a long time, and all of them were just laughing, which made me realize I made the right decision. We spent the last week telling Mira's parents and also all of our friends. Things are moving pretty quickly now. Mira has been really eager to move in together, and at this point, I feel like I owe her everything that makes her happy. We had all the real discussions, like kids, career, marriage, and we seem to be aligned on most of the things. Luckily, Mira decided to keep the events of the last month a secret, and we have not told them to anyone. Overall, I am really happy at this point, and I will make sure I never hurt Mira again. Somebody said in chat, easy to plan a date when you've been dating someone for 3 years. What do we think, y'all? Okay, and I shouldn't say this for absolute certainty, but I'm just saying, poor Mira, she's gonna remember this. This isn't oh my gosh, finally, I got the guy, and now I'm like, everything's right in the world. If this is how both of them wanted this to end, then congratulations. I hope for the absolute best. I hope that Allie is living her best life. I hope that Mira is living her best life. OP, I hope you live a good life and everybody happy. And that's the end of this story.
Am I the asshole for throwing my husband out after I found nudes from our nanny on his phone? I'm 28, my daughter is 11 months old, and my husband is 35 years old. I had Cassie and then almost immediately returned back to work as a psychologist because I could just never be a stay-at-home mom. I'm actually French, but I live in the US, and when I returned back to work around the 4-month mark, me and my husband were looking for someone to watch our daughter, Cassie, while we were at work. We had seen a few girls that were potential candidates, but then one of Alex's colleagues had actually suggested his daughter that had recently dropped out of college. Let's call her Liv, and she is 20 years old. Everything went well. I mean, I did notice at first that she was pretty attached to Cassie. Kind of just brushed it off as a good friendship being developed between the two. She also liked Alex, and it was pretty obvious that she had a crush on him. She was always batting her eyelashes at him and giggling. I honestly found it amusing because I'm confident in myself, so he always laughed it off with me too. But then, on Thursday night, he asked me to do something on his phone while he bathed Cassie. Am I the asshole for throwing my husband out after I found nudes from our nanny on his phone? And all of a sudden, I saw some pictures from Liv flash up. When I looked at them, they were obviously sexy nudes. She was wearing skimpy lingerie and in sexual poses. I looked back at all the history and I found out that she had been sending these for quite a while. As far as I can see, Alex never actually responded to any of these, but obviously texts can be deleted. I'm not stupid. The worst part is when I brought it up to Alex, he started becoming really defensive and saying to stop using my psychiatrist tricks on him. I was not happy with his non-answers. And that ended up in a screaming match, which ended up waking Cassie. So I got him a bag and I threw him out, and I told him that he is not welcome back until I get some answers from him. I'm considering taking Cassie back to France to see my family, but Alex's mother and friends have been blowing up my phone, saying that they were just harmless texts, and I'm being too harsh. Nevertheless, I feel disrespected, and that just doesn't fly with me. Was I too harsh? Should I accept his claims that he never responded to any of the texts?
Storytime about how my best friend made my whole school hate me. So a little background information, I was 13 and in 8th grade, and so was my best friend, who we are going to call Layla, and we met at a birthday party of a mutual friend during that summer, and all three of us started to hang out every day, and then when school started back up, the trio fell apart, because our other friend Alice went to a different school, so she couldn't really hang out with us as much. When we first started school, there was this boy that I met, and I really liked him, and we started dating, but Layla and I had our own little friend group. There were 5 of us. Then there was this girl named Ivy. She had 4 people in her group, and our friend groups did not like each other at all. There was maybe one person from both groups that hung out with the other group, but that was it. And the only reason why none of us were friends was because the main girls, like the leaders of the group, used to be best friends. But then Ivy went behind Layla's back and started talking to this boy that Layla liked, and that's literally why they're not friends anymore. Well, all of us in the friend group were friends, but I was Layla's best friend. Like for part 2. Part 3 about how my best friend made my entire school hate me. So like I said, Ivy sent the pictures and everybody saw them. And I'm talking even the people in high school. The next day, Ivy and Layla are in the same science class together. And none of their friends were there that day, so they ended up working on a group assignment together. And just like that, they were best friends again. Well, I get thrown under the bus, the teachers come and pull me out of my class, and they search my phone, and they find the Instagram account on my phone. Then when I told them it was also on Layla's phone, they went on her phone and they didn't find anything, of course. I get suspended and Layla and Ivy tell everybody that I was the one who made the fake Snapchat account and the Instagram accounts. And the whole week that I was suspended, I was getting messages from a lot of people that I went to school with and people that I didn't even know from high school. I was getting tagged in stuff on Instagram of people saying how much of a weirdo I am. Well, a few days into my suspension, Layla and Ivy talked my boyfriend into breaking up with me. They faked text messages between each other and made it look like I was talking to another guy. And then they faked another conversation between Layla and I, like for part 4. Part 4 about how my best friend made my entire school hate me. So like I said, Layla and Ivy talked my boyfriend into breaking up with me the week that I was suspended. They showed him fake text messages between me and some guy that doesn't even exist. And then they also faked a conversation between Layla and I, and it's me saying, OMG, this guy's so hot, I'm gonna leave my boyfriend for him. And I was getting called a cheater, and when I went back to school the next week on Monday, it was terrible. People would whisper and laugh at me when I was walking in the hallway. I would be in the bathroom and there would be girls talking about how weird and disgusting I was loud enough so I could hear them. Every lunch table that I sat at, Layla and Ivy would sit at the other end with all their friends and just talk about me the entire time. Well, after this situation, I finally decided that I was going to do online school for the next 2 months and then hopefully have a fresh start in high school. All the girls and I were changing in the locker room and we went to gym class. Ivy asked if she could go to the bathroom, which of course was in the locker room. After gym class, I get changed in my clothes. And all the girls start laughing at me when my teacher says, there's a hole in the back of your pants. And yes, I did try telling my teachers about this stuff that was going on. As we all should know by now, schools are notorious for not doing shit to help students that are being bullied.
Am I the asshole for using my neighbor's recycle bin? I put a soda can, plastic cup, and a flyer in my neighbor's recycle bin on Sunday. It had been left on the street since Friday and was right next to my parking spot, so when I got out of my car, I just tossed the items in the bin. Come Monday, I leave for appointments, and the neighbor had dumped the items on my grass before taking his bin back in. We're all charged the same HOA dues for the trash and recycling, and it's not like it's going to cost them anything. I've seen dog walkers drop their poop bags in whatever trash bin is still on the street, so I don't think that the clean recycling items should have warranted such a reaction. So am I the asshole for using his recycle bin?
My husband's ex-girlfriend is dying. Her last wish is to be with my husband.
What?
As the title goes, my 30 female husband's ex-girlfriend, 33 female, was recently diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer, and her last wish is to be with my husband, 35 male. My husband, let's call him Seb, and his ex, Tanya, became best friends after their breakup a couple of years ago due to her infidelity. They were together for 5 years. Needless to say, they remain in contact even before he met me. I would be lying if I say it never made me feel uncomfortable even once. It did, and it still does, because Tanya is still in love with my husband. She never denied it, and in fact would even call or message me when she can't get a hold of Seb. Aside from cancer, she also has some mental health issues. Thus, my husband would always tell me to be kind and patient. Seb is no longer in love with her, of course. She cheated, and Seb swore that he will never get back to her and that he only sees her as family. 2 weeks ago, my husband received a call from Tanya to tell him about the sad news. My husband cried with her and told her everything was going to be okay. They were on the phone the whole day. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that Seb and I moved to Australia a few months back because of my job, and Tanya is in Canada. They mostly talk via long-distance calls or WhatsApp. They've been in contact almost every day since we left, which always bothers me, but what can I do? After that call, my husband told me everything. To be honest, I felt bad for her, and I genuinely feel sad. I asked him what's going to happen now. Seb told me that he's going to go back to Canada, which is a shock. He then told me that her last wish is to be with him. I didn't say anything except, what about me? He said if I can't leave my job, then he's going to visit me whenever he gets the chance. I walked out without saying anything. I've been avoiding my husband since the phone call and have been ignoring him whenever he tries to bring up the conversation. Yesterday, I found out that he already bought a plane ticket and is flying back home in January. I feel like he's abandoning me, but at the same time, I feel like I'm selfish for hating both of them. I'm honestly thinking of getting a divorce because obviously he's choosing her over me, but at the same time, I thought why my husband is so attached to her. Seb considered Tanya her family, like his own, as he doesn't have one. She's probably like a sister to him now, but Tanya doesn't feel the same. She's madly in love with my husband, and him granting her wish will surely make her think they still have a chance. My entire life, I've been putting others first. I've been very patient and understanding about their weird relationship. I feel sick and confused. I want to call her, yell at her for ruining my marriage, for trying to steal my husband from me, for using her sickness to get what she wants. I'm so mad at both of them. What did I do to deserve this?
This is why you should always trust your gut. In the early 1970s, a college student decided to hitchhike his way home after class. A car pulls up, a man offers him a ride, and he climbs in. As soon as the car started moving, the student felt totally uneasy, like something was wrong but he couldn't quite place it. Without saying anything, he waited till the next time they slowed down and he flung the door open and ran away. 2 years later, he's flicking through TV channels when he comes across this special interview with a death row inmate. And it's just the audio recording, so he hears the interviewer ask the inmate, "Why did you remove all the door handles inside of your car?" The man just goes, "Well, the first time I tried to kill someone, I picked up a college hitchhiker who got smart at some point and jumped out of my car. So, lesson learned, remove all the door handles." When they showed his picture, the student knew immediately that he was supposed to be the first victim of John Wayne Gacy, aka the killer clown, who had killed over 30 men and boys in his clown room and stuffed them into his basement.
Am I wrong for returning a birthday gift I got from my boyfriend after he insulted me about my colorful past? Okay, warning, I already read this one, okay? And this one is gonna piss you guys off. I'm just letting you know. This happened last night, but my phone is still blowing up. I, 26 female, dipped into my savings and got my boyfriend Mike, 27, a PS5 for his birthday. He knew he was getting a PS5 because he told me that the PS5 is the only thing he wants. We've been together for 4 years, so the cost didn't matter. That is, until I found out what he thinks about me. Some background. When I was 18, I was involved with Jake, a guy who I met online. We ended things after 3 months, and I moved on shortly after with Adam, a guy from work. I found out a couple of months later that Jake and Adam were actually really close friends, but I didn't know Jake long enough to meet his friend group, so I had no idea. After finding out, I took some time off dating, and 2 years later, I met my current boyfriend, Mike. I was upfront and honest with Mike about my past and the fact that I was unintentionally involved with friends. He said he understood and my past didn't bother him. Last night at his party, I showed up with the PS5 and him and his friends were screaming with joy. His best female friend, Jessica, laughed and said, "I wish I was a thought so I could afford a PS5 too." Oh my god, I'm getting mad reading this over again. I looked at her with an "excuse me" look on my face and she just said, "Never mind," and walked away. I confronted my boyfriend about it and he said, I quote, "She's just messing with you. You can't take a joke?" I'm sorry. Jokes shouldn't disrespect your girlfriend. So I pushed further as to why this girl is even calling me names to begin with, and he said, "Well, everyone knows you were a thought before you met me." I told you guys. I told you it's gonna piss you off. I asked him to explain how I was a thought before him, and he said, "You know, messing with best friends." He then patted me on the shoulder and said that it's okay because I'm not who I was back then, and if he could get over my colorful past and thought mentalities to give me a chance, then I could get over Jessica's comments and give her another chance. I didn't say anything. I just got up, took the PS5 from the gift table, and left. He was pissed. He literally called me like 20 times, but I didn't care. I was so hurt that I took the bow off the gift and took it straight back to the store I got it from. They happily refunded it. I thought that was done, but Mike and all of his friends, including Jessica, are berating me for being petty, and they're all saying I brought this on myself by making poor choices. I responded to Mike and told him that he deserves better than me, so find someone who wasn't a thought and get a PS5 from them because I returned it. He started screaming how I'm the biggest asshole for returning it and how I should be happy he ignored my colorful past. I'm thinking maybe taking it back went too far. So am I the asshole? Homegirl, no. You need to run this. Okay, there's so many things I want to touch up on here, but I'm trying to make it fast. 1, that is not the definition of a colorful past, okay, at all. 2, it speaks volumes on his character that when you did tell him this in secrecy and confidence, that he spilled it all to his friends. If you loved and cared for someone, you would never spread that kind of information on them. 3, the fact that he has a girl best friend, I don't believe in that shit. She wants your man.
Am I the asshole for not allowing my dad a +1 at my wedding? So me and my boyfriend Cal are getting married in September. We've been together for a little over 5 years and we've been engaged for about 9 months now. One thing that me and Cal both really agreed on is that when we had our wedding, it would be relatively small. We planned for about 100 people attending, including ourselves and our bridal party and groom party. It was pretty difficult to shave our guest list down to 100, but we somehow ended up managing. We also decided that we're going to stream our wedding so that those who aren't able to attend can still watch us get married. couple of weeks ago, me and Cal really started feeling like everything was coming together and everything was like figured out as far as decorations and bridal parties and tuxes and dresses and all that. Then my dad called me and asked if his girlfriend could come because his invite didn't say it allowed a +1. I honestly didn't even know that my dad had a girlfriend. My mom passed late last year and I didn't even realize that my dad had started dating again. Am I the asshole for not allowing my dad a +1 at my wedding? My mom passed late last year and I didn't even realize that my dad had started dating again. I told him no, he could not bring her because everything was already finalized and there was honestly no more room. Also, if anyone else found out that he was allowed a +1, then I feel like a lot of our other guests would also start asking. Here is where I might have been the asshole. My dad asked if his girlfriend could just take my mother's seat, which I ended up getting really upset about. My mother's seat is an empty chair that will be decorated in honor of her since she's not going to be able to be there for my special day. Pretty much every single person that's coming to my wedding knows about this special chair. Again, I told my dad no, a firm no. She's not invited, but if she wants, she can watch the live stream. My dad said that I was being rude and ungrateful, and he said he'll call me back later, and he just hung up the phone. He hasn't always been the most agreeable person, but this honestly shocked me. He has continued to keep asking, and I keep saying no, but he isn't slowing down about it, so I'm just wondering if I'm being the asshole here.
Am I the asshole for ordering an adult beverage at a baseball game? My fiance and I went to a Yankees game with her sister, brother-in-law, and 4 children. About halfway through the game, I asked if anyone would like anything and went to the concession stand. When I ordered our food, I decided to add a beer to my order. My fiance told the worker to wait. She looked at me and said not to order the beer because her sister and husband would be upset. I asserted myself and said that I'm an adult and their beliefs should not affect whether I should choose to be able to enjoy a drink at a sporting event. Her and her family ignored me for the rest of the game. Am I the ass?
Turns out you guys were right, but we'll get into that. Firstly, I unblocked Mike this morning and called him to talk. After a few hours of arguing, I finally got the truth out of him. He said after I told him about my past, he was fine with it because it happened before him. Then he got curious about who Jake and Adam were. So he went digging on my Facebook friend list and didn't find Jake, but he found Adam. He then condemned me for having an ex on my social media page. I said I don't speak to the majority of the people on my Facebook, but I wouldn't delete them. I just won't engage. He said that in his eyes, that was a red flag, so he went digging. And he found what he was looking for. He saw that Adam was well known and well liked by a lot of women because of the women liking and commenting on his posts, and by the cars and trips he posted prior. He knew that Adam had to be well off. He also admitted to knowing some of the women who were in Adam's comments. He then tried digging into Adam's friend list, but it was hidden. So he asked Jessica to stalk his likes, comments, and posts for a Jake. Sure enough, they found Jake, saw that Jake drove an expensive car, and came to the conclusion that I only date men with money. No, Mike doesn't have money, so his entire analysis was dumb. Anyway, I asked him why he just didn't come to me, and he confessed that for a while he thought I was interested in Jake and Adam for money because that's what women do. He then said that him and Jessica brought the situation up to his guy friends, and they all agreed that this is how the situation went. I was dating Jake. He introduced me to Adam. I found out Adam had more money than Jake. I left Jake to sleep with Adam, then started dating him. I questioned why I would leave Adam if I was with him for money, and he said he thought that was a lie and Adam had to be the one to leave me. Ouch. He then said that he contemplated breaking up with me over this for months, but as he got to know me, he slowly realized I'm not that kind of person. I told him that he's basically full of shit for dirtying my name with his friends. Then I asked him why he didn't clear up my name. He said whenever he brought me up, they all dismissed me as a gold digger, thought a woman who slept with men for money, and here's the kicker, probably still have some of that money saved. They came to the conclusion that I must be with Mike for some ulterior motive, but he was too embarrassed to defend me. He also said that he was embarrassed every time I mentioned a male friend or tagged any guy on social media because they all teased him afterwards. I remember him asking me not to like any other man's photo on social media and to not tag any guys, but I just thought it's because it made him uncomfortable, not because his friends were silently stalking me. After hearing all of this, I decided to end things with Mike. I told him that he's not a nice person and I can't trust him anymore, especially because he knew I was saving for months to afford the PS5. and he even allowed his friends to think that I got my money somewhere else. After ending it, I said, "Oh, by the way, have you ever slept with Jessica?" He said no, but after she found Jake, she suggested that they hook up if he ever needs to get back at me in the future. I asked what she meant by getting back at me, and he said that she was certain I would cheat on him with a wealthier man if I found one. He then said that he gave me the truth after all these years, so I should forgive him and give him another chance. But I didn't. I just thanked him for the good times, the memories, and for dirtying my name. Then I hung up and blocked him again. Now I think I'll take another long break from the dating world. Thanks again, everyone.
Am I the asshole for not giving my husband my escape money when I saw that we were financially struggling? I, 34 female, have recently ran into a situation with my husband, 37 male, and I'm curious about if I'm the asshole here or not. So me and my husband have been together for 8 years, married for 7. When I got married, my mother came to me privately and talked about setting aside money as a rainy day / escape fund if worse came to worse. My husband has never showed any signs of being dangerous and rarely even gets upset. But the way my mom talked about it, it seemed like a no-brainer to have. When me and my husband got together, we agreed I would be a stay-at-home wife. We are both child-free, so that was never a concern. My husband made a comfortable mid-6-figure salary, all was good until about 2 years ago. He was injured at work in a near-fatal accident. Between hospital bills and a lawsuit that we lost, that ate up nearly all of our savings. I took a part-time job while my husband was recovering, but when he fully recovered, we transitioned back into me being unemployed, as my husband insisted that it was his role to provide. He is currently working 2 full-time jobs and Ubers on his days off to keep us afloat. Here's where I might be the asshole. I do all the expense managing, and I've continued to put money into my escape account, although I significantly decreased from $750 a month to $200 a month. My husband came home exhausted one night and asked about downsizing because of all the stress of work was going to kill him. I told him downsizing would not be an option, as I had spent years making our house a home and offered to go back to work. He tried to be nice, but basically told me that me going back to work wouldn't make enough. After an argument, my husband went through our finances to see where we could cut back. He was confused when he saw I had regular reoccurring withdrawals leading back years and asked me about it. I broke down and revealed my money to him, which now sits at $47,000. After I told him all of this, he just broke down sobbing. His point of view is I treated him like a predator and hid money from him for years, even when he was at his lowest. I told him that the money was a precaution I would have taken with any partner and not specific to him. He left the house to stay with his brother and said I hurt him on every possible level. But my mom says this is exactly what the money is for, and I should bail now. Am I the asshole?
To label it and have it in your mind as an escape fund, that's the asshole part to me. There's still a little piece of her mind in the back of her head that this marriage isn't going to work out, and that his financial troubles might cause them to move out of their house, which would possibly be the situation where she's just like, I can't take this anymore. And that's not very nice.
Well, how do you think about him coming to her and being like, the stress from working so many jobs, can we downsize? Can we do something to lessen my load? And she just plainly says no.
Asshole.
Can't do it. How could you see your significant other work that hard to maintain your lifestyle that you want? Because you're the one that doesn't want to downsize.
Yeah,
How
I've
can you
spent
see your
so
significant
long
other do
making
that?
it a home.
I would leave her if I was him.
Yep.
I knew a woman who never took off her wedding dress. Pauline was a sweet woman who lived across the street. We weren't close as kids or teenagers because she was around 5 years older than me, but our parents were friends. I think she babysat me when I was younger too. When my mother learned Pauline was engaged, she sent me to help on the bridal shower. Poor mom. She thought I was like that because I was too often around boys and needed to learn to be more feminine, but she got that backwards. That's when I first learned that Pauline and her soon-to-be husband had both made a blood oath. The first to die comes and then takes the other as soon as they can, she explained to me, swirling the ruby ring gently around her fingers. Isn't that too dramatic? What if you end up divorcing and marrying other people? We won't. We're soulmates, she assured me. Her naivety made her incredibly beautiful. But it felt really wrong being 21 and thinking I was so much more mature than a 26-year-old. I didn't pursue the matter, but she kept talking about him in a dreamy tone. Aiden would like this. I wish Aiden were here, and so on. Her dreamy tone almost made me believe that soulmates existed, and that you could make a person you love most follow you to death by just willing it. I met Pauline's friends, and we all ended up having some quality girl time. Pauline explained to us all how she believed that you can wake up in the afterlife and start controlling things with your mind. Of course your memories will be hazy, she clarified, but that's why we made the blood oath, so we can remember. And how will one get back to one another? I asked, entertaining her. I like to believe we'll both grow wings. It was all terribly silly when I think back, but Pauline had something about her that made everyone pay attention and marvel at her words. Despite the age gap, we ended up becoming good friends. I think we were finally at an age where it didn't matter anymore. Since I was in college but lived with my parents and didn't need to work, I had a lot of spare time to accompany her to wedding dress fittings, cake testings, and other little things that were there for the world of brides. But Pauline was a pleasant bride-to-be and never freaked out. She was just thrilled about marrying the man of her dreams and wanted to make it pretty if possible. Little by little, I grew to understand her devotion to Aiden, and he was just as crazy about her, if not more. When they were together, the world felt like a brighter and warmer place, like marshmallows slowly melting over my heart. The day of the wedding came around a year and a half after her bridal shower. It was neither big nor a small wedding. It felt like both Pauline and Aiden were finally able to invite exactly everyone they wanted around on their happiest day. I felt somewhat honored to be there. Still, the happiest day never came. When Pauline arrived, belated as any bride should, there was whispering. Aiden wasn't there yet. Her smile didn't falter because she was completely sure that he would never bail on her. The bridesmaids started making calls to find out if the groom had a sudden illness, but they soon realized that Aiden's parents were there, but not his brother. They informed that their other son was supposed to drive the groom as part of his best man duties. When the devastating news came, everyone wanted to comfort her. Everyone wanted desperately to protect her precious heart. It was all too fast and scary. A sports car ran a red light straight into the mirage. The man in the passenger seat was DOA. The driver was taken to the hospital, but his state was critical. It was also hard on everyone. Aiden's brother ended up surviving, but as far as I know, he's miserable because he wished it could have been him. Right after the wedding that never happened, Pauline and Aiden's parents dealt with selling the house that they had just bought, and Pauline continued living with her parents. They both still worked office jobs, and her other friends and I started taking turns keeping her company while they weren't home. I did my best to be there for my neighbor and friend. She was living in a land of delusion. I never saw such a deep and heart-wrenching sadness. Pauline refused to take off her dress. She would spend the whole day by the window waiting for Aiden, and the whole night crying because she missed him desperately. Every single day. She wouldn't take off the dress. He had passed in his wedding suit, so it was only natural that she was up to par. Once beautiful organza and silk were now ragged, grimy, and smelling, but she still refused to take it off. Then one morning she disappeared for good. No one saw her leaving, and no one saw her at all after that. The only thing that they were able to find in the small grove behind her house was her filthy wedding dress and 2 large holes poking out of her back like it had grown wings. After finding the dress, everyone who loved Pauline was relieved. Her mother readily admitted that she actually believed Aiden somehow had come back to take her. It's not that we were happy about her death, but we were comforted by the possibility of her finally finding her peace. She was an angel after all. Why wouldn't she grow wings and escape her flesh prison? Now, you might ask what I believe in. I would laugh bitterly because I don't have this choice to begin with. Being the person who spent the most time watching Pauline those days, it was only natural that I was the one who found her in her bathtub. Hiding and subsequently getting rid of her body was the hardest thing I had ever done. Tampering with the dress, though, that was eerily healing. Still, I think she would be pleased to know that I faked her rapture. A romantic and mystifying death suited her way more than a self-unaliving.
Am I wrong for leaving my stepdaughter's birthday after my husband threw out the cake I made for her? What's up with all these cake stories? I, female, have been married to my husband Jeff for a year. He has a daughter, 12, with his deceased wife, and when I first met Jeff, it was obvious he was struggling as a single parent. For my stepdaughter's birthday, he'd usually get a cake from the bakery, and that's been the case since her mom passed away. I thought I'd bake her a birthday cake for her 12th birthday that was last week as a gesture to show some motherly love and support. I talked to Jeff and he agreed and told me what his daughter's favorite flavors are and what she likes and so on. I baked the cake in the flavor she likes and the icing she likes, but one thing was missing and that was the blueberries. I couldn't include them because I went to the nearest store and they didn't have them. I was honestly running out of time and couldn't get them, so I ended up leaving the cake as is, thinking it wouldn't be a big deal. The party started and Jeff was busy taking care of everything, but when he came in the kitchen, he got angry. Am I wrong for leaving my stepdaughter's birthday party after my husband threw out the cake I made for her? He got so mad when he saw the cake had no blueberries and went on and on saying I didn't fully commit to making the cake and he trusted me to take care of it. And he basically said we should have just ordered one from the bakery. We got into a huge argument and he ended up taking it and throwing it in the trash can. I was stunned as he said, "You know what? Forget it. I'll get one from the bakery." I blew up and screamed at him. That's when he told me to stop, but I went upstairs, got dressed, and left. He tried getting me to stay, but I refused and went to my parents' house. He later called and then texted saying I overreacted and hurt him and my stepdaughter by leaving. Also said that I created the situation by not properly making the birthday cake because I couldn't put blueberries on top. I refused to respond, but my parents say he was justified since he must have felt pressure from the stress of making his daughter happy. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for telling my sister-in-law how much my brother owes me when she tried to tell my nephews that I was an example of why they should stay in school? I'm a steam fitter and I work a lot of overtime because I hate working, so I usually work like a madman for 7 months of the year and take the other 5 off. My brother's a teacher and the first person in our family to graduate from university. I've always been proud of him and he's pretty awesome. He married another teacher and they have 2 boys together. His wife comes from a family of educated people and I think most of her relatives are college educated. My wife and I are expecting our first child and we had my parents and my brother's family over so we could announce it. I spent the day getting my smoker going early and we set up for what I thought was going to be a nice visit and announcement. Full disclosure, my wife and I currently live in a mobile home. We keep it tidy and it has city water and power. Well, before we had dinner, my sister-in-law told her children this is why you need to stay in school. Am I wrong for telling my sister-in-law how much my brother owes me when she tried to tell my nephews that I was an example of why they should stay in school? I saw red and was about to go off, but my mom and brother told her that she was being rude and that she needed to apologize, but she didn't. She doubled down and said we're doing okay for 2 of us, but what if we wanted a child? She just didn't want her kids to end up like us. I told my brother he needed to tell her to shut up or they needed to leave. She said that she was just thinking about our future and our future children. I told her my kids would be okay as soon as her husband paid me back for his education that I paid for. I also told her that my current house wasn't great, but the construction across the road was our new house. I then told her since I make more money than her and my brother combined while only working a little over half a year, I think we'll be okay. And by the way, I would not actually call in the loan to my brother. I know they're living within their means and don't have the money to pay me back. Anyways, she got embarrassed and left and I told my parents about the baby.
Storytime about how my sister kicked me out of her baby shower. Don't get me wrong, I love my sister, but her husband and her are extremely stingy. When she told the family that she was pregnant, we were all incredibly happy for her. I was so happy that I decided to help her plan the baby shower. And then her best friend jumped on board, so we were both helping out with the baby shower. I asked my sister to make me a Pinterest board so that I could know exactly what colors she wanted and what the theme should be. I even went ahead and hired caterers, an entire wait staff, and my sister's best friend was in charge of all the decorations, which this girl put her own money into. This baby shower was the most curated, beautiful baby shower you could ever imagine in your entire life. We even had a 7-foot table filled with charcuterie board stuff. Charcuterie boards are really expensive. When we started the planning, my sister's husband decided to foot the bill. But me being the best sister that I am, and her best friend being a very good friend, we also decided to pitch in. But then the shit hit the fan. A week before the baby shower, her husband started asking us about how much everything cost. We even made a spreadsheet about all the costs and receipts. That's when he decided that he didn't want to pay for any of it. He said that we chose the most expensive things, and that because they didn't plan it, they shouldn't have to pay for it. Mind you, he said this to us after we had spent 8 hours decorating the entire backyard. I looked at my sister to see her reaction and she had none. Instead of defending us, my sister did not say a word. I went up straight to her and I said, "Are you kidding me? Are you guys actually joking right now?" To which she said, "Nobody asked you to plan this." I broke down into tears because I had taken days off of work to try to plan the whole thing. Part 2 is up. Storytime about how my sister kicked me out of her baby shower. Part 2. I couldn't believe my sister was telling me that I had to pay for the baby shower because I planned it. I'm her sister. Of course I would help her plan the baby shower. She probably would have found an excuse to get mad at me for not helping if I didn't. Anyway, remember her best friend who was helping me out? We both decided to be petty. I mean, we had already hired the caterers, the tables, chairs, so we went ahead and started canceling everything. Mind you, it's the day of the baby shower. So I called up all the companies and tried to cancel, but they said it was too late. So my sister's bestie and I decided to show up to the baby shower like nothing happened. But here's what we did instead. We told them that as soon as they show up to the party to ask for payment. So the caterer shows up and asks for the money. That's when my sister's husband looks at me and tells me to fuck off. And he proceeded to kick me out and my sister's best friend. That's when the florist shows up and asks for payment too. It was all happening at the same time because we asked everyone to deliver everything at the same time. Essentially, he was ripping out his hair and going crazy, and I just watched. Then he went around to our family table and told my parents that I didn't pay for anything. Obviously, I had already told my parents about this. That's when my dad tells him that it's his responsibility to pay for it. Then my sister and him double down and kick us out again. My parents were so upset. I don't speak to my sister anymore and she's already had the baby. My mom thinks I should be the one to extend the olive branch and just forgive her, but her husband legitimately scares me. It seems to me like he's been able to brainwash her, and I just don't want to be in the middle of it. But now I have a new bestie, and all is good. Bye.
I am so sorry, Finola. Let's do a full face of affordable makeup. And this is like a bit of a first impression of She Gone makeup as well. I've popped all of the product names up above there, so I don't need to keep saying them. But that moisturiser was really nice consistently. It was like a water cream, and I really love that at the minute. Then this foundation, I was very shocked with. I wasn't very good at colour matching myself, so let's just ignore that. Even though it says that it's a matte foundation, it still has sort of a really natural matteness to it, and it didn't feel heavy at all. Now this concealer, I love the finish of it. You'll see in a second, it's gorgeous and glowy. However, I'm not the biggest fan of the applicator, so yeah. You win some, you lose some. I was so flipping excited to try these little stubby sponge things. And again, the shade's a little bit too light. However, the formula, oh my god, the formula is so blendable. Now, these little blushes. I went for a little ombre pink blush. Tell me this isn't the cutest little blush combination ever. You can see how well they blend there. Just going in and setting with some powder and go to part 2. We are back with part 2 of a full face of affordable makeup from She Gone. Starting with this little eyeshadow palette. How flippin' adorable. Nice pigment, blended really well. Now, something I didn't get on with. This eyeliner stamp, she caused me some issues. As you can see from my face. The formula itself was great. I just don't get on with the stamp. And it wasn't the shape of the wing that I wanted. But oh my god, this mascara I'm so in love with. 2-in-1, lengthening and volumizer. Beautiful. This matte setting spray had a really lovely fine mist. Didn't smell weird. 10 out of 10 from me. I have never been a lip stain girly, but this was so freaking cute. And I love the packaging as well. I just dibby-dabbed it in. And then went over with these little shiny lipstick things. And I thought I'd leave this in, but it took me a while to get it to press up a little bit. However, when it did join us for the party, look at that sheen, look at that shine. How incredible is that? Not too sure when my footage has gone all glitchy here, but the sheeny shine on this highlighter is delightful. Okay, let's do some faves now. 100% this foundation, I will be bagging it in the right shade. Of course, the mascara because my eyelashes are looking still fluttery. And last but not least, of course, the little pouty shine lipstick I love.
I am going on a men's cleanse. You're probably like, Libby, what the fuck is a men's cleanse? A men's cleanse, God, it's literally hard to say. I'm cutting off the roster. I'm clearing the fucking bench. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I started to fucking hate my roster. And I was like, why do I even have these losers around? I was like so over it. I'm not sure if it's because I picked the absolute dumbest fucks to be on my roster. Like, I somehow handpicked the biggest idiots and they like genuinely like were the worst people. But even if that's being said and I did do that, then that's on me. Then I need to take accountability. Like, why did I decide to fill my roster with weird fucking losers? Clearly, I need some time of self-reflection if I'm going to build the worst roster of all fucking time. This is what my men's cleanse is gonna look like. I'm done talking to men. I'm done dating. I really just want no contact from those fuckers. I saw a lot of you comment on my video that you think I'm gonna become a lesbian now and that's what I'm trying to hint at. That's not what I'm trying to hint at. I wanna focus on me. Like, I just wanna put all this energy into me. Because with having a roster, whether you know it or not, you're giving all these men your energy. And I just realized I was giving so many dumb fucks my energy that like did not deserve it. What? Just to have a fucking roster to have some hoes? Like, it's really not worth it. Me texting them all the time, me even playing games with these men, this shit was affecting my energy whether I wanted to admit it or not. And I was letting too many dumb fucks in my energy field. I always covered it up by being like, well, I'm young, like I'm dumb, like I'm just dating, I'm doing the damn thing. And at the end of the day, it's like, no, like these men were straight up disrespecting the fuck out of you, Livy. You should probably take a minute and a step back. One, to like process everything that happened when you were dealing with these dumb hoes. So get ready for some dumb hoe story time. There's one thing about me, when I process something, I gotta make a story time about it. I also didn't deserve the disrespect that I was getting during my little hoe phase, if that's what we call it. I literally wasn't even that big of a hoe. Like, I honestly wish no, I don't. Like, I deserve 20 times more from what I was giving myself with these men. And it was like, Libby, why were you accepting the bare minimum from these whack ass motherfuckers? And it's like, oh wait, I was addicted to the chaos. The whole separate video of how I realized, oh, I'm addicted to the chaos. It really, I don't even think I liked half the fuckers. I just liked the fact that I was getting the tax back. I was getting the things that I wanted. It's like, I was addicted to the chaos because I always was like, oh, I don't care about these dumb fucks, but I loved getting a tax back, and that was all for the fucking ego. During my men cleanse, I'm just not talking to anybody. I really just don't have the time or energy to, and I decided that, like, when I do want to talk to men again, I have a big move coming up, so after that move is when I'm going to talk to them. But I also have a really big project coming up. I hate to be the influencer ass bitch that's like, I have a big project coming up, but I do, and I literally can't talk about it, and I'm sorry. But until that's launched, that is when I plan to, like, maybe take a step back from the men's cleanse, or maybe I'll love it so fucking much I won't want to talk to any of these motherfuckers ever again in my life. What a part 2. So during my men's cleanse, there's a couple things that I actually really want to focus on. I want to do a deep dive on my dating patterns and behaviors and, like, why I am the way I am. I do love a good, like, self-reflection moment. So I know that is going to be a heavy topic during the men's cleanse. Also just want to make me happy. I want to be my #1 priority. I'm always my #1 priority, but I really want to lean into it this time. Like, there's just, like, little things I want to do more. I want to do more yoga classes to get, like, more in touch with myself and what I want out of this fucking world and how I'm gonna make my goals and dreams come true, kind of thing. I just want no distractions around me during this time, and, like, men, especially dumb men, are a fucking distraction. I want no distractions. I want to show up every day, every meeting that I have about things coming up as the best version of myself at all times. I also want to find, like, new ways to love myself, because, like, one of my favorite things, like, and this sounds so good, no, but, like, one of my favorite things in this world is loving myself. And it's like, I didn't lose that during my little hose, with my little hose, but I definitely steered away from it. And it's like, I want to put more self-love into myself, find new ways to love myself, find new ways to discover my motherfucking self. I'm gonna be the most selfish bitch in the world, and that's a fucking positive thing, that I can take the time and really just focus on I owe nothing to nobody at this point of my life, so I just want to take that time and be by myself and be with myself too. Now, every time I've done, like, a little men's cleanse or things like that, there's things that are gonna happen. So if you decide to do it, here are some things that you need to keep in mind during your men's cleanse. Men have a sixth sense. Like, men know when a bitch is like, oh, I'm cutting off all the hoes. Like, and so a lot of them will come in. Like, I've already had a lot come in already, but, like, they're just something, like, they know. And that's, I feel like, almost like a test from the universe. Like, bitch, are you really committed to this men's cleanse? Or are you gonna let that random motherfucker on Instagram take you on a date? It's like, no. Like, I just know every time I do a men's cleanse, it somehow attracts them more. I feel like the more you pull away your energy and take your power back from them, they fucking sense it. They really, really sense it, and they try and come in stronger. So I already know you bitches are like, Livy, like, what if you meet your soulmate? Like, what if my soulmate pops up fucking tomorrow? And I'm like, oh my God, do I just drop the men's cleanse? No, bitch, not doing that. And obviously, like, I've thought about this. No, like, that man, if he is my soulmate, he is going to be okay with being my friend until I have the things that I want accomplished and finished, kind of thing. And, like, I feel good with my men's cleanse, and I feel like, hey, I'm ready to date again. I'm ready to hoard up on the town. He could be a fucking friend until then. Right now, it's all about me. So this is a really good time for me to decide what I want out of, like, my future partner, like, specifics and everything, what I'm willing to tolerate, what I'm not willing to tolerate, and just get more clear on that. I think that this is a really great time for that. I'm really just craving peace in this time of my life, and, like, my actions were not aligning with the peace I was craving. It really is so much peace with being alone and having a dry phone, and, like, I'm normally like that, and I've just kind of missed that. Also, the reason I'm putting an end date on the men's cleanse is because I am the type of bitch who, I could do it for like 75 years. And I don't really think that's that healthy. I think it's good to get a cleanse up, but then it's like, okay, you actually have to start dating again after the cleanse, Livy. That's just a little bit about the men's cleanse I'm doing. If you also decide to do a men's cleanse, DM me on Instagram. I want to hear all about it, and I want to hear about your reasoning why. So, let's do this shit, bitch.
My 21 female, boyfriend 21 male, wants to go traveling with his ex for 5 weeks. Okay, yeah, you let him go, and then he just doesn't have a girlfriend anymore. Easy fix. Title alone, red flag. I cannot fathom there be anything in this text that will make me think it's okay for him to go traveling with his ex for 5 weeks. But let's see if it can change my mind. My boyfriend wants to go to South America for 5 weeks in the summer. For reference, we're from the UK. He hasn't done heaps of solo traveling before, and it's quite a long trip to go on his own, especially somewhere so far away. I have work that I cannot take off, so it's definitely not an option for me to go. None of his mates can afford the trip and are bad traveling partners based on previous experience. The only person who is really suitable to go with him is his ex-girlfriend. See, I was thinking something like maybe he had like a previous trip already like with her and had all this money down that he wasn't going to get back, and I still wouldn't have been acceptable. But this is like, girl, they are not exes. Details of the ex. To be honest, they are hardly exes. They fancied each other for 2 years and went on a bunch of trips together. They travel really well together. Nothing happened between them. Girl. Nothing happened between them because they were both a bit useless about making a first move, so it never really went further during this time. But they were both interested. Please, do not blindfold yourself to the truth. Eventually, they started dating, but my boyfriend moved away, so they were long distance for 2 months. Their first kiss was 2 months into their relationship, but they never slept together. And a few days later, they broke up. She broke up with him because her therapist told her it wasn't good for her to be in a long distance relationship right now. Since their breakup, however, they have remained quite close friends. They've been on a couple trips together since and have kissed a few times since then, but nothing further than a drunk peck from what I gather. You have to understand, if he wants to go traveling with his ex, you don't think he's gonna minimize the relationship he had with her? You really think he's gonna give you the nitty-gritty details? No. They remain super positive friends who text sometimes, never really call, and see each other when they happen to be in the same place. Now, this idea of his 5 weeks traveling has come up, and I feel anxious at the thought of him going with his ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry, I would not be happy with my man going with any girl for 5 weeks, let alone his ex. Really, not a lot happened between them, but I note that they had a very close friendship for a long time and attraction on both sides. I feel as though 5 weeks spent with your ex who you fancied for so long is just a recipe for disaster. Would be correct. We have spoken about this already, and he understands and agrees with many of the points I make. I feel that I can't tell him what to do or what not to do, and I don't want to come across as a controlling girlfriend. The thought of this just makes me feel so anxious, since we've got something really good here. What is your advice? I'm uncomfortable enough with a guy traveling alone with a girl, but he would be traveling with someone he has past emotions with. And like you said, a recipe for disaster. Protect yourself. Say no, because 99% chance, 99.99999, something is going to go down. He's probably not going to tell you, and you're just going to look like a fool.
It's time for the most fucked up series that I do. The friendship pyramid. Listen, what the fuck is this filter? The friendship pyramid has really changed this week, so I'm excited to show you guys. On the bottom of the pyramid, we have my mother. The reason she's on the bottom is like she just like wasn't giving. Like in general, wasn't giving. Went to visit her for her birthday 2 weeks ago. The whole time she was a little bit manic, a little bit mean to me, but then texted me after being like, I love you, I miss you so much, you're the light of my life. I was like, where the fuck was that energy in person, bitch? Also just like wildly obsessed with the boyfriend to the point where like yesterday she called me and I thought she was gonna ask me all about Paris. No, didn't even reach out when I was in Paris. Asked me if I'm excited to know how it goes when her boyfriend meets my uncle tonight and like the rest of my family. Bitch! Next on the pyramid is Livia. Livia made her way to the bottom of the pyramid. Livia's on the bottom of the pyramid because she was gonna meet me in Paris and we were gonna go to London, but she like never followed up with it. And like the thing is, it's not like I'm like, oh my god, she like didn't meet me in like Paris. Like I just sound like an ignorant little bitch. Livia's a flight attendant so she can fly wherever, and we were gonna go to London and she was just like ghosted me. Like who the fuck ghosts somebody? I've also been having to like, she's just. Next on the pyramid, we have Sissy. Sissy like refused to see me when I got back from Paris. Like she would not come over and see me. I had to bribe her with a present. Like I have a present from Paris for you, and she was like, maybe I'll make my way over. Actually, she should be higher because we had a sleepover last night. So she should be a little bit higher on the pyramid, but she's not. Next on the pyramid, we have Jude. Jude is somebody new to the pyramid. She's my mom's best friend. She kind of acts like my father in a way. Because like, I don't have a dad, so she's the closest thing I have to a dad. Jude made the pyramid because when I was in Chicago, I was so sore. Jude is a massage therapist, and she was just giving me like the best massages. Like I was so beyond grateful. I was like, Jude, like, and she was like, I'll do it if I could be on the pyramid. I'm like, bitch, you're on the fucking pyramid. Next on the pyramid, we have Tim. Tim being so high is is a shotgun in the pyramid to everybody, including me. Like, when I first did this pyramid, Tim was like definitely at the bottom. But like, I don't know how to say this without sounding like really fucked up. Tim's dog passed away, and it honestly has been really sad. Like, when Tim called me, I was genuinely crying, and I like, how the fuck could I put someone on the bottom of the pyramid who just lost like a family member? Is this like really fucked up of me? Also, Tim's just been like going through it a lot, so I was like, let me put him higher on the pyramid. This just feels like fucked up to say, and I don't know. I love my Timmy, and he's really going through a lot. So like, go send him love and prayers and kisses. But yeah, so he's on the middle of the pyramid. Like, this is when the pyramid gets fucking weird. It's like, okay, like what? But I love you, Timmy. We all love you. Next on the pyramid, we have Katie. Katie is an inspiration to all. The way Katie has made herself up from like the bottom of the fucking pyramid to the like close to the top. She's like back and forth with whoever's at the top every week. Like, I'm like, Katie's really just did like a 360. I fucking speak today, clearly not. But Katie's there. I just have been loving Katie recently. That's just like my bitch. Like, I just feel like I got my bitch back. She was far gone for a second. I was like, Katie's never fucking coming back to life, but she's really back. She was just like going through some shit, and like we were just like, we just had like a friendship hiccup. Like, that's basically what it was. But then, honestly, this pyramid saved our friendship. I wish I was kidding, but like, that's just my girly. Like, she's just been killing it on TikTok too. Like, go at her TikToks. Like, that's my bit. I mean, that would always be my bitch. We have matching tattoos, but like, love her with my entire heart and soul. Top of the pyramid, we have Nicole. Just spent a week in Paris with that bitch. How the fuck is she not gonna be at the top of the motherfucking pyramid? Why did I just swear so much in one sentence? Nicole and I literally had the time of our lives in Paris. Like, there's just nobody that could beat that right now at this point of life. Like, Nicole is just at the top of the motherfucking pyramid. She also like pushes me to do things I like won't normally do. Like, me even taking like a 7-hour flight to Paris, I'm like, oh my god, anxiety, and she's like, do it, and I'm like, oh my god. So that's why she's at the top of the pyramid, because she like really pushes me outside of my comfort zone. Love everybody on the pyramid this week, but Nicole's at the mother. I can't stop saying motherfucker. I literally cannot stop saying motherfucker. She's at the top.
At the age of 27, I became a millionaire. That was the first time I could say I have $1 million that is mine. I left the village pretty early when I was 17 to go meet my father's best friend's son, who lives in the city. He's an entrepreneur, he owns a timber shade, and he's the timber shade chairman of our state. I served him for 10 years diligently without going back home or going to see my parents. And when I was done, by the time I was supposed to start my own business, he gave me 8 million naira to start up my business. So 10 years later, that was the time I went back to the village to go see my parents. After seeing them, I gave them some money to take care of themselves. And I also gave some money to my uncle, because my uncle, his wife, and his children all live in our family house, owned by my father. So I returned to town to start up my business. And because of the contact that my boss already established on ground for me, everything was smooth and easy. 2 years later, I could boast of having 80 million naira to call mine. I went back to the village, got married, bought a plot of land, and came back to the city to hustle more. It was I, my dad, and my uncle that went to even purchase the land. I told my dad, now that I'm married, I would love to have a place where I can build a house for myself, so that whenever my wife, my children, and myself come to the village, we'll have somewhere to live. 8 months later, my wife was pregnant, and I took her to the village to stay with my mom, so my mom could take care of her very well. And I also wanted to stay for a little while so I could start up my project. That was when the wahala started. The day I took my uncle and my dad to the land to tell them that I'm starting this project, I've gotten message already. My uncle told me, in his words, when them born you were them born yesterday, you want to build a house before me? Try it and see. We exchanged words. My dad insulted him. We went back home, and the next day my project was supposed to kickstart. The digging of the foundation, people were breaking legs anyhow. Things were going south in my sight. I told my uncle to stay off. He said not when he is alive. It is the most shocking thing that happened to me ever in my life. Things I watch in Nollywood is now happening to me in reality. You know, it's different when you don't know the enemy, and more painful when you know the enemy, right? My dad was witnessing everything happening right before his eyes. My uncle was warned, series of family meeting because of this man, but he said over his dead body. He did a lot on that land, consulted a lot, but nothing worked. In short, all laborers from my village call my site the evil site. Whenever they mix cement, sand, and water, occasionally it dries off. They climb ladder, they fall. Anytime they try jumping over a hole, they fall inside. Everything was becoming scary. It was as if something was pushing them away from my side. So I decided not to use the laborers for my village. I went to town, got new laborers to come down to my village to work at my site. I rented a hotel for them where they can be living in my village and coming to site daily. But they all ran away the next day. So I said to myself, enough is enough, and I decided to pull my shirt, go to the site that day, I and my dad, to work on the site. We just wanted to be sure and experience whatever they were experiencing on that land. From our small knowledge of mixing sand, water, concrete, and cement, nothing dried up. We worked till evening, nothing pursued us. I and my dad even sat down to gist on the site, and nothing happened. I think that was the breakthrough, because after that day, I went to get new set of masons and laborers to come and work on the site. No one ran away from my site since the day I tried working on that site myself. That's how I was able to complete the building, and when I was done, my uncle came to beg for forgiveness. But he said the charm he did, if I don't pay him 3 million naira, that he's going to die in the next 3 days. I did not answer him. I said he should go ahead and die. I sure forgave him, because even when that entire brouhaha was happening in the village, the youth in my village asked me to submit my uncle since he's a witch. They are going to bring him down, and I know the only means they can use to bring him down is through jungle justice. So I told them no. After speaking to my father, we all told them no. Because it's a family matter, at the end of the day, I did not give him the 3 million naira. Since that day till today, he's very much alive, and we are living together as if nothing happened. The only person that can plot your downfall or kill you is someone from your family or someone from the inner circle.
All of the women in my family passed at the age 27. I turned 28 in 2 hours and 32 minutes. My dad always wanted a son. He got 3 daughters instead. He hated us all. Hated my twin sisters, hated my mother, but hated me most of all because I was the last child my mom had before she died. That didn't stop him from treating me like his little boy. Didn't stop him from attempting to beat the hatred of my own gender out of me. Quit your crying, he'd snap, or you'll end up just like your sniveling bitch of a mother. After years of that shit, he was shocked that I grew up as a tomboy. I think he hated that even more because I was just a constant reminder of what he never got to have. My mother passed when she was only 27. When I was only 4, the coroner ruled her passing a natural passing, some weird heart complication that took her in her sleep. My dad, though, he says it was because of his family's curse. Whenever I came to him, desperate for more information about a mother I never really knew, he never had much to say. I'm convinced he was just drunk since the day she passed. Every woman in her damn family, they died when they turned 27. He sputtered in between belches, his breath reeking of stale beer. I think the real curse is that my mom was the one to pass and not him. I wasn't fully convinced by the ramblings of a perpetual drunk man, but when I lost both of my sisters just months before their 28th birthday, I knew it couldn't just be a coincidence. Moira was found unalived with her face practically blasted off while she was on a jog. Joy self-unalived herself only days after. I was the one who found her hanging in her bedroom as I came to pick her up for Moira's funeral. She'd been there swinging from the rafters all night. It's hard to live a normal life when you know you have an expiration date, especially when it encompasses an entire year. I've always dreaded my birthday, which, from an early age, became associated with less fun birthday cake and more with worry and funeral casket. But once Moira and Joy passed, my next birthday, 25, was the most dreadful day of my life. 26 was worse. 27, unimaginable. This is it, I thought as I closed all the blinds in my apartment, drowning the last drop of vodka in the bottle. This is the last year of my life. 27 has been uneventful to say the least. Why would I make any long-term plans, forge any meaningful relationships when I know they simply cannot last? The worst part of the last year has been simply not knowing when my impending death is to come. It could have been any day within the last 364. It could be within the next minute. I must admit, I became something of a recluse, my windows always shuttered, additional locks installed in my door, letting my phone ring through to voicemail, hiding under my covers with the lights out whenever I got a knock on my door. I stocked up on preserved foods and various goods that would need to last me through the year. I was so paranoid that I even covered my mail slots, stuffed a towel in the space beneath the front door. I didn't want anything getting through from the outside world. God forbid an anthrax letter. Falling off the face of the earth didn't matter much anyways. I didn't have friends or family anymore. Part 2. All of the women in my family passed at age 27. The night before my 27th birthday, I started getting these strange phone calls from a blocked number. I've always had anxiety about phone calls, so I just let it ring. The number kept calling, at least once per day throughout the past year. Then the knocking started, once a week at first, but it's only been getting worse. More frequent, the pounding on my door more frantic each time. Convinced it had something to do with my inevitable passing, I've been driven mad by the unknowing visitor, especially over the past week. I got ready for bed last night, knowing that tomorrow, today now, is my last day. I will turn 28. My time had run out, and I'd searched for comfort in the bottle of liquor. I could not find it. I fell into bed, drunk and delirious, and prayed the morning wouldn't come, though I knew it would. I eventually got to sleep, but it was restless and unsatisfying. The The kind of sleep where you feel like you have one eye open, always watching. That is why I was quick to wake when my door to my bedroom creaked open in the early morning. Before the first sight of light, I shot up in bed, glancing around my room in a frenzied panic. At first, seeing nothing out of the ordinary other than the door pushed slightly ajar. A closer look revealed something I'd missed. Two dark figures stood in the empty space behind the half-open door, unmoving, almost like a pair of statues, waiting, watching, wordless. "Leave me alone," I squeaked, unable to move, paralyzed by the power of their presence. The shadowy figures instead shuffled out from behind the door, creeping slowly towards me in the dark. I knew this would certainly be the end of my life, the fulfillment of my curse. I flipped my bedside lamp on to stun the intruders and reached underneath the table and pulled a knife I'd duct taped there a year ago. As soon as the light flooded the room, though, I knew the blade would be of no use. My intruders were not a pair of assassins, not human ones at least. In the yellow light of the lamp, I discerned the identities of the dark figures. They were my sisters. Joy stood at the foot of my bed, pale. Her head hung parallel to her shoulder, neck grotesquely bent from her hanging. Moira was a few steps behind her. I could only assume it was her, considering the severity of her injuries. "Why are you here?" I cried. "Are you here to take me?" Joy made a feeble attempt to shake her head, the side of her face only brushing weakly against her shoulder. She tried. Her speech was labored and wheezing, as if her vocal cords had nearly been shredded. "What do you mean, Joy?" I pleaded. Her lips moved against my ear once more, but no sound came out despite her clear, strenuous effort. She raised one hand, slowly curling it into a fist before striking her knuckles furiously against my bedpost, the incessant sound startling me. I forced my eyes shut tight and my knees pulled even closer against my chest. Finally, it stopped. I cracked my eyes open to find both of my sisters had vanished, that the light of the early morning had begun to spill in through the slats of my blinds. It was just past 6 o'clock, the 7th of June, the day of my 28th birthday. I was born at 9:26 a.m. Once I had learned of the curse, I burned the time of the ultimate expiration date into my mind. I only had 3 hours and 26 minutes left to live, if I even had that long. My plans were interrupted, however, by the damn knocking on the door. Part 3. All of the women in my family pass away at age 27. The interruption usually didn't come so early in the morning. I decided initially to ignore the strange visitor, but pulled the blankets back down soon after a certain sense of familiarity struck me. The pounding on the door reminded me all too much of Moira's knocking just moments before. It easily could have been a trick of the curse, but something compelled me to approach the door. "What do you want?" I called from behind the barrier, clinging to the relative safety it provided. The reply came from an unfamiliar man's voice. "I just have a letter for you, miss. Just slide it under the door, and please leave." I returned, using my bare foot to remove the towel I used to block the small space beneath it. He deposited a bright yellow envelope underneath the door as I requested. I waited quietly for the sounds of receding footsteps before sliding on a pair of gloves to handle the letter. It was addressed to me, simply by first name with no address. Carefully, I unsealed the envelope to reveal a birthday card. I hadn't received one in years. Bright, sparkling letters on the front formed the words, "Daughter, you're 27. I scoffed at the sick joke. I hadn't received a birthday card since I was a child, and my dad couldn't even get my birthday right. I didn't think he even knew my address. I cracked it open gingerly to read the message inside. "Laura, if you're reading this, your father has unalived me. Don't believe a thing he or the police says. I was not the target of a random attack. I did not die of natural causes, and I certainly did not unalive myself. I would never leave you if I had the choice. The truth is, I passed because I found out the truth behind my family's curse and foolishly told your father. He was in on it the whole time, planted in my life by some secret society to eradicate me, to eradicate us. What we have is not a curse. It is a gift of immense power, the power to heal, but the power to harm just the same. We come into our power at the age of 28, a number associated with independence, leadership, and self-sufficiency, an age where we can handle the responsibility such a power inevitably comes with. It's a strong number, and you will come into great strength, though you've always been a strong girl. I hope you've made it this far, but at the same time, I know you have. You were always a feisty little girl. For the 4 years I had the pleasure of knowing you, of loving you. You never let anyone tell you what to think or do, especially not your father. Happy birthday. I love you, Mom." I closed the card softly, thinking of the strained words of my sister. My mom had tried to warn them, but they didn't listen. The pieces of the puzzle slid into place. My dad must have unalived Moira, and Joy ended her own life out of grief and belief that she would inevitably be next. At the time of writing this, I only have 2 hours and 32 minutes until I officially turn 28. Over the past hour or so, I've barely begun to feel the power flowing into my body, electrifying as it runs through my veins. I will the towel to reposition itself under the door, and it does so, sliding across the floor on its own. I need to keep myself safe until 9:26. After all, I'm planning on surprising my father for a visit for my birthday.
Am I wrong for not taking down our 12-foot skeleton because a neighbor's son is afraid of it? She said no and again asked for me to take it down. I told her I've wanted one of these forever and I'm not taking it down. I suggested she find a different way to the bus stop and she made a face and said, "Really?" I told her I spent $300 on this bad boy and I do want to enjoy it. And not to sound too dramatic, but in this world on fire, something as stupid as a 12-foot skeleton brings me joy. That's when she looked behind me smirking, saying $300 shouldn't have broke the bank. But judging by the house you chose, I should have realized that money was the issue. Then she said, but it costs nothing to be kind to a little boy who's just scared. I'm not particularly clever or quick, so I just said okay, thanks for the suggestion, and went back to weeding. Then she stood there taking a picture, probably to blast me on social media or her mommy groups. Now whenever she walks by, she scowls and takes another picture. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for not traveling to a different city to donate my egg to my sister? My sister, 34 female, and I, 29 female, have a very difficult relationship. She looked down on me for a number of things and always had a disparaging view on everything that concerns me. However, that's only of little concern to me as of right now. The thing is, she and her husband, 34 male, have been trying to have a child for a few years but not having any luck. I've been empathetic of this huge concern and I get it, it's really hard. They've also done IVF and some other treatments, but they haven't worked, so to bypass that, they asked me to donate my egg to them, which I very readily agreed to do. However, it came with a caveat. They wanted me to come in a day. Now, I live in a different city and I'd have to fly down and back 6+ hours. And that means I would miss days of work. So instead, I told them I'm coming October 7th for a couple of weeks for a family meet and I can do it then. It'll also save me a bunch of money on airfare, but they refused. Am I wrong for not traveling to a different city to donate my egg to my sister? They refused and said I should come within a few days to make it happen. I do understand they're in a rush, but why am I being expected to 1, travel on my own, and 2, do it as per their convenience? My mother also pitched in saying I should be more understanding as they've been trying for years and must be in a lot of stress. I told my mom I understand and I've not said no, I'm happy to do this. But they should either pay for my airfare or let me come when it's convenient for me, which would be in October. But now things have turned into a whole thing and the entire family is calling me an asshole. Edit says, thank you everyone so much for your perspective, I really do appreciate it. It made me dig more into the procedure and how it's done, and I had very little clue about all the things I'll be put through. I don't have any children of my own and don't plan on having them anytime soon, so I thought there'd be no harm. Top comment says you're not wrong, and that's not how IVF works anyway. Am I wrong for giving my son non-vegan food behind my wife's back? I'm 32 male and my wife is 33 female. We've been married for 8 years and have a 12-year-old son together. About 6 years ago, my wife decided to go vegan. She was sent the documentary Dominion by a vegan friend of hers, and ever since she said non-vegan food is revolting and refuses to eat it. After a long conversation, I agreed to go vegetarian but be vegan in the house around her, which she was very happy with. She also decided that our son should be vegan, which after seeing a dietitian, I also agreed with. Things have been fine with this arrangement until a few months ago when I began finding wrappers from non-vegan candy and even burgers from McDonald's in my son's school bag. I had a conversation with my son and he confessed he felt lonely and excluded eating vegan around his friends, saying they always had better candy than he did and it wasn't fair. That's when I made a decision. Am I wrong for giving my son non-vegan food behind my wife's back? I decided I didn't want him spending his own money on snacks and throwing out the vegan snacks we actually bought him instead of buying games. or just anything else, and it didn't make sense to me, but I also know the way my wife feels about non-vegan products. So on our way to football practice, I began buying my son what he wanted. Well, long story short, of course my wife recently found out and she completely flipped out. She called me an animal abuser, enabler, and a few other names and said I was corrupting our son. Now she isn't speaking to me, and my son panicked and told her that I bought the snacks for him and he had no idea they weren't vegan. Which honestly, I don't blame him for that. He just doesn't want to be in trouble with mom. Top comment says, not wrong. I think my answer at this point would be our son is old enough to decide what he wants to eat and what dietary preferences are. If we put him in a situation where he feels he has to hide things from us, that's on us.
I think I woke up to a gray alien in my room last night. I've been up since 5 a.m. and I just can't get this off my mind. So last night I'm sleeping and I'm having a nightmare that I'm in an apartment looking into a kitchen area and the drawers, cabinets, and a door to the pantry were all opening, closing, and moving by themselves. Almost like poltergeist activity. I was scared in the dream, so I began praying, and then my wife, who was in bed next to me, kicked my foot and woke me up because I was clearly distressed and mumbling a lot in my sleep. I jumped awake because my wife kicked my foot, and feeling relieved not to be having the nightmare anymore, I turned my head towards my wife, who was laying behind me, and say, "Thank you, babe, I'm really sorry about that, I was having a nightmare." But I don't hear any response, so I figure that she's already fallen back to sleep, or might just be so tired that she's still kind of out of it. Then I turn my head back to facing forwards, the direction I was facing the whole time while I was sleeping, and I noticed something in the corner of the room, standing in front of the bedroom door. The room was dark, but its skin still appeared to be like a dark, matte gray color. It was really thin, had thin legs and long, thin arms, a small, almost childlike torso, a narrow neck, and then a really big, bulbous head with huge black almond-shaped eyes. It looked exactly like a traditional gray alien, but it was slightly transparent. Needless to say, I was shocked, and to be honest, my very first reaction was that I was seeing things because I had just woken up. So I rubbed my eyes and it's still there. Trying not to panic and trying to come up with a rational explanation for it, I thought, this must just be dream chemicals still working in my brain. So I sit up slightly and look into the corner of our bedroom by the closet, expecting to see something there too, but there's nothing. Then I look at the ceiling, nothing. The floor, nothing. The wall, nothing. I look back at the corner by the bedroom door and it's still right there. Standing there, completely still, just staring at me with its huge jet black eyes, which were shaped like almonds and appeared to wrap just slightly around the side of its head, not much larger than a human's eyes. And it's still slightly transparent, but I'm seeing it clearly, and only in that one spot too, not anywhere else in the room. Now, because the Texas power grid sucks, I always sleep with a flashlight next to the bed. And after seeing this thing for about a minute and a half, it occurs to me to grab the flashlight. I lean off the bed, reach down and grab the flashlight, and shine it in the corner of the room at this being. And because it's transparent, it became much less visible when I shined the light on it, and I could still see it very slightly, but it was much less. Again, in disbelief at what I was seeing, I began to slowly scan the whole room with the flashlight. From the bed, of course. I wasn't going to try to get out of bed. I was way too scared to be honest. And again, I see absolutely nothing strange anywhere in the room at all, except for this thing that I can see in the corner by the bedroom door. I turn the flashlight off and instantly I can see it super clearly again, just staring at me. I rub my eyes again and squeeze my eyes together tightly, hoping that when I open them, it'd be gone. But it wasn't. So finally, I began truly freaking out internally. I just began praying out loud. And about after 20 seconds of praying, I literally watched this thing just fade out of existence and dematerialize right in front of me. It was still sitting there dead still and staring at me the whole time. It just seemed to suddenly begin becoming more increasingly transparent until it wasn't. I've been awake since then, spent the rest of the night reading random stuff here on Reddit and try to distract myself because the experience shook me up quite a bit, to be honest. I was wondering if anyone else here has ever had an experience like this. I feel so genuinely weirded out that I just don't know what to make of it, to be honest. Am I in the wrong for ending a family naming tradition by not giving my son my late nephew's name as his middle name even though my sister has said that she wants me to? My family has always had this tradition where the first child born after the loss of someone in our family gets the late family member's name as their middle name. My sister and I both have those middle names. Hers is Patricia after a cousin of her mom's, and mine is Denise after my dad's aunt. Almost a year ago, my sister lost her 2-day-old son, Philip. He was the last family member we lost, and it was a huge, earth-shattering blow for our family. I found out that I was pregnant a few months ago. I waited a while to tell anyone, and my sister was the first person we told. When I told her, she said it would be nice to have some positive news to focus on, and that she wanted me to continue the tradition our family keeps and give my baby, if a boy, the middle name Philip. She was so happy about the idea. It surprised me a lot. I would have figured that she would not be okay with it, but she wanted it. The problem is, my husband and I do not want to continue the tradition. We do not want to give our son the middle name Philip. The name isn't one either of us likes or would ever pick ourselves. We have not announced the sex of our baby yet, but my husband and I know we're expecting a boy. My family was saying how amazing it'll be if my baby is a boy and Philip's name can be carried on. I suggested that they wait until we announce the sex and name before jumping to conclusions. They asked why, and I said that we were thinking of not continuing with the tradition. My family, and by that I mean my parents mostly, were really upset. My sister was the worst though. She asked why I wouldn't want to honor Philip and why it was him the tradition was getting broken on. She asked if I saw him as meaning so little, and I said no, of course not. Then she asked if it was his name, and we didn't like it. She said that she really hoped it wasn't that. I said we just didn't feel like the tradition was something that we wanted to continue. The decision has brought up a lot of bad feelings, and my sister is especially angry and thinks I'm being insensitive and showing how little I care for my nephew. I feel terrible. She's so angry at me, and my parents are unhappy as well. My husband hates them for putting this pressure on us. He said we should be allowed to name our son what we want, and we should not be obligated to use a certain name. I never wanted to be an a-hole, but my family believes that I am. So, am I in the wrong?
My husband's ugly best friend ruined our engagement, so I laughed whilst he got deported. Story time. So me and my fiance Steve have been planning to get married. We have been together for 5 years, so agreed it was time to tie the knot. But there was just one problem. My husband's friend, Steve. Steve was from another country and he'd been living in ours for a few years. And he was legal because he was married, obviously, to this girl called Amy. Amy loved this guy so much, but I don't even think Steve liked her. I think he only married her so that he could get a green card. And Steve, I'm not gonna lie, he got lucky to find someone that would marry him. He is not a nice person. He is a solid, 4 to 3 out of 10 on a good day. He has the personality of a wet leaf and overall just had really bad hygiene. I don't even really know how my husband was even friends with him because... Ugh. So one day I was at home and I could hear my fiance on the phone to Steve. Steve was boasting about how he'd been cheating on Amy with another woman. He was like, I am so proud of being able to get another woman. I was shooketh. This man was cheating on what I can only say would be the only woman that would ever want to marry him. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of surprised that there's another woman on this planet that would want to get with him. I didn't really care too much for Steve's words, but it was my fiance's response that really wound me up. My fiance was cheering on Steve, saying how he deserves more than one woman and every man deserves to have more than one woman in his life. I have never felt rage like it. I just kept thinking that if my fiance was applauding someone for cheating, then he would probably cheat on me too. So as soon as my fiance left the room, I told him that I had heard everything and that I could not be with somebody that supported cheating the way that he just did. He then started spouting all of this bullshit about how he was gonna make it up to me at our wedding. I legit laughed in his face. I was like, you think there's a wedding, babe? This wedding is off, so you can go and tell all your friends and family to return the wedding gifts. So after ending it with my fiance, I wasn't done yet. I decided that I was gonna call up Amy, Steve's wife. Took my big old spoon and started stirring the pot. When she picked up the phone, I told her word for word the conversation that she'd had with my fiance. And as you can probably guess, she was furious. And I was like, babe, I'm so sorry. What are you gonna do? Do you think you can work past this? She's like, no, I know exactly what I'm gonna do. And I was like, ooh. What they say, hell knows no fury, like almost gone. So when Steve got home that day, Amy slammed divorce papers down on the table. And apparently, Steve lost his shit. He was freaking the fuck out. He realised that his wife, Amy, was the only reason why he was allowed to stay in this country. And the INS took Steve away literally the day that those papers were signed. Amy even went as far as to send me the ring camera footage of when the police turned up. And I'm not gonna lie, it was the funniest thing I have seen in a very long time. Can I just say, I think this might be the most savage of all of the story times I've ever done. Let me know what you think.
Honestly, I have just been outgrowing so many friendships. And it is a weird fucking feeling. I've just been outgrowing people, places, and things that I genuinely thought I'd never outgrow. Well, obviously, it was the topic of therapy last week. And my therapist, she did give me a lot of insight. Obviously, that's what the fuck her job is. Sorry, I don't know why I got so mad. I was telling her, I was like, I'm just not relating to them on topics that I used to feel like we used to relate on so much. To be really fucking honest, I just don't care about the bullshit drama either. Just little things where they're like, oh my god, guess what? And then they tell me and I'm like, that's what the fuck we're talking about? For so long, I tried to relate and I tried to go back into that place of no, I get it. I don't, just when I wasn't outgrowing them and it's no, I get it. And then it just got so annoying to me that I'd go to Sissy every time and be like, I literally can't fucking relate and I'm feeling just so annoyed. My therapist was explaining to me, she was like, just because you're entering a new chapter of your life doesn't mean they're going to come with you. Just because you're moving on to the next thing doesn't mean they're also at that point in their life where they're also gonna like move on to the next thing with you. Just because I'm at a different point in my life and I'm caring about different things and I don't give a fuck about the drama or like little things like that doesn't mean that they're going to be there with me. Not everybody's supposed to be in that next.
My sister's stupidity destroyed my family. My sister let her boyfriend drive my parents' car. She took it when they were out. She only had a learner's permit, so she was supposed to have a licensed adult with her. She let her boyfriend, who was a year too young to have a learner's permit, drive, and he crashed. He died. My sister was seriously injured. They think one or both of her feet were on the dashboard. She is paralyzed from the chin down. My parents' insurance isn't covering them since my sister took the car illegally, and her boyfriend's family are suing my parents. My parents tried to sue them back since he was driving, but it was thrown out when they tried. We had to move into an apartment because my parents couldn't afford our house. I see them cry every day. I heard my mom say that going bankrupt doesn't get rid of the lawsuit debt, and their lawyers told them to try and settle before it goes to court because they will probably lose. My sister has to be in a home forever because she needs help and care 24/7, 365 days a year. She remembers everything, and her brain is not affected at all. Her medical bills and nursing home bills are so much money. My grandparents are all trying to help, but they are all in retirement homes and don't have much. I've seen them cry too. I know she is getting punished already because she's paralyzed, almost completely, but I still can't even look at her because she destroyed our entire family.
I think when you have a bad choice, which seems rather simple and probably at that age seems pretty harmless when you make that decision, it's just like, oh, everyone drives. Like, it's not going to be a big deal. You don't have the mental capacity to understand the dangers of that and the riskiness of having someone who's maybe never driven drive the car. So we all understand it's a terrible decision. She now has to live with that consequence the rest of her life.
Yeah.
A physical consequence.
A physical, but also an emotional and a mental. Her boyfriend died.
She's going to go through it forever. The other thing that then adds to that is now it affects other people very greatly. There's a family that literally lost their son, and then her parents are now going through.
They lost their home. I mean,
it's not
their whole life.
Yes, they innocently lost a lot. They aren't paralyzed. They'll be able to figure things out over time, and I don't know if they'll heal from it, but I think monetarily they could, it's a big setback, but I'm sure like over time you can recover from something like that.
Yeah.
It's just crazy because of how it went down, there's no insurance. There's now all these crazy lawsuits because I'm sure on some level they should have been responsible for the car not being taken by their kid.
Should I break up with my boyfriend for fat shaming me? My boyfriend and I started dating 2 years ago. At the beginning of our relationship, I was weighing 130 pounds. So back then, he never had a problem with my weight. In fact, he used to praise me and tell me that he loved my body. He always would tell me that my curves were sexy, and I would sometimes tell him that I wanted to lose weight, but he would always say no. In fact, a few months after we started dating, I went on a diet. I lost about 5 pounds in 2 weeks, and he told me that I needed to stop. He told me he liked my womanly body. So I stopped dieting. At first, I was happy that he loved my body so much, but at the same time, I didn't feel healthy, which is why I started the diet in the first place. After I stopped the diet, I still kept on eating healthy, with the exception that every now and then we would have pizza or fast food, but I still tried to keep it to a minimum. So my boyfriend is actually in the Marines, and he had to go away for a few months. This sent me into a depression because I missed him so much, and because of that, I started eating a lot. I would ask my mom to cook me my favorite meals, and I would basically just eat all day. At the time, I also didn't have a job, so that was making me depressed as well. So I ended up gaining 40 pounds. Part 2 is up. Did I break up with my boyfriend for fat shaming me? While he was in the Marines, I ended up gaining 40 pounds. I was super depressed and I didn't have a job and I missed him so much. One day he calls me and tells me that he's gonna be home in 2 weeks. And that's when I knew I needed to start dieting again. But then part of me remembered that my boyfriend liked me when I was thicker and curvier. So what I did was I cut down on all the fried foods, but I still kept eating a lot during the day, which basically helped me maintain the weight instead of just losing weight. In preparation for his coming home, I went to get my hair done, my nails done. I even got a facial and I went to get waxed down there, which of course is super painful. I even went to pick up some lingerie because nothing fit me at the time. I also cleaned my entire apartment and cooked him a really nice meal. To tell you, I even called his mother to ask her for the recipes. I was so excited to see him. He finally shows up to my house and I have everything ready. But as soon as he sees me, he asks me what happened. I said, "What do you mean?" Then all he said was, "You're fat." At first I laughed because I thought he was joking. Then he says, "What's so funny?" It's like he was instantly angry. I told him I gained some weight and that I didn't bother losing it because he liked me curvy. That's when he said, "Yeah, I like you curvy, not fat." Then he told me I looked disgusting. Part 2 is up. Should I break up with my boyfriend for fat shaming me? After he told me I looked disgusting, I instantly broke out into tears. That's when he said, "What did you expect?" Then he said, "I've been away for months. The last thing I want to come home to is a huge gut." But then I started crying more and he kind of softened up. He said that we could work out together and that he could help me lose the weight. He then pulls up his phone and shows me a picture of what he thinks I should look like. It was basically some random Instagram model that he followed, who was actually way skinnier than I was when he first met me. For the next week, he barely touched me, and he would make little snide remarks every time he saw me eating. For example, one night we decided to watch a movie at my place. I asked him if he wanted any snacks, and he said no. Then I told him I was probably gonna make some popcorn and if he wanted any. That's when he said I needed to watch what I was eating, especially at night, and that the last thing I needed was snacks during a movie. This obviously hurt my feelings. And of course, I started dieting again, but this time I was even more strict about it. I basically cut out every single thing that I like to eat, and I was only eating lean meats and salad, but very little portions. One night he invited his friends to come over to watch a football game. Instead of me having to cook, I offered to order them pizza and they said yes. When the pizzas finally arrived, my boyfriend said in front of everybody, "You don't get to eat any pizza because you still need to lose weight." I was so horrified, mortified, I wanted to literally crawl under a rock and die. His friends started laughing because they actually thought it was a joke. Then he says, "No, you guys, I'm serious. She's so fat." I couldn't believe my boyfriend was putting me down like that in front of his friends. I gave him the silent treatment, but he really didn't care. After a full month, I started finally losing weight. It's been 3 months now, and I'm weighing 120 pounds. Now he's all over me and constantly tells me that I look beautiful, but I'm never gonna forget how he treated me when I was heavier. I know that I should break up with him because of how he treated me, but I really do love him. And he's back to normal now. He loves me and touches me all the time. What should I do?
Am I the asshole for refusing to go into another room so my fiance and the baby could sleep alone?
Yeah, it depends. It sounds like you might be.
Yeah, I'm thinking you are.
My fiance, Jen, 29 female, just gave birth to our daughter 2 months ago. She strictly breastfeeds, so as you can imagine, she gets far less sleep than I do. During the day, I help with changing or holding her, but all feedings are up to Jen. The baby outright refuses a bottle. We've tried several times, but ultimately we're both okay with this. Anyways, I'm kind of an independent startup video game developer. I did make one video game 2 years ago, but it honestly wasn't that great. So while Huh?
It wasn't that great.
It wasn't that great.
Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So while I do get revenue from it, it's definitely not much or even a livable wage. This time around, however, I'm working with 4 other people and the game is turning out great. I also work a 9 to 5, but after getting home, having dinner with my fiance, and looking after the baby for a while, I jump on and work on the game. For the past 2 nights, I've been up till 1 to 2 a.m. working on the game. I've been ultra tired. I snore like a maniac while I'm tired. It's super embarrassing because I truly sound like a Mack truck. But yesterday, the baby had her 2 months old shots. She was so fussy, cried way more than normal. It was super hard for my fiance to get her to sleep. I finally went to bed around 2 a.m. and my fiance immediately asked me to sleep on the couch so that I wouldn't wake the baby with my snoring. I said no. I was tired and the couch is not comfortable at all. I had to work early. I wanted to sleep. She didn't fight it, but she called me a fucking prick and walked out of the room with the baby. I woke up this morning to find the baby in the crib in the nursery and my fiance asleep on the floor with no pillows/blankets. She still won't talk to me. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for buying a $50,000 guitar for $4,000 and refusing to sell it back when the buyer found out the real value? Here we go. I've been playing the guitar for 22 years. I know guitar values and whatnot very well, and I'm very into the guitar market. At my wife's old company, she was hanging out with co-workers one day after work, and she mentioned that I play guitar. A co-worker, who I guess is very popular at work, said that his dad passed away and he was selling his dad's things. His dad had a guitar and asked my wife if I'd be interested in it. My wife texted me and I said to have him send me the info on the guitar and the price. The next day he texted me the pictures and price. It was a 1952 Telecaster in mint condition. He had the original receipts, which was crazy. That's how I knew the date. I asked what he wanted for it, and he said he looked up Telecasters online and thinks $4,000 is fair. I texted back, I'll take it for $4,000, and I went to pick it up. The guitar was and is worth approximately $50,000 depending on the buyer, and I knew it. When I got the guitar, I told my wife the price and what it was worth. She was floored. Fast forward 2 weeks. Her co-worker tells my wife he just found out what the guitar was actually worth from a family friend and wanted it back. She said, Well, he really likes the guitar, and he knew that it was worth $50,000, which is why he was floored you offered it to him for $4,000. He really likes it, and I doubt he will sell it back, but you can ask. Which was probably not the smartest thing for her to say, but she was caught off guard, and it's not her fault or problem. He contacted me and asked me to buy it back. I said that it's not for sale. He then said that I scammed him and he was going to sue me and take my wife to HR for being a part of the scam, which was nuts, but he did actually contact HR. They were cool about it and said that it's not their problem. It's between him and me. Over the next few months, he made things very uncomfortable for my wife at work. He would bug her constantly about it. She eventually had to go to HR for harassment, and they actually let him go. She complained twice, and he was warned and didn't stop. He contacted me several times about it, so I got a restraining order for harassment too. I blocked him too, and I haven't heard from him in about a year. Am I the asshole?
Ada for keeping my neighbor's lost dog. I recently found my neighbor's adorable dog wandering around our neighborhood. He seemed lost and confused, so being an animal lover, I decided to take him in temporarily until I could find his owner. Fast forward a few days, and I still hadn't been able to locate the owner. In the meantime, I had grown quite attached to the little guy, and he seemed happy and comfortable with me. Now, here's where the drama begins. I posted flyers around the area, asking if anyone knew the dog's owner. Surprisingly, I received a call from a woman claiming to be the owner. But when she came to pick up the dog, I noticed she seemed disinterested and somewhat neglectful. I couldn't shake the feeling that this dog deserved better. So, in a spur-of-the-moment decision, I told her I couldn't part with the dog and that I'd grown too attached to let him go. She left angrily, accusing me of stealing her pet. Now, my friends and family are divided. Some say I should have given the dog back, while others support my decision.
The title is, I told my sons I wish I never gave birth to them.
Wow. I'd like to hear this one. What could the sons have done?
I don't care how many times you come to my door to apologize. I let them and their father bully me for years, call me all kinds of names. How they reject every present I ever bought them because it wasn't brand new or super expensive, despite me having to go hungry sometimes to even afford what I could get them. I came to their father's house one day to say happy birthday. They ignore me. I tried to give them a hug. I got pushed away. Their father told me to stop annoying them on their 16th birthday. Quote, for God's sake. I got them both Nintendo Switches for their birthday, and I set my carefully wrapped present on the table, and they opened it last. When they saw it, they said, really? That's it? I looked confused and asked what's wrong. Was it the color this time? Or maybe they expected games too? Quote, no one fucking plays Nintendo, you fucking dinosaur. They said dinosaur. Quote, you guys never texted me. I didn't know what you wanted, and I know you broke the one you shared, so I got you both your own. I told them. They set the presents I had to starve myself for on the table, and everyone went inside for the cake. I finally realized they don't care. They really don't care. Why it took me years to realize, I don't know, but I do now. I took the Switches and headed for the door. Their dad stopped me and in front of everyone said, quote, hey, where are you going? You're leaving your kids on their birthday? Let her go. It won't make a difference, one of my boys said. Everyone laughed. Everyone fucking laughed. I started to tear up and my son's aunt told me to, quote, stop being a big baby and hold the phone for pictures. I got angry and I yelled in front of everyone. I hate you. I hate you all. I'm tired of this family abusing me, using my trauma against me, making me feel fucking small because I'm not rich and spoiled. I've done nothing but love this family. But because I'm, quote, built like a child, I can't sit with the adults. No one came to my birthday. Why should I be here? No one cares about me, but y'all won't bat an eye if I fucking died, would you? Then I looked at my boys, dead in their eyes, and said, I hate you both. I wish I never fucking had you. I then ran out to my car and left. I blocked them all. The next day, I heard a knock on my door and saw my kids' father. He begged me to come to his house and talk to our kids. He says they're so sorry, yet I've never heard this come out of their mouths, so I'm not interested. That was 3 days ago, and ever since he's come to my door and asked me to forgive them, but I won't. I don't think I can.
Damn. My heart broke during that story.
I cannot even imagine.
Oh, to be pushed to that point, because obviously that's just one situation, but it sounds like that's been going on her entire
years of abuse.
Yeah. And to be pushed to that point to look at your children and feel that way and say that, it's like that.
I can't even imagine. People can just be so terrible. It's quite frustrating. I got messaged the other side to the story, and it's not written by one of the boys or the ex-husband. It is actually written by her daughter.
She has a daughter.
Yeah, failed to mention that key detail.
Wow.
So the title of the original was I Told My Sons I Wish I Never Gave Birth to Them. And then the other side is titled I Hate My Mom and How She Convinced Thousands of People That She's the Victim. This is going to be long, but please bear with me. I, 23 female, am no longer in contact with my mom, Jane, because of years of abuse, manipulation, fear-mongering, and hatred. I was conceived through a one-night stand. Jane couldn't get in contact with the guy, and so carried and raised me as a single mother until she met someone. And God, did she let me know it. She made sure to tell me how unwanted, unlovable, and disgusting I was.
Oh my God.
She admitted to neglecting me as an infant and toddler, and how she would essentially have screaming matches with me. When I was 5, she met William and they fell in love. They got married within a year, and William adopted me after his twin sons, John and Oscar, 16 male, were born. I was 7. Their relationship moved very fast, and I believed it caused a lot of turmoil. I truly believe the pregnancy was to trap William, but that's speculation and opening a whole can of worms. During the pregnancy, Jane would have tantrums about having twins, how she only wanted one, and how she would only love the first one that came out.
What the fuck?
This was a new side to her that William hadn't seen before, and he shut it down quickly. Well, she kept her promise and only gave attention to Oscar. John was completely neglected by her other than to feed. She had intense postpartum depression, and that's not her fault, but what is how she handled it. She refused to get help and claimed PPD/PPP is for insane and bad mothers.
Oh my God.
At some point, when the boys were a year or so old, she was admitted in a hospital for having intense thoughts about hurting herself or others. She was diagnosed with depression, anxiety, and PPP. She spent 5 months in a hospital/mental health facility. For those 5 months she was gone, I have never felt so much love from another person in my life. Bearing in mind, I was just 8. All I had known was yelling and emotional abuse. When she got out, both sides of the family had a big sit down and told her their expectations. It was all doable. Go to therapy, take her meds, and they made her a list of emergency contacts who she could call if she was feeling it all a bit too much. She had a support system in place, but she didn't use it. We moved out when William got home and found me at age 11 trying to cook dinner for my brothers, except Jane had turned the gas and electric off as punishment. Jane had locked herself in the bathroom and wouldn't come out because John was upset. Remember? She hates John. She had also thrown a ton of stuff around in a fit of rage because I said she probably shouldn't take Oscar to the shop if she can't walk straight. William packed our stuff up and we left for his mother's. Jane was not happy about that. When he found out she had thrown shit around and at me, he was furious. He filed for divorce the following Monday. The court gave him full custody with mandated visitations from Jane. I remember crying myself to sleep when I found that out. We moved out to Grandma's house and into a nice flat where we seemed to really get our life together. Other than the visitation, we were good until William got a new job and we had to move across the city. This set Jane off, who up until this point had been on mostly good behavior. We moved closer to William's sister and her family. They all knew about Jane. Aunt was on the contact list, but we all tried to move forward. Things were good for a couple of years, but then I turned 16. The day after my 16th, I got a text from Jane telling me that she's moving out and that I need to pack my stuff from my old room. I went, stupidly, and began putting things into piles. Jane just stood in the doorway and eventually began bawling her eyes out. She began apologizing for everything she had done and how she feels like a failure. This is when she told me about the emotional and verbal abuse she inflicted on me as an infant/toddler and how she blames herself for my numerous mental health issues. This was all leading up to her asking if I could ever forgive her. I said no. I said that she may feel guilty, but she's stuck in this cycle where she's abused the boys as well. She lost her fucking mind and kicked me out. It got a little physical between us, and she ended up screaming that I'm no longer her daughter and how she's disowning me.
Good.
When I got home, I told William everything. He was furious too, and went to her place and arrived back home hours later with our stuff. I don't know what went down, and I don't want to. We filed a police report. I had scrapes and bruises, and her mandated visits were lifted. A weight had been lifted off my shoulders. It felt like this black cloud of negativity had finally eased up. I felt so much happier. I began to focus on school and my family without dreading having to see her. We couldn't get a restraining order, but she kept her distance. She would send birthday and Christmas cards, but we never reciprocated. The boys know a little bit about what went down, but William was very frugal with what he told them. He said he didn't want to inflict unnecessary emotional damage onto them. Then, on their 16th, she shows up, which was weird because she never shows up to anything. I kept my distance and stayed in the kitchen, but I could still see and hear everything. I was shaking in fear and had to run to the bathroom at one point. She had bought them both Nintendo Switches. They both opened her presents last and both quietly thanked her. There was no insults being thrown around. No one said, "Let her go, it won't make a difference." The atmosphere was stifling. In fact, it was Jane who yelled and insulted first. She called the twins ungrateful brats, and the second she stood up to yell, William and Auntie began to push her outside. As she was being pushed, she points at the twins and yelled, "You're both fucking ungrateful, unlovable little cunts, and my biggest regret is not aborting you when I had the chance."
Oh my god. Wow.
The party was naturally ruined at this point, and the boys are both totally emotionally destroyed. William left at one point to go and talk to her because she had blocked William, the only one who has her number. But I don't know the specifics. It's been a few weeks since the incident, and the boys are both destroyed. Oscar has become a recluse, and John isn't eating. I'm furious. I'm sorry for making this so long. I'm just so mad, traumatized, and upset by the whole thing. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Didn't see that coming, did ya?
Am I the asshole for leaving money to my girlfriend in my will?
It's your money. You can give it to whoever you want to when you die.
I, 55 male, have an arrangement with my wife, 54 female.
Oh no, I'm wrong.
So we've been married for 32 years, and around year 15, the life started getting stale. Around that time, we were both in our late 30s. Our two kids were in that pre-teen funk, and my career was accelerating at a speed that I never anticipated while my wife was just gone back to work at that time. All this to say was I was spending a lot of time away from home. My wife didn't seem to mind that, and I did not seem to care that nobody was initiating sex anymore. A few years go by, and we wake up at 46 and 47 to realize how much tension there was in our marriage. We finally had money, house, and friends we wanted, but there was mutual resentment. After trying 3 therapists, we accepted the fact that we were both no longer up to being intimate with each other. My wife and I agreed that we could both have a fling on the side as long as we did not humiliate each other. However, while she did sleep with one other man on and off, she said she was happy being sexless. Meanwhile, I, 5 years ago, started a discreet relationship with my girlfriend, 28 female. Over the years, I began to have feelings for her. She had trouble with depression and employment, so I paid her rent and bought her some things. My wife isn't thrilled, but she said it's fine as long as the money doesn't make a real dent in our finances. However, now, maybe as punishment for my unhealthy life choices, I have cancer. That's when I realized a lot of the emotional bonding I've done over the past years have been with my girlfriend. I regret the fact that I cannot marry her and wanted to show that I care about the years that she sacrificed for me. My wife and I signed a prenup because I was going to med school, and in her youth, she had money problems. It entitled her to half my estate, but the other half I could do with what I wished. I decided to meet with my lawyer and give 20% of my liquid assets to my girlfriend. In addition, she would be given an investment property I had, which would yield her about $60,000 a year in monthly rent. I told my wife right after I met with the lawyer, and she was furious. She said that she tolerated this girlfriend, but leaving her that money went too far. She said that her main concern was that I was taking it away from our kids and that they would have to find out about this. I told her that my girlfriend means something to me, even when I tried not to let that happen. And I reminded her that she agreed to the arrangement and she would still be getting the bulk of my estate. My wife will also get her fair share, and no, there are no alterations of affection law in our state, so am I the asshole?
It's up to give your girlfriend more than you're giving your children. But again, it's your money. You could do what you want.
To combat on that, the agreement wasn't to have another relationship.
It was just have a fling. Yes.
And so he's breaking that agreement by making this thing a relationship.
I mean, truly, he should have got a divorce.
Yes.
That should have been the first step. That's why I'm sticking with asshole.
Am I the asshole for telling my sister she's ridiculous for divorcing her husband over a TikTok prank? My 24 male sister, 32 female, was married to a guy, 35 male, for 3 years until they separated 2 months ago over a TikTok prank he pulled. Although none of our family cares about social media, I've always thought of her husband as nice, funny man. It's great to be in his company, and I therefore think the divorce is ridiculous over something that was no more than a mistake. To give an account of what happened, my brother-in-law, who is involved in TikTok, pulled a prank on my sister's 15-male son. The prank culminated in my nephew falling over and banging his head, which is why she separated from him. He had to be rushed to the hospital, where he underwent treatment, and now he has brain damage. He now needs help eating due to impaired motor control, has limited speech. If you ask him something, he'll stare at you until my sister gets on her knees to ask him calmly what he needs. He is easily irritable, and when I look at him, all I can see is his 7-year-old self masquerading in a 15-year-old's body. Now, these symptoms are likely permanent and are, of course, awful, but it was a mistake on behalf of the husband. I believe that divorce is way too harsh for a mistake, and instead they should have negotiated boundaries and disallowed TikTok in the house or something. Her husband was the only one who used it. I've tried to keep my dislike of the divorce decisions to myself because I'm secretly mourning the loss of my brother-in-law. We watched football together and everything. However, when discussing the incident with her yesterday, I told her that she was absolutely ridiculous for divorcing her husband over something that is essentially a mistake, and that she should reconsider her options, considering the first one was clearly emotionally driven. My sister told me that I'm free to marry him, and my mother also interjected, and despite liking my brother-in-law before, told me that I have no say in my sister's life, and told me that my precious brother-in-law ruined my nephew's life with his incompetence. I yelled at them and told them that society's inability to forgive mistakes is the reason why we're in this mess, and they eventually kicked me out when the argument ensued for 10 minutes longer. I thought I was being reasonable. However, my girlfriend is also on their side. Am I the asshole?
Okay, I feel like this might be one of the hardest ones we've ever done because we need to know the circumstance.
I don't.
If you see your boy has done a madness,
Mm-hmm.
are you actually putting him to the side and telling him, this ain't it, man?
150%.
Or are you softening the blow? Or are you going to be doing...
I think
Trust me.
I think there's been situations where
Trust
man
me.
know that. Yeah.
Our circle will pull each other up.
It's
yeah. 100%.
You know the thing is, yeah.
You know the thing is, if I ever do something or look a certain way, I can already tell this guy's gonna. You even say how I know he's even angry. Say my full name. Say my last name as well. So what are you doing? So
I don't mess with that because
I can vouch for my
yeah,
friends.
because those are my sisters, innit? So 100%. I can't like. For me personally, like, whoever you're seeing is my sister, innit?
Seeing?
Yeah, whoever's your girlfriend, whoever's your girlfriend,
you have to be serious.
Yeah, whoever's your girlfriend. Sorry, seeing his girlfriend to me. So yeah, but I'm saying like, whoever's your girlfriend, whoever's your girlfriend is my sister, innit? And like, if you're violating my sister in front of me, I'm never gonna have it.
I'm an asshole for calling my wife the most beautiful woman in the world in front of her sister. The last week or so, I've been working very odd hours as opposed to my wife's very normal 8-hour routine. And because of this, we haven't seen each other for about a week. We're also very normally lovey-dovey, cuddling, and all that stuff. And we do not do PDA very often. For reference, her sister is recently divorced from her husband, so her sister has been staying with my wife and I. Recently, my wife and I got lucky and were able to have time to spend together. We decided just to watch a movie, and after a while, we were lying on the couch cuddling and just sweet talking to each other a little bit. Her sister came into the room and sat down on the other couch and watched the movie with us. We weren't really saying anything, just how we missed each other and how it was very painful. But at one point, I looked over at my wife and held her face and said, "You're the most beautiful woman in the world." And her sister just left the room. Later that night, my wife has gone off to go prepare for bed. Her sister came out and yelled at me, basically accusing me of cuddling with my wife and mock that she doesn't have a husband anymore. I was saying that she wasn't beautiful when I told my wife that she was the most. I tried to calm her down, but she got more riled up. Started comparing her sister and her. And she just went in for a hug, backed off, and said okay and just left.
Am I the asshole for using a diamond from my girlfriend's family heirloom for her engagement ring? So my girlfriend and I have been together for about 3 years, and I decided around 5 months ago that I wanted to propose. She's really into jewelry, so I wanted to get her a sentimental ring. At the end of September, her grandma suddenly passed away, and my girlfriend was passed down her wedding ring. They were extremely close, so I decided to ask her mum if she thought it'd be a good idea for me to use one of the diamonds in the ring for the engagement ring. She told me that as much as she loved the idea, she didn't know if my girlfriend would, and so told me to think think about it. I couldn't find anything else I liked as much, and my girlfriend didn't wear the ring as she was worried about losing it, so she kept it in a box in a drawer, making it easy for me to take it without her realizing. Well, I proposed. She said yes immediately and was absolutely elated until she saw the ring. She told me that I had practically vandalized and ruined the only meaningful thing of her grandmother's that she had, and that I should have asked. She refuses to wear the ring, which I just think is disrespectful, considering how much money and thought went into it. Am I the asshole?
I met the bad guy for calling my fiance an effing embarrassment. I've been seeing my fiance for 4 years now, and I came into the relationship with 2 boys, aged 12 and 9. Once a year, me and my boys go to my family's vacation home with my entire family, and up until this year, my fiance did not attend. But now that we're engaged and merging families, the family asked that he could come too. I explained to him that the kids do not have bedtimes during this week because we do so many activities, especially at night. Swimming, karaoke, fires, etc. So during this week, my kids absolutely do not have bedtime, and this is how it's always been. And I've made that clear. I also explained that due to this, some nights we're easily up till 11 o'clock or midnight, but it's like one time a year, so it's really no big deal. When we get there, you can already tell that he's uncomfortable with the boys staying up past their bedtime. And he's stressing me out because the boys were in the pool at 10 p.m. when he felt they should have been in bed already. And I reminded him that there's no bedtime. Kept making comments about how you're lucky you're still awake right now when you should be in bed, and saying it in front of my parents. He then starts angrily sighing. I finally pulled him aside.
Traveled to a foreign country to get pregnant by a complete stranger with no strings attached. I consider it the best decision I ever made.
Honestly, this is something I would do.
What?
It is.
7 years ago, when I was 24 years old, I decided I wanted to have a child while I was still relatively young and energetic. I had a college degree, made $90,000 a year as a marketing analyst, and had been investing in the stock market since high school, so I knew I could afford to take care of my kid. The problem was that I didn't really want to be with a guy. I'd tried the dating thing, but nothing clicked, and besides, I was always too busy to invest in a relationship. At the same time, I wanted a child, someone I would love forever and who would love me forever, and I didn't want to wait until my biological clock started ticking alarmingly. I considered going to a sperm bank. I could afford it, but I've always hated medical environments and thought it would be creepy to have a child with a faceless man. I thought about getting naturally inseminated by a guy I met online, but I didn't want to deal with child custody issues. Finally, I decided that since I'd already planned a 3-week working vacation to a foreign country, I won't say which one for privacy reasons, I might as well try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Long story short, after asking around and paying some people, I found this guy who was willing to sleep with me every night for 3 weeks. Since this country has a low cost of living, he was willing to, quote, do the deed for a few $100s. He spoke okay English and wore a white button-down shirt, so I think he was a college student who wanted some extra spending money. I didn't really expect it to work, but 2 weeks after I got back, I missed my period and discovered that I was pregnant. Yay. Your face. The rest of my pregnancy went really well. My mom was a little shocked at first, but she moved in with me after she got used to the idea of becoming a grandma before the age of 50. My dad ditched my mom when I was a baby, so fuck him. I switched to working from home 6 months into my pregnancy and was even promoted a few months after I gave birth. Having a marketable, pun intended, degree is a great investment, kids. My son is now 6 years old and the happiest little boy I know. He has a mother and a grandmother who love him to pieces and can give him a good life. When COVID hit and his school went remote, my mom was able to make sure he kept up with his learning. Support systems are so important, everyone. Sometimes you shouldn't be afraid to take the road less traveled. I'm over 30 and haven't met any guy that I want to date, much less settle down with. But I have a son who I'll love forever and who will forever love me. I'm even thinking of going back to that country to give him a sibling. Everyone still thinks that I got knocked up by accident, a youthful mistake while on vacation type of deal. Only I know the truth. My son is not some unfortunate mistake. He's a deliberate miracle. So many of my female friends are hitting their 30s and scrambling to find a guy and or get pregnant. But I've been coasting along, happy as a clam.
What was her question?
I met my boyfriend 5 years ago on a dating website. We met up for drinks and hit it off instantly. When I told him I didn't want children, he said he was okay with it as he didn't see himself wanting any either. This seemed perfect because it was a deal breaker in many of my previous relationships. The first few years of our relationship was great. We traveled, moved in together, and advanced in our careers. About 6 months ago, my boyfriend told me that he's had a change of heart and wants a family. He said that with COVID and him nearing 35, he's realizing that life is short and wants to be a father. I was shocked by this, but stuck with my position. He begged me to reconsider and at least think of it because he couldn't see his life without me and wanted to have that family with me. I took time to think on on it, but no matter which way I put it, it wasn't something that I saw in my life. I don't think I'm responsible enough to take care of another human being besides myself, and there are so many things I want to do in my life that I'd have to put on hold if I was to have children. When I told my boyfriend my decision, I was expecting us to break up. However, he told me that he'd rather have me than have a family because he couldn't see himself with anyone else. He was adamant about this, and I believed him. I'm not on birth control because it affects me horribly, but we always use protection. I missed my period a couple of weeks ago, but they've always been irregular, so I didn't think anything of it. However, I also started having early pregnancy symptoms and decided to take a pregnancy test. It came back positive and I was shocked. I told my boyfriend and he was ecstatic. When I told him that I didn't want to keep it, he lost it. We got into a heated argument, and this is when he slipped up about tampering with the rubber. Part 2. My boyfriend tried to force me to keep the baby. When he admitted to tampering with the rubber, I was shocked. He told me that he poked holes in it in hopes that I'd get pregnant and I want to keep it. I was horrified and I broke down. Not only was I pregnant when never planning on having children, but it was intentionally done by my partner who I trusted. I told him that I wasn't keeping it and that I was leaving him. This is when he started to guilt trip me and threaten me. I grew up in an extremely religious family, and this is a small reason as to why I don't want children. He knew that my parents are firmly pro-life, and my life would be a living nightmare if they ever found out that I was pregnant and didn't keep it. They always told me that if I was irresponsible enough to have an unplanned pregnancy, then I should be responsible enough to deal with the consequences of my actions. He also told me that he would fight me on it as he should have a say since he's the father. When I told him that I'd tell everyone how he tampered and set me up after knowing I didn't want children, he said that no one would believe me as I have no proof. I called my sister and told her everything. She let me move my things in with her and helped me make all the arrangements. My ex took to social media and told everyone that I was refusing to keep his child, getting rid of it against his will. He also called my parents and told them the same. My sister eased the blow and helped me explain everything. Surprisingly, they understood and supported me in my decision. I cut off contact with everyone who didn't support my decision, including my ex. He showed up at my house trying to get me back and saying it was okay that I didn't want children. I shut the door in his face and threatened to call the police on him if he ever tried to contact me again. My husband is a transgender man and we've always wanted to start a family together. I have a huge fear of pregnancy, so he offered to carry the baby. It was an insane process. He had to stop taking testosterone for a long time, but he was amazing throughout the whole process, and I did everything in my power to help him feel more comfortable. None of my family know that he's transgender. They're homophobic, transphobic, all the phobics, but our friends know. He posted an ultrasound on his private Instagram, not knowing that my sister follows him on a burner account. Well, she saw the photo and told my whole family. They were furious that I wouldn't tell them. Our plan was always to say that we adopted. They assumed I was the one pregnant and blew up on me, so I just let it go and rolled with the lie because I wasn't going to out my husband. The first couple of months, I let them visit. Eventually, I'd start eating big meals and purposely bloating myself to the point of discomfort so I looked pregnant. They said around the 6-month mark that I was remarkably small, but I just played it off. Eventually, I couldn't lie any longer, so I looked for every excuse in the book not to see my family. I turned down the offers of baby showers, gender reveal parties, and anything that would require us seeing each other. Luckily, my family lives an hour away, and we all live busy lifestyles, so them randomly visiting wasn't an issue. The one time they did pop in unexpectedly, we were out of the house. If they FaceTimed, I made a point to be in bed feeling horribly sick so I couldn't give the bump update. I lied my ass off and they just thought that I had a rough pregnancy. My husband gave birth a year ago and went straight back on testosterone, and now we're happy as ever. My family have met our daughter and they adore her. However, a week ago, after an argument between myself and a friend, said friend decided to out my husband by messaging my family and included proof. They did it by adding everybody to a group chat, posting screenshots and basically the whole story, then saying, "I'll leave you all to discuss." Then they left the chat and blocked me and my husband. In a transphobic rage, my mother raced to my home and all but beat my front door down. I had to call the cops. I've been disowned, but that hasn't stopped the daily calls and texts coming from my parents, aunts, uncles, siblings, and etc. They've been leaving nasty transphobic slurs on my voicemail and other hateful crap. I ended up crying to my friend yesterday who told me that I should have been honest with my family as it would have saved me a lot of heartache. That, or we said we miscarried, then adopted later. I'm not happy things played out the way they did. I just feel so sad now. Was I wrong to lie to my family in order to protect my husband?
Am I the asshole for telling my wife I don't want her to come with me to my brother's house? Disclaimer, this is not my story. About a month ago, my brother, 34 male, sent out a group text to me and a bunch of his friends trying to plan a day for all of us to go over to his house for yard games, grilling, and drinking. After working out scheduling conflicts, we landed on this coming Saturday. We've been bantering back and forth about this day in the group chat for the past month, and all of us were really looking forward to it. My brother's wife and my 1-year-old son were supposed to be spending the day at her mom's place, but I guess those plans fell through. They're going to be at the house, but my brother said that doesn't change our plans at all. However, my sister-in-law reached out to my wife and asked if she wanted to come over and bring our 3-year-old. Without talking to me about it first, my wife agreed. When she told me she plans on going over there too, instead of being excited about it, I started asking questions. I had already planned on crashing there, so I said we're going to have to take 2 cars and it's an hour drive and the gas is expensive. She said they could stay there too, but we have a dog and my sister-in-law is allergic. Am I the asshole for telling my wife I don't want her to come with me to my brother's house? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I said if they come, there is a very high probability that I will be pulled into some type of parental duties during the day I was really looking forward to, a day without that. I haven't had a day like this since last summer. My wife took a 5-day trip with a couple of friends a few months ago while I was at home. This would be the first night I have spent away from my son in almost a year. My wife got upset and said I was hinting that I don't want them to come. She straight up asked me if I wanted them there, and I said I can't stop you from accepting my sister-in-law's invitation and going over there. But I'm going into this day with the expectation that I will be free from all the parental duties, and that is my day off for me. If you go over there, I want you to agree that you will be responsible for all the kid duties. She didn't like my answer. She said that I'm still a dad, and just because I want to have fun with my boys doesn't remove responsibilities as a husband and father. She said it's unreasonable to expect her to just take 100% responsibility of our son when both of us will be present in the same place. Am I the asshole for not driving my boyfriend home in the middle of the night? Disclaimer, this is not my story. While spending the night, my boyfriend will sometimes wake me up in the middle of the night and say his feet are swelling due to an allergen in my room. We have been dating for a year and this has been going on for 5 months. Prior to 5 months, this didn't happen. In order to accommodate his allergy, I have had my carpets professionally cleaned 5 times, purchased all new bedding, purchased air filters, purchased a new couch for my living room, and most recently, hardwood floors put in place of the carpet rooms. My boyfriend owns a house with his ex-girlfriend who he is still living with, so going to his house is not an option. When his feet swell, it's in the middle of the night, he wakes me up and usually he will then leave. It's almost always dramatic and can take anywhere from 5 minutes to 2 hours before he decides he's going home. I have a demanding job as a director of multiple programs, and I have told him I can't be woken up in the middle of the night because it negatively impacts my ability to work. Since getting hardwood floors put in a couple of weeks ago, his allergies have subsided. Am I the asshole for not driving my boyfriend home in the middle of the night? Disclaimer, this is not my story. A couple of days ago, he wanted to spend the night and asked if I could pick him up because he was having car issues and he lives 40 minutes away. That night, I took NyQuil and put in earplugs because I had an important meeting in the morning and couldn't risk not getting sleep. My 9-year-old had fallen asleep on the couch while we were watching a movie. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to him making loud noises, opening and shutting my windows and doors. I ignored it, but he got louder, then told me his feet were swelling. I told him I would move my 9-year-old to her room and he could sleep on the couch. He said no, so I told him he could sleep in my 9-year-old's room, and he said no again. He then said he might sleep in my car. I went back to sleep and I didn't offer to drive him home. I woke up the next morning to text from him asking to be driven home as soon as possible. He had slept in my car, I didn't want to wake him, so I started getting ready for work and I texted him that I would take him home as soon as I got dressed. He said my behavior proves that I don't care about him, and that if I did, I would make sure my room would be allergen-free for him.
Am I the asshole for telling her that I don't want to see and bond with her child? I've been seeing this girl casually for close to 2 months now. We met at a bar when a friend of mine introduced her to me. We've met up probably twice a week at night to hook up. At our first night, we had a conversation about what the deal was. I told her that I had just got out of a 6-year relationship and that I wasn't looking for anything serious. She told me that she had gotten divorced recently and she wasn't looking for anything serious either. So we agreed to keep things casual and strictly physical. By our 4th night, she told me she had a 3-year-old. This was a bit of a shock to me as she doesn't appear to be a mom at all. Her daughter, who she has full custody of, stays with her parents when she's able, and it allows her to have free time to do whatever she wants. She would show me pictures and videos of her daughter. She's a really cute baby, so I played along, but I obviously didn't want anything to do with her kid. Yeah, no, bro, I don't think you're the asshole. Because you said that you guys talked about this. You said the second time that you guys were together, you had a conversation. Was it the second time? One of the first couple times that y'all was together, you had a conversation and you mutually agreed that this was just a physical thing. This is why friends with benefits relationships don't ever work out. Because someone ends up catching feelings and someone's feelings end up getting hurt. Yesterday, she tells me to come over to her place. I get there, she greets me at the door, and I ask her if her daughter's with her parents. She says no, that she's in the living room. I was a bit surprised and I asked her why she would invite me over if the baby was there. She said that we've been seeing each other for a while. It's about time that you meet her, right? No, ma'am. We've been seeing each other twice a week at night? Ladies, we have got to raise our standards. If seeing somebody twice a week at night to do the hanky-panky is considered dating, no. I'm not introducing you to my child if you've only seen my house at night. No. I said no. I don't necessarily want to meet your baby. Don't get me wrong, she's gorgeous, but I don't want to play daddy. She said, come on, don't be shy. I told her, I'm not shy. I don't think this is a good idea. We're just sleeping together, and that's it. Do you just introduce your daughter to every guy that's physical with you? I have no interest in bonding with your child. You had her with another man. I'm not here to fill that void. The only reason I came to your place is because I thought you were alone, since your parents take your daughter sometimes. If I knew she was here, I would have never came. We ended up having a huge fight and I just left. She kept saying how I was being unreasonable for not even greeting her daughter, but I think it was perfectly reasonable for me to try and keep the child out of our arrangement. Absolutely not. Sir, you are not the asshole. You are not the asshole in any way, shape, or form. Girlfriend knew what the hell the situation was from day one. She knew what it was from day one, and she thought she was going to be able to manipulate your feelings by introducing you to her child in hopes that you would change your mind. Nope. She thought, and 2 months, that's nowhere near enough time to be dating somebody, to know them enough to introduce to your 3-year-old daughter. Ladies, come on. We have to be a lot more careful when it comes to introducing these men to our babies. You are not keeping your child safe if you are introducing your 3-year-old daughter to a man that you've only known for 2 months. No. Hell no. Nope. OP, nope the fuck out of this situation right the hell now. Get away from this girl, because I wouldn't be surprised if she called you tomorrow telling you that she's sick and she late. I wouldn't be fucking surprised.
I got married 2 years ago to the love of my life, and I feel like my mom doesn't really like her. The relationship is mostly okay. Honestly, I have a feeling since I got married, I've been left out of a lot of stuff, but the only one I can prove is my mom's birthday trip. To be clear, no one is straight up rude, but it is clear that my mom and wife don't vibe, and the rest of the family seem meh about her, which does make me sad. My mom has a wall with a lot of pictures on it. There are plenty of pictures of my sister's partner and pictures of my extended family, but not a single one of my wife. My mom has pictures of her because some of them were taken at events we were at, but she just chooses the ones without my wife. Ooh. Honestly, this is not something I would have picked up on, but my wife did, and it bothered her. My wife's family is huge on family, and while I don't think my mother-in-law loves me, she definitely includes me on everything. I brought it up to my mom, and she said she hadn't noticed. I said I didn't really believe her, and she shrugged and said, my wife isn't her daughter. Well, I pointed out that my sister's partner isn't her son, or my aunt's husband isn't her brother, but she has put pictures of them. My mom said it was her house and the whole conversation is dumb. I said she can't exclude the love of my life, and my mom said this is a really pathetic thing to care about and we're being weird. All right, mama. My wife was upset, and it feels like it was a clear statement, so I told my mom that she could either put some pictures up of my wife or we won't be coming over. My mom said, okay, don't come over. That was probably about 4 to 5 months ago. I checked up about Christmas and asked if she had put up even one picture, and my mom said no. She wasn't going to, and we can't make her, so just don't come to Christmas and see if she cares. Wow. Well, we won't be going to Christmas, but my sister is super pissed at me and thinks I'm an entitled asshole, and I heard my stepdad making fun of us. I don't feel too bad because everything I read online talks about how you have to be a united front. Well, shout out to you for standing up for your wife, because that's really hard. That's really hard, especially when it comes to family, you know. I feel so bad for her. I hate that they're doing this to her, because I know being excluded is not a great feeling, especially from your partner's family. So, that's crazy. But what do y'all think in the comments? And thank y'all again. Y'all so dope. Thank y'all again.
Am I the asshole for taking my niece to court over a coat? I, 28 female, have a niece, 16 female. She is my only sister's only child. 2 years ago, I married a very wealthy man, 34 male. And because of the pandemic, last Christmas was my first with my in-laws. My mother-in-law gifted me a coat that is worth more than $20K. I saw her wearing it, asked her where she bought it, and she said that it will be my Christmas gift from her. I didn't know how much it was. I knew it was expensive, but I thought maybe $3K at most. I was visiting my sister last January when my niece saw it. She Googled the brand and showed me how much it really was. I won't lie, I didn't wear it after that because I was afraid of ruining it. Last week, I wore it while visiting my sister. While I was putting it back on to leave, I felt something go splat on my back. Then my niece started cackling and the smell of paint hit me. I was so pissed off while she was not apologetic at all. Her mom screamed at her and said she was grounded. Then she said she will be paying for the dry cleaning. While I was in my car, still in shock by the way, I got an alert that my niece posted a reel. It was of her doing a prank on me, and she said, quote, I'm going to hit my aunt's $20K coat with a paint-filled balloon to see how she reacts. I saved it on my phone, sent it to her mom, and told her that a week's grounding is not enough. She did not reply, but I saw that my niece took it down. It got less than 5 views by then. The next day, I found out my coat cannot be saved. So I called my sister and told her that her daughter has to pay it back. Well, we got into an argument and she said that they will not be paying it. And if I wanted a new one, I should get my husband to buy it for me. I think that they should pay for it. They can afford to. In my opinion, they should sell my niece's car and pay me back my money. We will not reach an agreement, so I told her that I will be suing and reminded her that I have video evidence that her daughter, A, did it on purpose for online clout, and B, knew exactly how expensive it was. People in my life are not objective at all. I have some calling me an asshole, some saying they are assholes for not buying me a new one, and some so obsessed with the price of the coat that they are calling me an asshole for simply owning it and wanting a new one. So, am I the asshole?
You are not the asshole that niece is.
I'll be sure to post the link for this one. A lot of comments from OP, but let's get to the update. So here's a quick update, since the situation has been resolved. When my husband got home, I told him what happened and showed him the video. He asked if I spoke with my brother-in-law, and I said no. All of my conversations were with my sister. He said that he will take care of it. Now a disclaimer. I understand nothing when it comes to insurance claims, and this is what my husband told me / I understood happened. My husband talked with my brother-in-law, told him exactly what happened, and showed him the prank video. Then he told him that the coat was insured. We will be filing a claim and submitting the video, and we might have to file charges for the claim. He assured him that we would be dropping the charges. We do not want to send niece to jail. Then he told him that one of two things might happen. After our insurance pays us, they will come after them. If their insurance pays, their premium will skyrocket. If it doesn't, they might sue them and might get a lien on their house. My brother-in-law asked if there was a way he could pay us without involving insurance. My husband told him that that was what we'd wanted at first, but that my sister insisted they will not be paying us back. Apparently, my brother-in-law was not in the know, and he is very pissed off at what my niece did and my sister's response. So they came to this solution. My niece's car will be sold, and if it doesn't fetch the whole compensation money, she will have to get a job and pay me the whole check until it is paid off. Also, she's grounded for the rest of the school year. I am thankful for the people who encouraged me to talk to my husband.
Perfect.
So we got a request. They were super nervous. They wanted it to be anonymous, so let's get into it. Is it medical negligence? Sorry, I didn't know what to write as a title. Anyways, almost 3 years ago, I had a stillbirth. Everything was good at first, but then everything went downhill. First, I had a stomach virus while pregnant since it was going around at the time. I went to the emergency room and they gave me the proper medication. Then a few weeks later, I fell down the stairs and I immediately went to the hospital since I felt a little weird. They told me everything was good and that I didn't have to worry. Around 23 weeks, I started bleeding out of nowhere. I was home alone. I got scared and called my dad and told him what was going on, and I took the city bus and went to the hospital by myself. Doctors couldn't figure out what was going on because I always went to my checkups and they said everything was good according to them. Since the hospitals couldn't figure out what was going on, they sent me to a more equipped hospital because I started dilating. I was at 1 centimeter when I got to the new hospital and they still didn't know what was going on. Some hours passed and I was still 1 centimeter, so they told me I had to do surgery to restore my uterus so I could give birth around 36 weeks. The time of the surgery came and I was 3 centimeters dilated. I can't do it anymore because it could break my uterus and I wouldn't be able to have kids in the future. Basically, I gave birth to her. She was alive, but they couldn't take her to the NICU because her nose wasn't formed yet, so she basically stopped breathing in my arms. After she passed, they told me she had negative blood and I had positive blood. Sorry, I can't remember the correct term. Basically, she had a virus who was eating me alive and no one noticed. They also said that it's not something common. She also was very malnourished, even though I ate a ton. A few weeks later, they called me from the hospital and told me that the placenta was detached and that it had an infection. I know it wasn't intentional, but I thought about this 2 days ago and I can't stop thinking about it. Do you think it was medical negligence / malpractice? I don't think I'm personally qualified to say. I don't know anything about this type of topic other than me being in nursing school for a little bit, but I don't know much. So I'm going to let the viewers give their opinion and hopefully you can get some help because that is such an unfortunate story. Though I have heard of that situation where the mother and the baby's blood is not compatible. I've heard of that before. Don't know too much about it. I'm way too far out of school now to even try and give any type of advice towards this situation. So I hope that the TikTokers can help you. If there are some doctors out there that happen to be on my page, I would love that. Or if y'all just have any type of knowledge on this, please help her out. I'm so sorry that this happened to you. I'm sending my love to you.
Should I, female 24, have gotten my teeth checked right away when my boyfriend, male 30, refused to touch or kiss me because he thought I had cavities? A few months ago, my boyfriend of 3 years, long distance for half that time, currently so, caught a glimpse of my old fillings when I was catching popcorn in my mouth and freaked out, refusing to touch or kiss me or participate in any other kind of intimacy when I visited, and would periodically ask me about my teeth and if I had gone to the dentist to get them cleaned yet, and talk about how I'm not taking care of myself. It wasn't the right time for my insurance to cover it since I had gotten them cleaned like 2 months before this happened. I told him they were fillings, and I have gone to the dentist twice a year for as long as I can remember, and I haven't had a cavity since I was 12. I got back from the dentist yesterday, paid out of pocket due to feeling pressured from him / the tripping incident in the next section, and lo and behold, I don't have any cavities or other issues. He also called me last week and was drunk and very high on mushrooms. I wasn't expecting this, and also wasn't in the mindset of trip sitting, as I was trying to get work on a project done and haven't been sleeping well. He insulted me several times by detailing how he needs someone with XYZ qualities, and I don't have any of those. Talked about how he doesn't want me to expect marriage. I have never brought up marriage. Talked about his female coworker in a way that made me uncomfortable. Accused me of manipulating and threatening him and plotting to kill him. When I started crying and telling him he's upsetting me, he called me crazy and immature because I wouldn't be able to help him with medical bills if he needed that, and that I'm not physically there to take care of him, and that I, quote, clearly can't even take care of myself since my teeth are rotting, and brought up my teeth several more times. I graduated last year and I'm just beginning my career and live at home to save on rent. I do feel behind my peers who are living alone and making 6 figures and are mature. He is a software engineer who works remotely and has his own apartment. We both live in high cost of living areas, and other hurtful things he has said. He was obviously not in his right mind, as he also talked about how maybe aliens are reading our thoughts, but mainly focused on our relationship. I said I didn't want to talk to him right now and hung up several times, but he kept calling and insisting that he didn't want to be alone. And I felt bad about not answering the phone, so I would pick up only for him to insult me again. The day after, when he was sober, I talked to him and he said those were just the drugs talking, and that it's stupid to think he wouldn't act differently when he's tripping out of his mind, and I should have given him more leeway. He struggles with OCD, depression, anxiety, so I try to be forgiving, but this was a lot even for me, and it definitely bothers me that he did not apologize while sober for the tripping incident, especially since he said he does remember the conversations. Though he did apologize over text for being annoyed and grumpy when we had the sober talk, he also jokingly said over text, I was the worst trip sitter ever. I'm having a hard time discussing the situation and articulating myself. I feel like just saying, quote, you insulted me, you didn't believe me, and that hurt, and being on drugs isn't an excuse to insult me, doesn't clearly convey how dehumanizing it was. Is not wanting to kiss a partner that might have cavities reasonable? I probably should have gotten checked sooner, but I was frustrated he didn't believe me when I said they were fillings and not holes in my teeth. I admit that I unreasonably associated giving into his pressuring as agreeing that my words can't be trusted. Typing this out, I'm realizing this probably has to do with other incidents too, like comments he's made about my weight and not taking care of my health despite the fact that my blood work has been normal each year and the doctor has nothing to say to me during physicals. The situation is a little ridiculous. Am I making his comments / actions over my teeth into a big deal? I should have just gotten them checked out sooner, but him thinking he knows what's best for my health and having such an extreme reaction really bothered me, and I guess I let my pettiness get the best of me.
Okay. Yes, that was like a small thing that he disagreed with, but that's a red flag, and that red flag can lead to bigger issues. So, oh my God, absolutely not okay.
My husband and I have been married for 5 years. I'm 26 and he's 27. My husband's family are your typical snotty Catholic mega religious people. My husband's not religious in the slightest, but still remains respectful of their beliefs and has always lived a second life in private. I joined a dating app with the sole purpose of finding us another couple or even a unicorn. This was my husband's idea. Usually we go to swinger parties where we feel safe and not judged. I've never used a dating app, so I posted your typical what I do for work, what music, movies I like, etc. I identify as bisexual, so myself and my husband have shared a few women and never had an issue. While on the app, I guess some girl who knows my husband and his family saw me. They confronted me in front of everyone and accused me of cheating. His aunt said horrible things about me. I tried to tell him that he knew and he didn't back me up or say anything. The argument got heated more, and that's when I exposed us. I told his family everything, how we've shared other women, slept with other couples, and even that they babysat while we did this. I believe that was the part where I was an asshole. My husband felt like I disrespected his family for saying that, even though he didn't stick up for me while they called me a whore among other things. Now his innocent, holy reputation is ruined, and he says because of me he can't show his face to his family. Am I the asshole? Storytime about the most embarrassing moment working as a TSA agent. So I work for the TSA and have for a few years now. It's a good job overall. I'm underpaid, but the benefits are nice and I get overtime when I want it. Over a year ago, during the week leading up to Christmas, we had some really bad weather that delayed all the flights. I volunteered to stay late so that my coworkers could go home to their families. Most of the work was done anyway, so it was mostly just standing around waiting for the odd latecomer. I was working the AIT, the space tube thingy, when 3 passengers came up together, a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, and a teenage boy. Mom goes through, all is fine. Dad goes through, all is fine. Kid comes up, I get a good look at him. Hoodie, sweatpants, shortish hair, smooth face. I figure he's about 13, maybe 14. I hit the button, direct him to wait with me for a moment, and then gesture to the screen, which lit up his chest area. I tell him that I have to pat the area down. He's a little nervous. I figure that's because he's so young. This is probably his first time getting a pat down, but he says okay and I start the pat down. I do the left side of the chest and feel some moob, which catches me off guard because he didn't look chubby at all. I move to the right side of the chest, read what's on the hoodie, and it all clicks at once. The hoodie has the name of a local college on it. This is an adult, not a child. He's not wearing sweatpants. She is wearing yoga pants. She doesn't even know the couple that just came through. I look at her face, which is bright red, my hand is still on her boob, and I pull it back like I just got bit by a snake. I immediately call for my supervisor, who comes over and asks what's wrong, and I explain the situation to her. That's when my supervisor covers her mouth in what I believe is utter shock.